was before lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My pride and truth, you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My pride bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, we're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you cry like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams. There's something about you. 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 Lose my mind. Made me lose my mind. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you. Something about you that makes me lose my mind. There's something about you. Something about you. Like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Something about you. Something about you. Something about my mind. Something about you. Something made me lose my mind. Something about you. Something cause I'm losing my mind. Something about you. Oh, you got me hiding for no reason. You got me always wanting something. You got me always wanting something. Oh, oh, you use your magic to seduce me. There's something about the way you use me. There's something about the way you use me. Oh.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This time we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is to say. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running, we'll be running. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running. Running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Nothing is the same. The same. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, 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 yeah. Till we find another place. It's you and me.
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. We tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you, shine by me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night.
this mess before lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. My quality bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. Now you probably a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, we're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victims of I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
Something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's 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 something about you. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's 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 something about you. Lose my mind. Made me lose my mind. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about my mind. 'Cause it's something about you. Something made me lose my mind. 'Cause it's something about you. Something 'cause I'm losing my mind. 'Cause it's something about you. Oh, you got me hiding from no reason. You got me always wanting something. You got me always wanting something. Oh, oh, you use your magic to seduce me. There's something about the way you use me. There's something about the way you use me. Oh. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue and nothing is the same. Running, running, we'll be running, running. can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away, where the skies are blue and nothing is to say. To say. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, we'll be running, yeah, 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 yeah. Till we find another place,
He walks alone, he wanders into the night, searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing, just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the ride. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter, right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing, just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night with open arms? I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no, won't be no. He walks alone, he wanders deep in the night. Won't teach him for some meaning to explain feelings.
And welcome back to day 2 of the LevelUp PlayOne Invitational for the Eximius Seized the Front Line. So I hope you guys are ready to seize the front line alongside with Ammo Box Studios as well as the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, otherwise known as MDEC. For those of you who did not join us since yesterday, Eximius Seized the Front Line is a Malaysian-made PC game available on Steam. Bringing a very unique take on the FPS genre, it brings 5v5, 5 players on each side, online, and it's a multiplayer game with 1 player on each side playing a top-down commander role. It combines tactical strategy, resource management, and high twitch reflexes. It's in itself a genre-breaking game, combining the best elements of first-person shooting and real-time strategy. So for those of you who are thinking, if I'm very good at different shooting games, I'm going to be doing very well in this game, well, that may be true. However, strategy also plays a big part in this game, as we saw yesterday. And just to give you a little bit of history about this game, it has been in development since 2018. It has been in development for quite some time. And back in 2018, they released the early access version. And ever since then, they've been developing it, tweaking it, just overall improving it, adding more quality of life improvements towards the entire gameplay experience. They're preparing for a launch, a 1.0 release launch that is coming out later this year, and it's coming to you in a big way. So for those of you who want to know more, you can follow them on Facebook and of course on their Discord at discord.gg/AmmoBoxStudios. We've got a few words from Pontus, who is going to be sharing his views to each and every one of you guys. So hope you guys are ready and hope you guys are prepared to seize the front line with Pontus. Over to you.
All right, very nice to speak to you all again. We're going into day 2 of the Eximius Invitational Tournament, and today I'm actually here to speak about ourselves, like GTR. So, us here at Global Top Round, we are one of the organizers for the event. We're very excited to see it's happening, and we would like to share a little bit of what we do, if it may or may not interest you. So, we're an international company. We have an office here in Thailand, we have an office in Singapore, and one in Korea. And what we do is that we work with amazing and talented studios such like Jeremy and AmmoBox Studios. So every single year we invest in up towards 10 gaming startups. Now I'm telling you this because there might be some developers out there watching the stream right now. There might be some smaller companies, some smaller indie studios that are looking for that investor to get to that next level, help them grow and just make an awesome game. These are the kind of people that we're looking for every single year. We found Jeremy 2018 and we're very excited to work with him. I can see that a lot of you are very excited to see the games as well. And me coming from a background of esports, we don't have a lot of esport games. It's really awesome to see some competition. So if you are a video game developer or of any sorts, then do not hesitate to reach out to me at pontus@globaltopround.com if you want to show me your game, or if you know a friend who's developing an awesome game, we'll take a look at it. And who knows, maybe next time I'll be sitting here running your tournament, same as I'm doing for Eximius. Now, secondly, there is something else I want to tell you about, because as I mentioned, we're an international company. Our entire motto is to do unique things in the gaming industry, making sure that it's something that's helpful and something that people will enjoy and something that hasn't been done before. Now, this part of the business where we invest in 10 companies, yep. Oh, what's happening? So this part of the business, as I mentioned, is 10 companies per year. And what we do is that we find them, and then we go into the business and we try to help them grow. So with that, what we do is that we introduce them to international publishers, international investors, and basically when the company is ready, we'll bring on that external partner. For our next initiative, because I'm going to keep it short there, is that we're working on something that's called the G-Round platform. Now, I mentioned that we want to do something that is really unique, and I'm mentioning this here on stream because it's something that some of you might be interested in. And Eximius will also be on this platform. So the way it works for you guys, since you are the user perspective, I'm only going to explain that, is that we're going to be launching this next month, and anyone in the stream, anyone out there can for free sign up to our platform to play games. Every single week we're going to be uploading 4 games. So imagine right now that you're going to Kickstarter, you're looking for that next project, that next cool little 2D game or 3D game, whatever your style or your genre is. Then you can basically come onto our platform and play them right away. It's not like Kickstarter where you have to fund them first. We take projects that are in development, that are going to be growing, such as Eximius, and give that to you guys to try very early. So you'll get to join games that are 40 to 80 to 90% complete, depending on where the project is at. And the entire goal of the platform is for you guys to give them insight into your own markets. So as you know, I'll take an example. Free Fire, for example, was a game that wasn't that big until it hit Southeast Asia and hit Latin America. All you really need as a game developer is to hit one market. You want to hit that one single market to make the game really successful, grow up a fan base, build a community, such as Eximius here. So with Eximius, we've already built up, a couple of thousand people in Malaysia and other countries. We're very excited to do so. And now we want to help that with way more companies. So 200 games per year, 4 per week. All genres, single player, and multiplayer. So what we're offering to you guys is that we're going to be giving away a soft currency whenever you guys come in, play the game, and give reviews and feedbacks to games like Eximius. So Eximius is going to launch end of this year. We want to make sure that it's a really perfect final product. And to do that, we need people like you guys. We need you to come on board and tell us what you think. What do you think is good about Eximius? Is there anything you don't like? Is there some changes that you're suggesting? And you'll let the developers know before they launch. So when it comes out, we're not going to have one of these games that comes out and is super buggy, broken, or is not exactly what you want. So G-Points will be given out when you play the game, when you give a review, and also when you go more in-depth talking to the developers directly. And now the cooler thing is you can actually get direct access to the developers, join their Discord, and talk to them any single time of the day. Hound was nice enough to tell you guys that you can go to discord.gg/ambox, and that basically is exactly what we're doing for even more games. So if that's something you're interested in, playing games, giving feedback, and just helping developers out there, such as Jeremy and a bunch of others, then you can go to bit.ly/grounddiscord, that's the double D, right now. And in 1 month, we're going to be announcing the full launch. On top of this, we are going to select a very select few of you every single year and fly you out to visit these international developers. So 5 to 10 people per year, maybe even more, depending on how it goes, will be flown out to an offline event. It could be in Japan, it could be in Korea, it could be anywhere. We'll help you with the visa. You'll come over and you're only there to play games, provide feedback, and get to travel. Now, how awesome is that? So yeah, I just wanted to tell you guys a little bit about the platform. Like I said, this is from the user perspective, and I hope we'll see you on the platform when we launch. And what we're going to have for you to buy with the G-Points initially will be gaming gear and stuff like that, so you can buy your new keyboard, buy your new mouse pad, and then over time we'll have more things for you guys. So again, if it's on interest, bit.ly/grounddiscord, it's a double D. Otherwise, as a final word from myself, we got a great day ahead of us. We got 3 Malaysian teams. We got 1 Thai team going at it for a prize pool of 20,000 ringgit. I'm really, really happy that we can be here supporting an esport game because that's where my background comes from. So I'm going to be here on the sidelines, and I'm going to watch the tournament today, and I'm cheering for everyone equally because I just want to see really awesome, really, really close games. But that's not the last thing. Final thing here. I will be casting later on today. So I'll see you on the other side of the spectrum in a couple of hours. Thank you guys very much, and see you on Discord.
Very much, Pontus, for slapping it hard with the info. And of course, thank you very much for the support. We are all about development. We are all about making sure that we are able to deliver to each and every one of you guys video games and experiences that are accessible, that take into account your feedback. So make sure you do your job as a gamer and be a part of the community and try to help us improve more and more on every aspect, whether it's a design suggestion or a gameplay balance suggestion. Is always great, because if it's not for the community, we can't spell fun without you. So you see what I did there? A little bit of a play on words about it. So I don't know about you guys, but I guess it's enough about me tooting the horns and tooting the fanfares. How about we go over to ChuChu and find out what's up for today for the Eximius PlayOne Invitational 2020.
Thank you, Hound. Thank you so much, and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Eximius sees the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020. I'm Gio, be casting here today for you guys, and this is brought to you by MDEC, or Malaysia Digital Economic Corporation, ESL, GTR, and also the developers, MOBox Studios. So, like as Hound and also Pontus said earlier, if you guys want to be in touch with the developers, just go join in the Discord for MOBox Studios as well as the Facebook page. But before that, we are down to the final day here for the Eximius sees the Frontline, the teams that are playing today, which advance themselves to the semifinals. We have Lamau Nation with an epic battle yesterday, the last few games, while Naga had a very clean early very early flawless wins, if I'm not mistaken, with the first two games they had earlier yesterday. AP Bots was a very close one versus Seaport yesterday, and now we have hashtag esports, which known as Four Ice Buckets before. And the Thai team, the only Thai team that participating this time around, will be fighting against three Malaysian teams. Yeah, we're talking about the best of three for the quarterfinals, and now we're down to the semifinals. Later on, those are actually advancing will get themselves to the grand finals, which is going to be the best of five. While the third place will go for only the best of three. These are what they are fighting for the total prize pool of 20,000. Break it down with champion taking away 10,000 ringgit. Second will take away 5,000. While third placing at 3,000 ringgit Malaysia, and the fourth will take away 2,000 ringgit. So all of these four teams will have some, well, at least bring back something into their own pocket by the end of the day. For the bracketing today, who will be fighting who? For semifinals A, we have Naga team versus the Four Ice Bucket or hashtag esports here. While the semifinals B bracket, we have AP Bots versus Lamau Nation. Then those teams that will be winning will advance to the grand finals later on, and those who are losing this one, it will be a single, I won't say elimination this time, because they will be playing at third place. For loser of semi A and semi B, we get themselves for third and fourth placement later today. So the schedule for the playoff final day here, we have for the semifinals A bracket again, Naga versus hashtag esport or Four Ice Buckets from the Thailand at 13:30 hours or 1:30 p.m. for Malaysia GMT +8. AP Bots at 1500 hours versus Lamau Nation, and it's going to be 3 p.m. For the third placement first, we're playing at 4 p.m. or 1600 hours, while for the grand finals, it will be at 5 p.m. or 1700 hours at GMT +8. So be sure to not go anywhere between that time, and we do have punters to cast because I will be away for a bit. But be sure to, stay tuned till the end of the playoffs for today. But for the team rosters, who will be playing for each of the team here? We do have Naga. They have been flawless yesterday. Flame Shot will be operated by Tuan Atif. Hi Friends will be played by Christopher. Wukiki will be played by Muhammad Haris. Darkas will be played by Muhammad Vertex City will be played by Leon Kipfai. That's for Naga team roster. And later we have another team which will be fighting them. Will be the Four Ice Buckets yesterday. Now they named themselves as a hashtag. Mikasa will be operated by Chayanan. Tani will be operated by Pavit. Takadoto will be played by Pararapon. Arthur by Pichayat. And Bong will be Chaitawat. There you go. The Thai team will be fighting against one of the strongest team of Malaysia. So Naga versus Four Ice Bucket or hashtag there. So be sure to drop your comment section below which team you are rooting for, or which team do you think have a better strategy or better outcome later on, than your prediction that you have in mind. But we're going to jump into the map video, which maps we'll be playing here, which maps being banned, and find out which map will be the end of pick by both of the team. Downtown be banned out by hashtag at first. They don't want to be in this kind of town. And Academy will be banned out by Naga, maybe because it's very tricky to play. Well, hashtag banning out Central as the third. Bandia and Crossing won't be in this map, as well as Naga making sure they won't be playing that map today. Well, for the map picks, finally we're down to Express again. I gotta have to say this is one of the most popular map out there aside from Academy, because it seems like we've been going into Express map quite a lot. For the faction, Exeron Industry will be taken by Four Ice Bucket of hashtags, the Thai teams, while the GSF for the first round will be played by Naga team from Malaysia. For the Global Security Force, we're gonna have to wait and see will it the blue or the green will take away for the first game in the best of three. So be sure to share this stream and be sure to ready for more action pack here. We're talking about very strong teams as the first momentum game of the playoffs here for the final day, because you guys seen how Naga can execute everything flawlessly yesterday for their victory. 2 games in a row. None of their games actually been deduct any point at all. So maybe they will execute the same thing today. But today we're talking about the Thai teams. They're the only Thai team that representing Thailand that going for 4 ice buckets or hashtag team out there. They have been going very strong as well. It wasn't flawless, but still strong enough to making sure that they have a 2-0 victory versus the other team yesterday. So will it be a same? I wouldn't say only one of them will emerge as the winner for the semi bracket A. So will it be the first game that we're looking over today will drag into the third game? We haven't seen any games that got into the best of 3, like all 3 games being utilized there. Only 2-0 so far, but we're talking about 2 teams that have enough experience with the game. They know all the mechanic, they know all the strategy, the micromanaging, and even the commander himself knows what to do. I never see any commander that playing RTS and FPS at the same time, which means dual tasking at the same time, being on the field and also being as the commander in the real-time strategy perspective. It's gonna be handy if somebody can actually do that, but it's a bit risky as well. I'm gonna have to wait and see what kind of playstyle these 2 teams will have to go against each other, because sometimes, like I said, there's 2 way of winning it. One will be defending your point, making sure it won't go below than any team possible, which means the one that hit 0 first for their defending point will lose first. So that's one way to win. The other way is actually just attacking and rushing it straight to the opening base. But do you have enough resources? We're talking about the commander have to making sure that their economy in the game is stable, making sure that they have enough support for the troops and their officers as well. So the commander have to have very good communication between all the other 4 players and making sure everything is well balanced. So the commander have a huge responsibility in the game type like Eximius itself. We have a couple more seconds into the game. I know you guys are anxious and can't wait, really eager and excited as I do for the playoffs today. But we're gonna jump straight into game number 1 here for Naga versus 4 Ice Bucket in the semifinals bracket A.
And we are going to go underway. Naga had a very interesting first match yesterday with a flawless victory on all sides. 2-0 was the overall pattern that we saw yesterday. So it could be a repetition of such things. Of such patterns as we see it, as we do see auto repair nanobots, iron guards, improvements as well as enhancements, the mule capture as well as power symbiosis. For here we got the mechanic optimization, reactive armor, and all sorts of other upgrades that are going to benefit the team. So we're going to see hashtag esports on the AXR playing on blue, and it's going to be a Naga on GSF. So I don't know about you guys, but it is going to be very interesting because we did see that hashtag as well as Naga. They do have a very good understanding of the game in terms of rotations as well as focusing on the objectives. So who will get the first objectives and who will place down the defensives will be the first team to take away the initiative early on. So we do see now a little bit of action here coming in as Bong will be able to take down Tanny being taken down by Flame Shot being taken down by Tanny, excuse me. And we do see early on for contestant for point A, it is going to be AXR that wins it out as they are going to be pushing out Texity as well, taking some of those shots towards Tanny and gets some of those shots. We do see more and more of these combat troops as well as field support, giving a little bit of help towards Chariot, who's being played by Vitexity, doing it pretty well, giving a lot of good fire down the middle as Tifa Fanboy takes down Takrus. We do see the pushes coming in for the side of Naga as they are trying to steal away point A, the first point away from the side of hashtag eSport. Hashtag now with 3 points in control. I don't know about you, ChuChu, but it is going to be very exciting to see who is going to get that first initiative and whether or not Naga will be able to steal that away. It seems that flawlessness is going to be a thing of the past today in that first game.
And both teams are going super aggressive. We're talking about both officers trying to take each other down as fast as possible, buying time for the commander. All the officers have to work very closely with the commander so they can buy time and they can carve their path there towards the base or towards the capture points. So far, 2 capture points on the side of X or even the AXR Xeron side for hashtag esports. but we're having a little bit of probably pause there. But while on the side of GSF, they need to gain one more capture points here. They need more troop and support. But at the same time, right now, they have kind of a hard spot to actually carve themselves into that either A or C capture points. They do have the middle one for GSF. That's a pretty strong one. And now they are trying to barricading themselves with the walls here for the side of Exeron or DX, I prefer to call it. The blue side trying to fight head on with the GSF officers here. And they're trying to contest for the capture points. This is around B, and this is a very, very strong capture point if you can grasp a bit on the side of your team here. But at the same time, they don't have enough support. We're talking about only scouts provide for the side of Exeron, and Eagle will be taken down as well. Bravo! That was a nice coming up from Delta, playing around the corners here. And Eagle being knocked quite hard there. His shield is no more to be seen. Delta trying to play it around the barricades, but it's kind of hard for them. They both will stand down a bit. Sharon just arrived as well, trying to help and give extra support to take down one particular officers, and that will decapitalize the officers' economy in terms of trying to buy themselves the battle suit. And just arrived in the nick of time. There is the chopper that helping out. Maybe a point defense will be dropped here anytime soon. Beetle staring at the floor. I'm not sure why he's not capturing the point yet, but he is actually capturing the point. It was neutralized at first, and now it's down to GSF getting the point here. And the AXR will be having the deduction side, while two flags captured by the side of Naga team A and B going for green. Only C capture point left for the side of hashtag esports. Look at that, they're still going over as long as they can, only to get the capture the B point, because it's really crucial to have the middle one so they can rotate easier towards A and C later on. Hound. Back to the game we go. It seems like everybody are a bit focused on capturing A now, or they will try to defend it as much as possible. Will they have enough troop and supplies to actually hold and siege a capture point for now? And Beetle try to neutralize that first, and we'll be hoping and praying that none of the officers from the side of hashtag notice that he actually tried to sneakily go for the capture points without them noticing. And now they are trying to get more kills on the officers, try to decapitalize their movement and advancement. At the same time, it's not easy because all three officers on the side of Exeron or hashtag esports moving in a group, making sure they have each other's back. But if you're having too much officers at one particular capture point, they are exposing and actually giving a lot of leeway for the other side of a team for Naga to actually capturing A and C. B is very important, but you don't want to neglect all the other capture points as well, because the rotation will be a bit far from A to C especially.
Well, I do agree there. It definitely has a lot of potential to be stolen away from the side of hashtag esports, as we see again a Naga on the side of GSF being able to contest some of these points, taking 3 away, and now it's going to be deductions onto the side of hashtag esports that is going to have a little bit of urgency. They do want to get that middle point at B, so we do see that the rotations coming in from the side of hashtag esports is definitely there. Comparatively towards Naga, they are moving pretty freely across the map, so in terms of logistics, they are doing pretty well in terms of trying their best to get some of their troops armed, as well as delivering them towards the front lines. It is, after all, sees the front line, and we do hope to see a little bit more in terms of higher ordnance, in terms of tanks. We do see now that there are going to be Iron Guards here being deployed for the side of hashtag esports. So if members of hashtag esports play around the Iron Guard, it could be a very interesting turn of events here, as B is going to be heavily contested, the only neutral point, but it is still going to be advantages towards the side of Naga, as the ticks towards deductions coming in towards AXR is definitely putting them down. It is going to be a very close game here, as both teams are going to be finding out. This could be possibly one of our first games of the day that could go that could go 3 ways. So I'm really interested to see how these Iron Guards are going to be pushing out. We do see Beetle onto the side of onto the side of Naga, trying his best, trying his level best to actually get as much as he can in terms of his positioning as well as the point, trying to contest it. But there is an Iron Guard there on standby, so he has to be very, very aware of where he wants to attack and whether or not he could call down an EMP strike, because that could prove beneficial for his team. We do see now that hashtag esports is going to be on is going to be taking away some of these points here. A, B, and C already changing hands towards the members of hashtag esports. Very beautifully done as they are approaching more and more points and getting the deductions towards members of Naga. ChuChu, it is very interesting. We do see artillery strikes there being dropped down. What do you think about all this action here, ChuChu? It seems that it could open up another point for members of Naga here.
This is just a disaster. Those are actually in the field right now. Look at that artillery strike. That bombardment will finish off a lot of units, and that's gonna hurt the resource of the other side of the map there. We're talking about the Exron, didn't see that one coming, but Delta will try to neutralize this one at first, because looking at this, Naga seems like rotating really fast, trying to capture back their points. So it's always changing hands, like you said. How we have no clue who's winning. Even the points right now kind of equal. They are actually at a stalemate, and both of them will have to force, I think, probably try to charge in the base in the very late game here. We're back towards the officers. They are trying to buy more time for the commanders to get the resources done. And look at Delta taking one down on Bravo on the side of Exeron or hashtag just now. I'm not sure they're not too happy about that, but the moment they lost their officers, the officers will have a huge loss in terms of the economy as well. That's why we don't see too many battlesuit going on, except for the side of hashtag only have it on Eagle for the I think that's the Aegis. Yeah, that's the Aegis battlesuit. Or the side of GSF or Naga, they have 3 members of the officers having themselves the battlesuit. It just shows how good the economy is. The moment that you survive longer than the other side of the team, for example, the moment you die, you will lose a lot of resources on your side in terms of the individual weaponry credits. But for the commander, they have to figure out how making sure that their officers won't die too soon or will have a lot of backup. While we're looking at GSF, or Naga already have their M33 battle tank. That's pretty fast if you ask me, but it's still not upgraded just yet. But just recently upgraded. There you go. Already have the small chart right on top of it. That M23 battle tank will have to fight against that launcher across that road downtown. Coming up is Bravo and also another officer, which is the Beetle Castle officer from the side of hashtag esports, trying to launch as much launcher as possible. We're talking about the battle tank suffers a lot of injury there, half HP being down there, but it's still not gonna be enough. The moment they whiffed it, they need more supply drop. Even the mule is needed to be deployed here by the commander to help in aiding Castle and Bravo for the side of hashtag eSport, making sure they will be replenished for their sources here. While the side of map control so far is still a 50-50 game. We can see both colors, green and blue, still covering half of the map here, not being dominated by any side so far.
Well, we do see that field engineers could be very useful towards the sustainability and the ability to just be able to survive some of these heavy attacks coming in for the side of the M33 battle tank. We do see that those field engineers are already working towards recharging the health pool for the side of the M33 battle tank. So that is going to give them a lot of opportunity to push forward. So we do see members of Naga now using the resources very, very well here, with not only variety as well, but using the sustainability that's provided by the engineers to give the battle tank a little bit more survivability. But members of hashtag esports as well, they are no slouches. They are firing back with heavier ordnance towards the M33 battle tank, but it seems that they are spending quite a bit of time here towards stopping the advance. So the advance coming in from the side of Naga is going to be halted slightly, mainly because of hashtag esports being able to control some of these points with heavy ordnance coming down the middle. So it's harder for the M33 battle tank to push onto that middle side, to push onto that point and try to control it. So we do see that there are going to be a few rotations happening for the side of hashtag esports, trying to get all these other sides, all these other points away from Naga. Naga is using their variety of units very, very well. I would like to see members of hashtag esports actually play it a little bit risky and try to get those field engineers down for the count, because it is adding a little bit of survivability here. Tifa Fanboy being taken out by the AI players. We do see an IFV right now coming into the fray. It is a lot higher mobility compared to the M33 battle tank, with less survivability comparatively. So it is going to help with the logistics of troop deployment, as well as giving hard cover for some of the lighter geared infantry to push forward. Would like to see a little bit more variety on the map here. We do see units being churned out for the side of hashtag esports as well as Naga, but I do believe that there is a slight advantage in terms of ordnance for members of Naga.
Well, in the production of the side of a hashtag esport, they try to produce as much and as fast as possible for the Iron Gods to be up. Probably we're going to see a crawler or even an Omicron light tank joining in as well. But we do see the side of JSF or Naga really heavily focused on the vehicles here. We're talking about even the IFV. We don't see a lot of IFV yesterday, but today a couple of IFV will be out here. But the M33 battle tank, like you said beforehand, they are really heavily guarding this M33 battle tank as much as possible. Look at how many engineers have been deployed, making sure they won't be wasting any resources anymore. So they're making sure they don't have to produce too much battle tank to save their resources in terms of their credits as well as their energy. And especially it takes so much time to actually produce one battle tank. So they are making sure they are not wasting it at all. If possible, no casualty on their side. And that's why they try to focus more on engineers deployment. And for the side of X1, they are scratching their heads right now because a lot of Iron Guards are not surviving that well when it comes down to fighting that M33 battle tank just now. So they have to figure things out how to actually turn this over, because by time they don't have that much anymore. You only have 100 seconds left here, probably because all three flags going on the side of the team Naga, and all three flags shows that every 0.6 to 0.7 second will drop 1 point there. So it's less than 100 seconds actually for them to actually win in the game. So all Naga needs right now is to buy more time, making sure they stall all the movement and making sure they immobilize any troops that have been sent out by hashtag esports towards their base or even the capture points. Well, hashtag esports, like it or not, they have to figure something out. Either just assassinate the commander in their base, or just go straight to the base, or even try to sneakily go and capture the points while doing a little bit of distraction on the other capture points as well. Because what they have right now is not time, definitely.
Well, they don't have time, definitely, and it seems that members of Naga are way more efficient and giving disruption towards members of hashtag esports. We do see hashtag esports right now losing another point here, mainly because of the IFV as well as the M33 battle tank doing a lot of damage here. In terms of the units on board for the side of hashtag esports, it doesn't look good, and the production on their side is definitely there is a little bit of variety, but it seems that the firepower is not getting to the places that they are definitely needed. So in terms of what has been offered from the side of hashtag esports, they did show a little bit of early aggression. However, Naga just showed consistency as well as a higher understanding of rotation and resource management. They were able to just drop in as well as deploy heavier armor onto the battlefield, which is definitely a turning tide for members of Naga, despite the fact that they did lose out early on towards members of hashtag esports. And it most likely is going to be GG here, ladies and gentlemen. May not be flawless for the side of Naga. However, it was definitely a very competitive, very interesting first game here today for our semifinals as we head on over towards the grand finals.
But that first game, just maybe they're testing out waters for the Thai teams. And we're talking about the 4 ice buckets. Doesn't seem to be as aggressive as yesterday, if you notice. Yesterday they went all out, going for the base, going for the capture points. But this time they're kind of a bit in a chaotic state. Or maybe they're just trying to read the strategy on the side of Team Naga here. Well, Team Naga going again very strong. It wasn't flawless like yesterday, but it's still a lot of points there. I'm not talking about close games here. It's just 150 points that have been deducted on the side of Team Naga. So they are pretty solid when it comes to making sure that the rotations, even the commander is, you can see that the communications are actually very strong between the officers and also the commander themselves.
And I totally agree with that. Not only the communication as well, but the logistics behind making sure the appropriate amount of troops as well as firepower were delivered towards places that were that required the assistance as much. So there is a very good understanding. I would like have seen a little bit of more anti-tank or anti-armor capabilities coming in from the side of #esports. They were focusing mostly they were focusing mostly on the points and the rotations, which I think is definitely great, but you've got to combine such tactics with not only a very good understanding of the tactic as well, but also the ordnance that is required to just destroy the M33 battle tank. Because as soon as the M33 battle tank came into play, and the field engineers were able to sustain the M33 battle tank, it was literally untouchable for that midpoint. And we did see that Naga were very, very well aware of what they needed to do in that particular situation. They deployed the IFVs, they deployed the M33 battle tank, and they were able to not only add and upgrade their ordnance, but also add more troops onto the battlefield, which allowed easier rotations and higher mobility in the battlefield.
But we have more action to go, because that was just game first for one of the best teams out there, Naga and also #team. But we have to hit the break for a bit so the players can take a little bit of breather. So does the castles here. So don't go anywhere. Be sure to stay tuned with us.
You use your magic to seduce me. There's something about the way you use me. There's something about the way you use me. Oh.
It's you and me against the world, world. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go, go. 'Cause we're running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. This strong we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, nothing is the same. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running, running, we'll be running. Running, running, we'll be running. We'll be running. Running, running, we'll be running, running. Running, running, we'll be running, I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue,
searching for some meaning to explain what he's feeling. She walks alone, she shelters far from the light. She's seeking validation. She's so tired of waiting. Yeah, I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths are crossing, just in the nick of time. If you need to meet me, I'll be right by your side. Are we strangers in the night? With open arms I'm calling. I'll be there when you're falling down. You're out of danger when I'm in sight. Just seeking you shall find me. Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger in the night. Whoa, 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 won't be no stranger in the night. When seas get rough, you just give in to the right. You see, we thirst for danger, but we find no savior. They tug and pull, they push you right to the edge. When all you need is shelter, you just don't seem to get there. I got the feeling you've been expecting me. No chance, encounter. Right here's where you're meant to be. Our paths.
And we have returned for the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020. I'm your host Hound, and we are coming to you live from the comforts of our own home. So I'm very excited to bring to you guys, brought to you by Amwalk Studios as well as the Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation. It has been amazing not only to learn a little bit about Eximius as we go day by day, as well as experience the game firsthand and cast the game firsthand alongside a very wonderful, talented caster as well. So, game number one was ended with a strong crescendo for the side of Naga, mainly because of their quick rotations as well as employment of aggressive strategies. Despite the fact that members of hashtag esports were doing pretty well early on, being able to capture the 3 points, it seems that the rotations and speed that was coming for the side of Naga was a little bit too much for them to handle. So it is rather unfortunate to see members of hashtag esports falter. However, they've got 2 more games to try to beat it out. However, if they lose out on game number 3, they'll have to fight for that coveted 3rd or 4th spot that is waiting later on for the third and 4th placing bracket. So remember, for those of you guys who just joined us, head on over to discord.gg/mwalkstudios for more information regarding everything and anything to do with Eximius Seize the Frontline. So I hope you're ready to go into the front lines, guns blazing, and you're ready to seize the opportunities that present itself, because we got ChuChu that is going to be breaking down to you what just happened in the previous game as well as what's going to be happening next. So over to you, ChuChu. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Hound. Do follow him on Instagram, also on his other social media like Facebook, because the Hound, you can have a lot of information about anything, lifestyle, games, or whatever. He is really, just updated on anything. But before that, we're going to talk about, before we go into the game, just now we just witnessed where Naga and 4 Ice Bucket, or aka known as hashtag teams now, won himself first game. Naga, it was a really solid win, but now down to the second game. Will the Thai teams, the hashtag team, get away with another, finally compensated their loss just now with one more victory? But we're gonna have to see the maps, which map they'll be playing here today. For the map veto will be popped out now, and we're gonna have to wait and see which maps being banned out. What are the maps that they don't like to play with? For both of the team, Academy will be banned out again, and it's Naga banning out Academy again. Seems like they really don't want to fight in Academy. While Crossing will be banned out by hashtag, and Downtown also again being banned out here. And we're probably gonna go to Express, because from what I'm looking at right now, pretty much almost the same bets like we did before. While the map pick here will be, you guys know which map is this, is gonna be expressed all over again, just like what we saw and witnessed just now. But the factions this time will be alternated or actually be switched to the other side. Exron Industry will be played by Naga this time, while the Global Security Force or GSF, the green side, will be played by hashtag. Question is, can Naga execute just as well when they are playing Exron here? Because the last previous round, they have been playing very, very well and remarkably well when it was on GSF side. They are making sure they have the M33 battle tank on time. They use the IIV. They use the engineers, making sure that the tank, even though there's not much officers covering the tank and advancing with the tank, they are making sure that the tank is not being into a waste. It won't die. It won't be in vain. Whatever the resources they have been planning to use or being invested on, they are making sure that investment will be fruitful till the end of the game just now. So can they counter the game, or having like Hound said before, making the measurement done with having anti-tanks deployment or units, making sure that they can control the tanks when it's out? Because this time they're playing the Exeron. Can Naga execute one more victory to advance themselves into the grand finals later on? Because only the winners will go straight to the grand finals here in the semifinals. They don't have any room of mistakes at all. So it's now or never, or they will have to drag this game towards the third round, because we have no clue what the Ice Buckets or the hashtag team of ties is actually prepared for the second round themselves. Because the first round doesn't seem like themselves. They're not like how we used to see them in the first day yesterday. But we have no more time to waste, because we're going to jump into the game straight on. I think it's ready, probably up. Yeah, let's jump straight into the game 2 of Naga versus hashtags on the day one, the final day here, playoffs day. Naga won themselves the first game, but hashtag, we're gonna have to wait and see how will it be their game, or will it be 2-0 this time around.
Well, hopefully we will be able to see a more competitive game, as we do see the adaptation capabilities coming in from the side of hashtag esports, who are now playing on the GSF side and Naga playing on the AXR side. So it is going to be an interesting turn of events here, as we are going to be loading into the game and we are getting ready to see what are the initial what are the initial strategies that are going to be employed by both teams. We did see that hashtag esports were able to get 3 points early on with very quick speed. How about we take a look at the tech that they are going to be... Oh, it seems that there are no tech that is being researched at the moment. So I think this could be like a pre-loading into the game. So we shall see that. Oh, there we go. We do see that they have frontline equipment as well as marine combat armor. So we do see that members of hashtag esports are giving a little bit more survivability to their ground troops. However, Naga is going for the mid game, whereby there is going to be chassis augmentations as well as a little bit more survivability for their heavy ordnance. That means that the early game could be a bit of a problem for the side of Naga, but they were able to sustain really well towards the mid game and were able to take some of these points away from hashtag esports. So what I believe hashtag esports should do is focus on the early game, try to get as much real estate as they can, try to deny members of Naga to steal whatever points that they have, and make sure to drop as many point defenses as they can. Delta right now fighting it off, taking a little bit of damage here from members of Naga. Some of the action here coming in, they do have combat medics as well as marines here, and you see that GFS forces will take down flame shot. So it is going to be hashtag esports that draws first blood early on in the early stages of the game. It is 2 minutes and 30 seconds in before we see more of this action here. We do see more of the troops mobilizing towards the point here, and we do see that Naga as well as hashtag esports are going to be controlling the first 2 points. It is reminiscent of game number 1, but if I remember correctly, Naga were able to steal it away, not just with quick rotations, but also with the fact that there were heavy armored ordnance on the field of battle here. We do see Naga right now contesting 2 points. What do you think about this early game exchanges of points between these two teams, ChuChu?
I have to say, I'm a bit shocked at the fact from the side of Naga just now. You can see it's a little bit late rotation coming in. They had Delta just now to scout for them, the officer from the side of Naga. The backup coming up too late. The scout, the whole troops unit, as well as the officer coming up a bit late when it comes to having themselves the backup just now. They won't have to lose the officer if they had it on time, and they even have the time to capture the point for hashtag esport. That's just how late it is for Naga to join in the middle capture point B. And B is very important. Like we said before, if you get the middle of a map, you can just rotate in and see pretty much easy and fast here. Well, they got themselves all the flags on the side of Naga. Like you said, the tech upgrade just in the early game. Well, Eagle fight against the Delta, but this time Delta winning it for sure. And that's going to be the other side here. We're talking about hashtag esports. Suffering a bit when it comes to the individual resources of the side of the officers. But back about the upgrades, I'm surprised how hashtag esport prefers trying to play the infantry, just like how they did with the Exoron side. Well, now they're really heavily focusing on their vehicles instead of just infantry. We're talking about they really love their tanks to work like the way they want it to be on the side of Bravo. Try to one-on-one against Chariot, and there you go. Chariot just easily wipe him off the map, and he's waiting to be respawned again. There's a lot of officers down the side of hashtags here. We're talking about after one another and now contesting capturing point A is Castle, but can they hold this capture point long enough, making sure it's been defended? Because it's kind of pointless if they capture the point and just leave it be without anything to defend it, and it's gonna be a waste of time. The moment they capture it and it's been recaptured and they have to recapture it, it's gonna be a waste of time, a waste of resources, and most importantly, the time that they don't have, because we do know it's a game of time here, Hound.
Yeah, it is. And the urgency that is being practiced from members of the side of Naga is definitely working to their advantage, despite the fact that they did lose out a little bit of points early on. It seems that the captures of points B and C will definitely play huge in terms of members of Naga being able to control parts of the map. We do see hashtag is holding on towards A. I do believe that the highest contention of points, the highly contested point, is going to be the midpoint of B, where most of the battles are going to be fighting, where most of the battles are fighting out. So I would like to see a little bit more heavier ordnance, or a little bit more what's the word for it? Artillery strikes coming in towards the middle side. We do see now that onto the side of A, it could be a point being lost here for the side of Naga, for the side of hashtag esports. We do see now that Naga has 2 points in their pocket as it is, and C still in favor for the side of hashtag esports. So it is going to be a 2-point advantage here coming in for the side of Naga, as members of hashtag esports are going to be on looking towards retaking some of these points. Oh my goodness, it seems that another point there is up for contention here coming in for the side of Naga, and it could be their 3rd point of the game, and it is confirmed there, as we do see all flags are blue in color for the side of Naga, and it could be a 2-0 game if this keeps up. ChuChu, I don't see it being a very, very good start for the side of hashtag esports.
And what I like about Naga is their commander. They're making sure all the officers are well equipped and well replenished. You saw how the mill just now was not being attacked at all, and they cannot do anything the moment they reset themselves to full HP for the officers, and they are buying more time for the commander, making sure they have all the research up and the resources plumbing up, and making sure it's boosted as well. We're talking about Eagle right now, have no backup whatsoever, and they might lose another officer here. And so many officers went down for the side of hashtag esport, and this is not great for the economy. None of them are having themselves a battle suit just yet. Well, for the side of Exoron Naga, they do have a lot of Orion battle suit, which is going to be super handy when it comes to going and flanking, making sure they have all the attention on their side and all the capture points wide open now. And that's a huge drop just now. The armored logistic right in the middle of the town. This is making sure they will drop their troops right where they want it to be as fast as possible, while taking less time to actually direct them to go where you want them to be. The officers think it very true for the side of hashtag esport, but will it be enough just by dropping the logistics there just now? Yes, it's really handy to have that very nearby, but at the same time, none of the captain points are turning into green color. We're talking about all 3 flags going on the side of Naga, and they're making sure they are defending it quite well. We're talking about all the supports, all the troops, and all the officers are not dying as much as the side of hashtag esports. And look at that, they even have the, if I'm not mistaken, that's either a light tank, Omicron, or even a crawler at that point that they have alongside of the officer, and there's no way for the side of GSF officer can decapitalize that because they don't have anything to support alongside with the officers just now.
Well, we do see that members of Naga are going to be adding a lot of pressure there. Armored logistics has been dropped down. However, as you said just now, ChuChu, it's all about making sure that you get those troops in, that you get those armored those armored units in the middle of the battle as quickly as possible. If you spend less time traveling from point A to point B, or from one front line to the other front line, it does cut down a little bit of time where your troops will be able to respond. So it does give a big advantage towards Naga. Naga could be winning this really, really hard here with 467 points compared to the ever diminishing points of the side of hashtag esports. Big ups towards members of hashtag esports, however, for the valiant efforts, but it seems that Naga is just adding more and more pressure towards members of hashtag esports, and it could be another easy game. Not to say easy game, it could be another flawless, semi-flawless game for the side of Naga, as they are going to be adding more pressure as well as more units onto the field. Not only 3 walkers do they have onto the field, they also have 3 armored vehicles as well, which is going to help them in terms of their survivability and the added pressure that is going to be faced by members of hashtag esports. Hashtag esports have got to try to steal at least 2 points to stay relevant here and maintain those points as best as they can.
And it's less than a minute now. All the time they have left, they have to decide. The commander have to decide what to drop, where to help, and what should they do for the next couple of seconds. I'm talking about seconds here, Hound, because they have less than minutes here. We have all 3 flag on side of Eximius. It's going to be Naga side winning. And we're looking at all blue in the mini-map as well. It's closing in further even more here. And it's only a minuscule of green left in the map. And looking at the current state of being, even the officers cannot even show their faces here. Look at the tanks coming out, and that on the side of Baxeron is the Omicron light tank as well. It's been upgraded, if I'm not mistaken, and it's gonna be crucial for them to take this one down, but it's taking too much time. It's gonna be 5 more seconds here. GSF hashtag esports have to bow down. It's gonna be Team Naga advancing to the grand finals later on. It's another flawless, not really flawless win, but it's a huge, clean victory, a solid one coming from Team Naga. Congratulations in order for advancing towards the grand finals.
And that is definitely a big sign of Naga and their capabilities. But they do have another team that they have to defeat, which is yet to be revealed, because it is going to be AP Bots that's going up against Lamau Nation, if I'm not mistaken, in the next matchup. So that is going to be very interesting, because both of these teams know each other really well, and I know that they played against each other in the past. So that's going to be very interesting to see how these 2 teams are going to be interacting with each other. One more thing I would like to reiterate in this particular matchup was the amount of tactical awareness that Naga had, and hashtag esports were basically struggling and being controlled in terms of their pacing throughout the entire game. And it just goes to show that Naga was just relentless, and they did not bemoan the fact that they had to keep up the aggression. They just kept the aggression up over and over and over again, which meant that for a while, even though that members of hashtag esports were able to steal away some of those points, it was Naga that played the long game and decided, all right, let's give them a little bit of an early advantage. We lose out on the early game, but we focus on the mid game with our armored ordnance, with our us being able to secure resources, and it was literally game over for the side of hashtag esports.
I have to agree with that. And one more thing I know is that even though Exeron is really strong and famous for their Iron Guards, but they don't even want to go for Iron Guard. They go straight for the vehicles, for the tanks, and they're making sure they are decapitalizing the side of resources for the Thai teams. Their hashtag really have a lot to work with. The moment they realize it's a bit too late, they did drop the logistic just now, but that's what we're talking about, time. They don't have enough time. It's really fast-paced game here. They don't have time to hesitate or think things through. They have to decide that moment, that second, and it's all down to judgment call of the camera. But we're gonna go into the break because we have more actions to go, which is gonna be AP Bots versus Lamau Nation next. Be sure to stay tuned because we have still one more semifinals game to go. But don't go anywhere because ChuChu and Hound will be here for you guys for the next round.
Hi everyone, I'm Vincent Stanley. I'm from Emobox Studios and I came from Indonesia. My gamer tag is Inferno Cause. I grew up playing Pokemon, Tekken, Monster Hunter, and currently my favorite game is Monster Hunter World. As for why I become graphic designer, I guess growing up I always amazed with visual arts like comics, movies and games, and I'm quite fortunate enough to be able to learn Photoshop quite early on during my elementary time. And I guess since then I just hook up with graphic design until now. My journey in Emobox Studios started during my final semester in my university. I started as an intern and later on I got a full-time offer from them when I finished studies. So I guess it's quite typical way of getting job, but I certainly suggest that you guys make a lot of artworks and design and keep updating your portfolio, and also to join game dev events like hangouts, game jam, workshops, to get to know a lot of the people in the industry and to expose yourself. For example, I myself, I joined LevelUp KL, Power Up KL Game Jam and Game Dev Hangout during my university time. I wake up, I get to the office, I attend meetings that I need to be in, and then I design anything that they need me to. And then when I'm done, I send it to my art lead and wait for him to review and send me revisions, and just keep doing revision until it becomes the final design. Also, if I'm not doing UI or marketing design, I also occasionally do level design for the games. Next, I would like to share some of my latest work. These are some graphic design works that I worked on recently. Here's the infographic for Eximius Spring 2020 updates. Here's the marketing artworks for this current tournament. Next, I want to show you guys the latest in-game UI content that I work on. Here's the Intel submenu. It's meant to show players more in-depth information about the game. Regarding these jobs, sometimes there are challenging days. Usually those days where I got art block, because if I got them, then even simple design will take unnecessarily longer time to do it. On the other hand, my favorite part of this job would be when I'll be able to see my finished work being published online, and also when I manage to solve problems with my designs. Before I sign off, I just want to say to everyone, stay safe, stay at home, and keep playing games, since this is the only time when playing games means saving the world at the same time. Bye!
Yes, I'll be bringing you to life. Won't be no stranger with the night. Whoa, 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 whoa.
And we have returned for more of Seizing the Frontline with Eximius LevelUp PlayOne Invitational 2020. I'm your host, Hound, and I hope you guys have been entertained with not only the casting, but also the gameplay that has been shown to you today. So for those of you who don't know, this is all brought to you by Mbox Studios and, of course, the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, MDEC, right? Special thanks to ESL Malaysia as well for helping out with everything and anything related to do with what you see on screen. So thank you very much, ESL Malaysia. Give them a follow as well. And of course, thank you very much to ChuChu as well for not only making sure that the casting was on point and perfect, but a very informative cast as well. So for those of you who don't know, Eximius Sees the Frontline is Malaysian made, so Malaysia boleh all the way, and it's available on Steam right now, so you can go check it out. It does bring a very unique take on the FPS genre. As you can see, it combines all of the fantastic elements of high twitch reflexes, resource management, tactical strategy, as well as being able to be high pace rotations, as well as positioning on the map. It is a very unique and genre breaking game in my opinion, and it combines all the best elements of both worlds from the FPS and RTS genre. So back in 2018, they released the early access version of the game, and it has been in development since then. And up until now, they are going to be preparing for a 1.0 launch, which is coming to you guys in a very, very big way. As said by GTR, you guys got to make sure to follow them all over their social media platforms, which is Facebook and, of course, Discord, which is discord.gg/ammoboxstudios. We've got more action for you as we are heading into our next match to determine who will be moving forward in the semi-finals. Will it be AP Bots or will it be Lemao Nation? Let us ask ChuChu and find out. ChuChu, break it down for us, baby. Break it down for us all the way.
Thank you so much, Hound, and we're right back for the game. Here we go. We do see Naga versus Hashtag just now. It was a very solid win for Naga, and they deserve to be in the grand finals later on. But who will they be competing against? Which gonna be the question, because it will be AP Bots versus Lemao Nation. Yesterday, AP Bots having a very solid, almost flawless, I think, win for the first game against Team Siput. But the thing is, Team Siput kind of adapted quite well in the second game, and they almost comeback bounce in the last minute. But it was a very close win, a very, very close win. I mean it like maybe just very thin thread in between there by AP Bots. But at the same time, Lemao Nation had a solid win against one of the best players for female lineup in the FPS genre. But at the same time, it wasn't flawless. So Lemao Nation, they had a solid one, but we're talking about AP Bots versus Lemao Nation now. Will both team get themselves the win, or will it drag to the third game later? We have no clue. So far, we don't have any team fighting against each other with to the best of 3. But here are your team rosters for AP Bots. We have Ewood Magical by Andred Hendricks, Helseran by Jonathan Wong, Yoli played by Leonard Lee at Math. One of my favorite person and Chris Kelly's out there. Zikri Idraki and Noli Shahana will be finished off the lineup and team roster of AP Bots here. While we have the other team, none other than the very strong Lemao Nation. Lizardman Muhammad Mustaqim will be playing and piloting. Max Yari will be having piloted by Han Seong Oh, Zarens Justin Poon, Xiao Jerry by Jerry Loco Ho, Shadow by Jason Tan. So these are the players and team rosters for each of their respective teams. We have Lemao Nation. Well, surprisingly, they use Rimao, which is a tiger, but it's spelled as Lemao, so I'm not sure which one is actually going. Like, there's also lemon for Limao. Is it lemon, orange, tangerine, maybe? But yep, it's gonna be AP Bots versus Lemao Nation. We have to wait and see what their strategies are, because we've seen it before for the previous game. Some of them really heavily focus on infantry, some of them really love the vehicles. But here are the map, Vita map that been banned out. The Academy will be banned by the Lemao. Downtown is not what they like for AP Bot, and Crossing will be banned out this time by Lemao, and Express won't be the favorite one, obviously, because AP Bot making sure they won't be playing in there as well. The thing is, all these maps have their pro and cons. And Central will be the map pick this round for the first in the best of 3 between Lamau Nation and AP Bots, which respectively represent Exron Industrials Lamau Nation, while this time AP Bots started off with the green one, GSF Global Security Force. But can Central, I do know what middle point, which is the B point for Central, is one of the most hardest exposed defending capture points in the whole map. That's the thing about Central that's really unique about it. The middle point is always the most heaviest contested point ever, is because you can easily rotate between A and C from B point. But it requires a lot of resources just to making sure you can heavily guard at the middle point there. Can they execute it well? Can they have the anti-tank measurement? Are they ready to whatever it is to offer? And who can get the better resources in time? We're talking about the time game here. They have 500 seconds each of the team if you calculate based on points, but if it's all three flag, they have lesser time than that. So can they make sure that their capture point will be well defended? We have to wait and see, because we're gonna jump into the first game of AP Bots versus Lamau Nation. With me, joining me here today will be Hound, giving a lot of informations regarding the game. Who do you think will have it better this time for AP Bots and Lamau, Hound?
Well, we'll have to see how that works. One thing that AP Bots did really well in their fight against Team Seaport was their rotations. Lamau Nation as well have been, they were very dominant in their show of aggression against Battle Arena Sphinx yesterday. So I'm pretty excited to see these two teams actually go up against one another. Their understanding of each other, as well as their interactions with one another outside of the game, have always been very interesting in my opinion, and I can't wait to see whether or not those interactions will follow them into the game, because I'm pretty sure the rivalry between these group of friends, because I know for a fact that most of them know each other and have worked with each other in the past in different kind of esports tournaments, as well as appearing together in esports events. They're all pretty much close friends amongst each other. So I would like to see whether or not that level of understanding between each and every one of them could actually play out, and predictions could be made by both these teams in terms of how they want to position themselves and how they play out, because I do know that both these teams possess very aggressive players in terms of their play styles, and how they're going to utilize it and deliver victory to their respective teams is going to be very interesting to see. We're going to be seeing members of Lamau Nation as well as AP Bots pushing hard into territories here, and they are going to be heading over to the points. We do see Delta onto the side of AP Bots, played by Chris Calix, hoping to get that point here. So it's going to be an early point capture for an early 2-point capture here for the side of Lamau Nation, and we already see that AP Bots are already on a deficit in terms of points early in the game, as they are able to only take 1 point early on.
Everybody trying to go for the structures here as soon as possible, especially the structure that can actually help in terms of their production and resources here. But straight about the points again we go. We're looking over A, B, and C. The thing I like about this map is the central means all the capture points are in the middle, A, B, and C, all of them. And if you calculate between the two bases, it's one of the most closest range between these two bases. So they can actually send troops over just to, poke them around and making sure that they take enough attention on side of troops instead of the capture points. That's the commander's job to do. So, but back about the officers, we go. Bravo trying to take down on Beetle here, fighting it hard, and it's not easy to let this one go. But at the same time, across that map, we're looking at the middle point here, heavily contested again, like we said before. And B will be captured so far by the Exro side. Lamau Nation getting more flags on at this point. And AP Bots, we do know they are at their best when it comes to the middle game here. They're usually sacrificing a bit when in terms of their points in the early game, because they are focusing more into their research and also getting sources instead of getting the points here. But can they be fast enough making sure that their points won't go down that fast. I'm talking about the Exron side. Lamau Nation yesterday has been really strong, fighting one of the best female teams out there. But Eagle and the rest of the team doesn't seem to have actually backing up this one. We have 4 officers of Exron Lamau Nation all over the place of B points here. They really want B points so bad that every officer possible and available is being focused on one singular point. Well, A and C is not the main focus here, but still they manage to capture C. Probably they will drop some sort of turret to got there as well. Even an Iron Guard will be dispatched later on. But for now, AP bots, they are struggling to make a way to just clear the path and carve themselves towards the capture points here. They don't have enough troops to actually give them extra help. We do see a couple of battle suits out there already for Ghost and Castle. Even Bravo on the side of Exron, they have themselves Orion and Aegis battle suit there. We saw how the Exo Shield just now being popped out, making sure that they will defend this point. Whatever they need to do, they will make sure this point will not fall off to the side of AP bots here, Hound.
Yeah, and that's the thing. I feel that members of AP bots are going to be struggling a little bit on this early game. We do see Lamau Nation already holding on towards some of these points, and this could be very detrimental towards their early game progress. And this could put a damper in terms of how much resources that will be made available towards them. Iron Guards now being deployed by members of Lamau Nation, and this is going to be tough for members as AP bot. They do have to consider putting in some tanks as well. They have quite a bit of heavy infantry and heavy ordnance as well that is dropping into battle and in the front lines. I do believe that AP bots need a little bit more time to, not a little bit more time, a little bit more urgency in their rotations. However, Lamau Nation is blocking them in terms of choke points as well. So there is a little bit more coordination coming in from the side of Lamau Nation compared to AP bots. However, it isn't too late for AP bots to basically adapt their strategy and try their level best towards getting members of Lamau Nation down for the count and try to deny the good positioning that is being employed for the side of Lamau Nation.
But there you go, artillery strike straight away being bombarded there by Bravo. We just have to leave that area for now. We're waiting for it to cool down for a bit. Well, I do see capture, 8-point capture just now. One of the Exron Lamau Nation sneakily, one of the officers tried to get that capture point, but they didn't manage to do so. Apparently there are some sort of defending troops trying to hold that 1-point capture, but they're still holding on for B and C there. What they need to do is just hold on and defend this. That's why it's called seize the front line, because basically what you have to do for the officers is just hold on and defend as much as you can. While IFV will be deployed here by the side of AP bots, but what they really need right now is M32 belt tanks. They are trying to making sure they won't waste too much resources here while they're trying to buy more time for the commander. But right now, B point here always being contested. The same goes for A. They try to fight it back for JSF or AP bots, but at the same time, C point is being neutralized. At the same time, they don't have enough men to watch out for the side of Lamau Nation, and that cost them the whole capture points. And now the points will be deducted bit by bit, and JSF hold on to the point still, and it won't be moving so far. Hopefully, it's enough to buy them time to have that M32 belt tank to be deployed anytime soon. While at the same time, a couple of engineers will be out. We do see Iron Guards will be the focus units on the side of Exron or Lamau Nation now. The mules are being deployed as well in production. At the same time, there's no battle suit on the side of JSF just yet. What they need is that battle suit to make it more longer survivability for the side of officers. It actually gives a lot of HP and also more shield for them, aside from the extra abilities coming up from the belt too. But IFV marching in straight here in the capturing, trying to capture the A point while doing the same goes for the resources points there. But we see another drop just now, which is right in front of the capture point. Point defense straight on, and Cherry and Castle trying their best to take this one down with the launcher. It's just less than 10 seconds. They're already lost at point defense. That's gonna hurt the economy quite bad on the side of AP bots.
And that's the problem here coming in for the side of AP bots. They put a little bit too much of attention into the point defense, and although that is a very, very good use of the strategy, they should have actually had some members of infantry help them with taking down members of the anti-tank. Oh no, we do see that the teleportation is coming in from the side there, and look at that. Immediately the shots are coming in towards Anvil, and Anvil now in a very, very tough spot, but it's going to be the GFS forces. They'll take them down. Chris Kalix off view will be able to take down Jerry, and we do see that coming in for the side of members of GSF, they do have an IFV in the middle of the battlefield here, so that's going to help them in terms of how they are going to be placing themselves in the situation. It is going to help them get more get more real estate here, but it is only a matter of time here, because it seems that Lemao Nation has only been dented slightly in terms of their overall points. So we do see Lemao Nation right now is going to be holding on towards a lot of these points with 2 points in their pocket, and sooner or later it is going to be the third point in their, 1 point towards members of AP bots. So this could be the turn of tides for the side of AP bots if they realistically approach B side and try to add a little bit more defensive measures towards not only taking B aggressively, but defending it and holding it really, really well. A side is pretty vulnerable coming in, and we do see right now that a mechanized computing unit is coming out. So Rook Iron Guards are going to be available here as the later stages of the game have started out. We're already hitting the halfway marker for the side of AP bots. Could it be a little bit too late for the side of AP bots to catch up against members of Lemao Nation? ChuChu.
That mechanical computer unit is really a handful to deal with, because why, that thing will produce a lot of crawler and armor collecting later on. They already have a lot of problem to deal with the Rook Iron God at this. I'm talking about Rook Iron God pretty much seems like a tank, or walking tank at that. The thing is, it's just a bit smaller in size, but in terms of damage, it's still decent enough and still too tanky for them to handle. They need a lot of launcher to take that one down, or even a hacking system on the battlesuit probably will hack it through, or maybe even an EMP strike, but they don't have EMP strike on this side, so they have to figure things out. They don't have any battlesuit on the side of GSF. They need that exploit battlesuit to hack system down for the Iron God, so it can be shut down temporarily. While for this, that Rook Iron God, it's a bit headache for the side of AP bots. They're losing points quite fast now. We're talking about down to less than half defending points that they have left. Well, like you said before, the Lemao Nation only dented a bit. 20, not even reaching 20 points, 19 points only being dented for the side of Exeron or Lemao Nation. They might even produce their vehicles later on, and that's going to be more of a hustle, and they'll be quite bad for AP boss. They have to figure things out quite fast here. I'm talking about if they are desperate, they have to shut down the commander and just kill him in his base, because that's what's stopping the production later on, and they are buying more time. But at the same time, the commander on that side have to figure things out, have to upgrade. We do see they try to upgrade the M23 Bell Tank here, but at the same time, will it be enough time for them to do so? Well, the Bell Tank is right in the middle of the town. What they're looking right now is trying to capture the B point, which is the hardest. I think they should deploy a bit of troops, try to capture C first, making sure that the point won't stop. It will actually stop by being deducted here. If only they can capture A and C for GSF or AP bots, that's good enough. And then the time being, try to just get back for B. Try to capture the side points here instead of minimal ones. While wasting it too much resources on B, they are losing points as well, Hound.
Yeah, and that's the thing, coming in for the side of AP bots. They do have a little bit more heavier armor, but we do see that members of Lemao Nation are very well aware of the armor that is going to be presenting itself onto the map. So they do have a little bit of anti-tank capabilities that could basically counter AP bots and their approach. So they have to be very, very careful on how they want to be taking more real estate. We do see the IFV as well as the M33 battle tank is going to be holding on towards some of these points, but we do see other members of AP bots are going to be moving on to the other side. It looks like they want to be contesting one of these points with a long rotation here. It is very wise of them to actually push out and defend one of their points with armored ordnance. But it could be a little bit counterintuitive, because a point defense system has been put down towards one of these points. They could actually move on the IFVs towards the other side and give a little bit of pressure towards Lemao Nation and basically ease up in terms of how to say, relieving themselves of the pressure that is being exerted by the side of Lamau Nation.
But at the same time, looking at a lot of resources will be being pushed down here, and it's going to waste for AP bots. They keep on producing on Scout, which is trying to put more attention for the side of officers, trying to make sure the officers will be put a halt from the advancement towards the side of AP bots here. But at the same time, they are desperate. They need more engineers to actually secure battle tank HP. There goes the AMP strike, disabling the M33 battle tank by the commander. And that commander really have a great, magnificent, I would say, remarkable micro skills here, because that battle tank cannot be moved at all. That EMP strike did a huge impact on the side of GSF, and they're not happy about it. And the moment they realize that just happened, they lost too much resources just to making sure to produce that M33 battle tank, and now they're scratching their heads for sure. AP bots, what will they do now? They are being cornered quite hard by Lamau Nation, who's trying to savagely taking all the points possible. But they're all on the battlefield for the officers. Well, the only person is not having the battlesuit is just the commander anchor, while the side of GSF, they're having a hard time to defend such a bulk officers to fight against so many troops going against them. For the side of GSF AP bots, they're trying to hold on to their last capture point here, which is A, but that's not gonna be enough. They need one more. They need to do something. Another officer down on the side of GSF or AP bots right now, and they cannot lose any more men. They don't have that much resources to produce more scouts, which is not going to help that much in this late game phase already. What they need is marine elites. What they need are the vehicles, the battle tanks, even the IFV can be helpful right now, and the engineers to just walk along the side of vehicles to making sure that the vehicles won't go down so fast. But the EMD strike just now hit them hard, and now they are losing more points than they anticipated. It's gonna be 100 seconds left here, Hound. Can AP bots come back from this?
And I think they do have an opportunity to come back here, but I think it ain't going to come. It ain't going to work out for them in this particular game, mainly because of the amount of pressure that is being used from the side of Lamau Nation. It is going to be the odds against members of AP bots, mainly because of that. That EMP was definitely something that Lamau Nation were considered as a contingency plan against members of AP bots. We do see the M33 battle tank right now taking in some long-range shots towards members of Lamau Nation, but Lamau Nation, they were very, very calculative in terms of using the EMP, mainly because of how they were able to communicate that towards the commander, and commander were able to drop down the EMP, thus disabling the M33 battle tank, taking away the mobility of the armored vehicle and just destroying it relatively easily and fast. So this does show that the level of understanding coming in from Lamau Nation is definitely high. Retreats there coming in from the side of AP bots, and it doesn't look good for them, as Lamau Nation is going to be holding on to its position with relative angst and aggression to basically endure the push that's coming in from the side of AP bots. And it's only 70 points left for the side of AP bots, and this could be GG early on. GG for game number 1 of this second match of today, before we go into game number 2, because it is going to be very, very interesting to see what Lamau Nation is going to be doing later on in the next game, and what kind of strategy that they're going to be employing, and whether or not AP bots will actually make some of these adjustments, because if they don't make the adjustments, they are going to be relegated towards 3rd or 4th place to fight off against #esports.
And now they're trying to capture C point. Can they make it on time? The tank is moving very slow. It seems like no officers trying to help alongside with M33 battle tank just now. Everybody try to focus on defending their base properly, because we've seen before the last minute sometimes they send whatever they have for the one that's winning, trying to go for the base here, because the moment they're going for the base, all officers are forced to go back. And that's where they were holding on to the capture points, which is making it faster now. It's less than 30 seconds. Ultra Flex is down. And AP Boss is suffering everywhere in the map is blue. Nowhere to be seen in the green except for a couple of resources point here. But what they really need is a capture point. AP Boss, they don't have that much time. 10 seconds. Not even 10. Make it faster than that. Not even 5 now. 3. And it's gonna be a GG for game 1. Lamau Nation having a really strong victory at this point. Only dented a little bit on his points there. But that's going to be the first game in the bracket B semifinals. Lamau Nation, man, there was a very solid strategy coming out from the commander.
And yes, it was. It was very solid strategies. They were able to use not only their armored weaponry as well as the heavy ordnance, but they were able to call down the EMP strike, which I believe was a game changer, to quell the push that was coming in from the side of AP Bots. AP Bots, though they showed a valiant effort, it was not to take away from their bravery as well as their valiance. It wasn't a calculated push, and I feel that Lamau Nation was a little bit more organized and a little bit more calculated and tactile in terms of their approach. So props towards members of Lamau Nation. However, it is a best of 3 after all, and we did see that AP Bots were able to call a come from behind win against a team like Team Siput, which in itself was something very impressive to do. However, Lamau Nation is a definite different beast. I can't wait to see who will be proceeding forward towards the grand finals, because I believe that whether it's Lamau Nation or whether it's AP Bots, it is going to be a doozy towards the final game, because it's going to be the grand finals. It's going to be a best of 5. A lot of opportunities to adapt their strategies as well as change their strategies on the fly. So I don't know about you, ChuChu. I can't wait to see what's going to happen next for game number 2 of this match.
Yep, everything is down to commander and the players' officers as well. But we have more match to go. It's just match 1. We're going to have to take a break for a bit because ChuChu and Hound will stay here to cast the game for you guys. Do stay tuned with us. After the break, we'll be right back with more action-packed games.
Such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on a joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy.
As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No review mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
In the immortal words of a hero from a very famous RTS series, we have returned. So anyway, this is the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by MBox Studios and of course the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. Thank you very much for ESL for making sure all of our transitions, as well as our audio, as well as the gameplay, is brought to you in the highest possible quality, seamless and smooth, and making sure that we do not destroy your ears with too crazy volume spikes. Anyway, it has been very interesting to note that the game has been very, very interesting to cast and also watch. However, in terms of competition, well, AP bots have been struggling against Lemao Nation. However, let's hope the 5 minutes that we had to take for that we took a break for is sufficient enough for them to make the necessary and opportune adaptation in terms of changing their strategies. So, without further ado, how about we go over to his ChuChu and find out what she has to think about what is in store for our midway point of this match. Take it away, ChuChu.
Thank you, Hound. And just now we witnessed one of the cleanest victory, a very strong one, that not even giving a breather at all for AP bots. Lemao Nation was having it very well organized. The commander and the officers, all 5 of them, work well together, all down to one singular thing: communication. I think communication is one of the most vital thing in this competition and also towards this gameplay, because only the officers know what's going on in the battlefield, what's they're facing, what they are lacking, what they need, and then passing that information back to the commander. Lemao Nation's commander know exactly what they need and put it right on time. He's been saving all the resources and not being too greedy. That's what happened sometimes when you miscalculate time. I'm talking about AP bots just now, even though they have themselves high facilities of research and also structures just now, but it didn't execute it on time because they lost too much resources in the early phase of the game. For example, even we've witnessed one of the most crucial EMP strike by the commander itself on the side of team Lemao Nation, making sure that they disabled that W23 battle tanks just now in a very short amount of time, in a very crucial time as well. The moment they lost the control of the battle tanks by the side of GSI, which have been played by AP bots, they don't have a plan B. They didn't see that one coming. And the thing is, saving that supply resources from the commander to make sure that he uses it right the time that he needed, that judgment call from a commander is so very important. The moment he used it on time, it was a winning turn for the side of Lemao Nation. There's no way. They're making sure they shut the room, shut every way possible for AP Bots to come back into the game. And the moment AP Bots realize that, they will try to capture the other points, but it's a bit too late. But we're gonna jump into the map video right now, straight away for the map bans and pick. They really don't like downtown here for AP Bots. 2 times in a row banning this map out. Crossing will be out as well as Lamau Nation. Don't really like this map at all. Express is not a famous one between these 2 teams. And again, Academy banning out. So it's down to only 1 map pick, and it's gonna be Central all over again. The thing about Central map is the route pathway between 2 bases is one of the shortest one I've seen. Maybe not the shortest one, but based on my calculation, it's one of it. But down to the faction side, order rates at Eximius Industry on the side of Lamau Nation this time, while AP Bots still playing for Global Security Force again. So Lamau Nation, they are really loving Eximius Industry. And one more thing is that Central, again, it seems like Lamau Nation knows what they are doing. But can AP Bots read the strategy this time and trying to counter-attack it? Just like Hound mentioned before, will it be enough for that 5 minutes for them to discuss and figure things out between AP Bots players and also the commander to think about what they need to do? What do they need to decapitalize on the side of Lamau Nation? We've seen it before. Lamau Nation really focused on capturing the point first and straight going for the resources point afterwards. They're not too greedy when it comes to getting resources done, but they know the tempo, they know the momentum, how much they need. They just take what they need and not going or overboard with it. They didn't go too greedy. But what AP Bot need just now is what happened if the EMP strike again for their battle tanks, because if that happened, they need some plan B now, because they should see this one coming, because the next game is gonna be ready. It's gonna be the second game of AP Bots versus Lamau Nation. This time Hewitt gets away for the second game. First game won by Lamau Nation. Will it finally be the third game we're looking over, or will it be again another 2-0 clean win here? Hound, I'm kind of missing Cloud suddenly. Hound, what is happening for
what's up?
game number 2 right now?
All right. So aside from both these teams switching sides, now it's going to be AP Bots
they
on the side of
switching?
GSF, Lamau Nation on the side of Axiron. So I'm really interested to see whether or not AP Bots will be able to take advantage of this switch and will be able to turn about better ways in approaching these fights, because we did see that they did approach some of these fights with a little bit too much, with a little bit too much aggression, and it wasn't very calculated. So members of Lamau Nation were able to fortify themselves in very good positions and stop the push that were coming from AP Bot. So what I do need to think that AP Bots need to do is they need to focus on getting some of these early points, getting at least a stronger and better, what's the word for it? Defensive points, like point defenses, as well as heavier amount of armors onto the game, and not only let it be the AI that controls it, but also allow it to a point to basically support the armor that they have. Because if they let it run freely, it is not going to be utilized fully, and I feel that could be a huge problem for members of AP Bots if they don't fully utilize what is given to them.
That's kind of true. But right now on production side, we see both teams are trying to push up their resources as fast as they can. Power reactor and power plant are being produced, while at the same time the capture point will be a hot spot for the officers here fighting against each other. We have 2 deltas going at it, and Anvil for the side of GSF, which is AP Bots, are winning that capture point so far at C point, while A and B is still, again, seems like almost the same scene for Lamau Nation, just like how they did for the first game. Seems like a history repeating itself here, Hound. It's very similar based on the last game here. But back about the Lamau Nation.
Sorry about that. I
okay.
forgot. I was talking just now when you said, but I forgot to turn on my mic. Sorry about that. So
It's okay.
Yeah, it was I have to agree, and that's the problem here that could be faced coming in from the side of AP bots, because they are repeating some of the same mistakes. Some of their rotations are the rotation potential coming in from the side of AP bots are really, really high. However, Lamau Nation recognizes that AP bots really do rotations pretty well, and comparatively, Lamau Nation is countering it with not only AI bots, not only with AI control troops on the field, but they are also using their information as well as the technology, as well as the ordnance that they have to try to put some members of AP bots on the back foot. And when they're on the back foot, you're not able to get more of that real estate. It's going to be very tough for members of AP bot to be able to handle the pressure that is coming in from them. And we have seen it time and time again. Lamau Nation could be on to a winning strategy here if they keep this up, because Lamau Nation is focusing on controlling A and B side. A and B points, whereas members of AP bots are controlling the C points. So I do believe that they really, really need to move away from these particular strategies of rotation and try to fight members of Lamau Nation in a better and more concise way.
I have to agree, but at the same time, what I'm looking here right now, what they are lacking on the side of the GSF or AP bots is they don't have enough sustainability to go for a fight after a fight here. While the side of Exeron, Lamau Nation, the commander, making sure all the officers will stay alive as long as they can, so they will not be affected by their own respective economy, so they can gain themselves a battlesuit to last long enough by providing a lot of deployment of mule. That the mule, it doesn't need multiple mules for one officers. You just need one mule for one particular point. That's what's happening right now. Anchor is really low, but he's fighting against a Marine that's almost clipped his last HP there. What he needs right now is to reset himself. Make sure he regen a bit for his shield, making it more time, but the combat unit engineer will try to capture the point as well. But at the same time, he needs to reset to just get back his HP for that officer in particularly. But back to us, B capture point, we're looking at securing quite tight that a lot of troops will be guarding for the capturing B points. Down to 3 flanks against AP bots, which is really suffocating right now. We can see Lamau Nation conquering this map better than the last game. Still flawless so far for the defending points. They will produce more of the Iron Guards and also the Demolition, making sure that they have more support for the officers to buy time, making sure the commander have more time to produce more things here. We're talking about upgrading the facility, upgrading the structures by giving them what they need for the officers as well. They have this sustainability with the mill going on all around the place. On the side of GS Xavier, they're trying as much as they can with all Marine troops, but they keep on losing the resources by wasting a lot of Marine troops that dying in vain and not even being utilized fully here, while on the side of Delta trying to fight against each other for Exeron and GSF at the same time. They are dropping a couple of structures here on top of that building on the higher ground, but these two Delta been playing against each other for a very long time, while the rest of officers of GSF via AP bots try to get away and trying to play flanks. At the same time, they have a lot of scout combats here, and will try to take all of them down for the side of Exeron side scouts. It's going to be enough so far with 2 officers, but they're focusing too much officers in this one particular point, which is their C point. They're trying to defend it, but they're not trying to win back A and B at the same time. If they want to win A and B, they need huge resources for B, and they need a long way and path and wasting a lot of time to travel themselves towards A now. How do they gonna handle this for your side of perspective here, Hound?
Well, I believe that coming in for the side of AP bots, I'm muted, yeah. So for the side of AP bots, they have to be very wary on how they are spending their currency, as well as the amount of heavy ordnance that they're going to be putting in. We do see that Lamau Nation is showing a very, very good understanding of the amount of pressure that they need to push towards members of AP bots, and Lamau Nation has seems to me, they have adjusted their strategy not only to benefit their aggression and tactical awareness, but also to kind of put AP bots in a kerfuffle, in a sense, in a way that AP bots will not be able to push forward and gain the points that they need. And because of that, we do see that Lamau Nation is a little bit more does enjoy a little bit more freedom. As we can see, the forging drone has come up, and Chariot right now hitting up to a higher level of exosuit, which is definitely going to benefit him in a very, very big way. We do see that the battle suits have been dropped down for the side of AB bots as well, but it's only going to be Beetle and Delta, which is Noli and which is Criscalix and Atmats, that will be benefiting from that. So it has to be a very big game-changing way for the side of members of AB bots if they want to stay relevant. However, they do have an opportunity to fight for the third place. So even if they lose out on that third and fourth place matchup, they still have an opportunity to walk away with a bit of prize money. It's just less prize money than the third place is offering. So definitely is going to be a stronger case for them. They can actually consider taking back what they have learned, all the failures that they have learned in this particular matchup for implementation of their strategy, and hopefully fix it in the with what little time that they have, and look towards improving themselves in the later game. However, it is still too early to count them out, but considering how Lamau Nation is dominating members of AP bots, it could be a flawless game number 2 for the side of Lamau Nation.
It's kind of hard to watch this one because right now AP bots still struggling for the second game. They cannot cope themselves with the playstyle of Lamau Nation and AXR forces. Even the troops taking down one of the officers there. Right now what they need is only one exploit Vanguard battlesuit to hack down a system on the side of Iron Guard and take it down if they want to take one of the capture point. And point defense been dropped here around C area to making sure they will secure C so far, but they need more than C. They need A and B. This is what happened in the last game. The moment they realized they tried to capture the other side or the side capture points instead of investing everything in the middle for point B, that's where they're losing the game, because we have less than 190 seconds there if they don't recapture their points. And speaking of which, the officers here are not being aided by any troop whatsoever, not even an engineer, not even anything. And what's important is the supply crate or the supply drop by the commander itself. They need to drop a supply drop from the side of the GS Xavier, the supply center. What they need is nearby to make sure all the officers can stay surviving as long as they can and possible, but it's kind of hard with what they have because it seems like AP bot resources and currency is not doing so well. They don't have enough troop, they don't have enough resources, and they're having problem to just making sure they will capture the resources point as well, because it's been denied entirely. Even Anchor and the rest of the officers from the side of Lamau Nation making sure not even the resources point here will be captured by any of the AP bots officers, and they are fighting against each other at the same time, wasting more time to not capturing back the points that they have lost. And the points keep on ticking down the drain here. AP bots will not actually try to capture any points because they are fighting too many times, wasting too much time for the resources points, which is not going to be enough time for them to capturing back the points that they needed, which is going to be A and C. And most marines and also engineers will be produced here, but what they really need, even in IFV, will be needed in the time of need right now is the crucial time for it to be produced, but they don't have enough credit, they don't have enough supply and resources to make that happen. While on the side of Lamau Nation keep on making meals, and also Iron God have been keep on produced by the commander here to be sure that their officers have enough what they need, and that is a strong advancement coming out. And that Alchemy strike, will it buy more time for the side of GS Xavier? I'm not sure, because we're looking at Rook Iron God already being produced on the side of Lamau Nation. It's still been flawless, and this is just hard to watch. B capture point is everything they have been invested here for both of the team here. They don't have a choice for GSF. They have to fight this one out, and this is not doing great at all for the side of AP bots, Hound.
Our base is taking damage.
Yeah, and that's the problem here. When you see that AP bots is struggling in terms of getting those points, and members of Lamau Nation are very aware of the struggles that AP bots are trying to do, are trying in terms of getting those points as well as covering more ground. Members of Lamau Nation are very, very smart, are very well aware of the discrepancies of push that is coming in from the side of AP bots. So they push harder and harder and deeper into members, into AP bots territory. And look at that, the point defense right now being attacked by Chariot while it's being repaired, and boom goes the point defense, and it's only a matter of time before the advance coming in from the side of Lamau Nation is going to steal away C point from members of AP bots, and it's just going to add towards the decay rate of points that AP bots is going to experience in the final few stages of this game.
Yep, AP bots right now being decapitated by Lamau Nation. Whatever they have to throw straight away will be invisible in the map, because they will wipe everything out. For Lamau Nation, they are more than prepared. Whatever they have to offer for AP bots, and down to 90 seconds now. That's all the time they have left. Less than 2 minutes, and that time they have to figure things out. They are making the same mistake like they did in the last game. They are being outnumbered, outplayed by Lamau Nation so far, and they know where their offices are for Lamau Nation. While the side of AP bots, they are unsure about which point they want to focus on. They do have a turret here, even from behind of the side of this point here. So slowly but surely, they are trying to make sure that they cover all the maps in blue color. We're talking about even capture point C here will be jeopardized by the side of GSF, because slowly but surely they are crawling, creeping inside of GSF territory. AP bots have less territory than they hoping they will have. And look at that, even Anchor can just wipe everybody out. The Marines combat will not be helpful enough. They don't have enough resources. They don't have anything on the side of AP bots anymore. And it's less than 1 minute. And now Lamau Nation is not even dented. This might just be a flawless win on the side of Lamau Nation. Will they charge in the base as well? That's a bigger question, because they can. They have whatever they need to. If the point defense is back up here again for point C, but just 1 point is not enough. They need to take at least 1 point A, but it's too far from what they can reach here. They cannot even cross into B zone, B capture point, or they will be harassed quite hard by Lamau Nation here. AP bots, they are struggling. They are suffocating. The point defense just easily taken down by Chariot. This is just upset. There's nothing to repair. There's nobody to defend at the same time. Where are the officers of GSF? They are in respawn again. There's nobody to defend this Hound.
And that's the problem here coming in from the side of AP bots, because the amount of pressure that's coming in from the side of Lamau Nation is just too much. Most of the members are spending time respawning, which is going to add to the downtime. And the amount of members on the field is definitely on the deficit here for the side of AP bots, because we do see time and time again that the amount of push that members of Lamau Nation pushing into the field, actually pushing into the base already, as again members Delta, Anvil, Eagle, and Beetle have been taken out on the side of AP bots. It's only a matter of time as the inevitability of defeat will come to members of AP bots as Lamau Nation continues the push. Members of AP bots already going GGWP, rightfully so, towards a very dominant display from the side of Lamau Nation, as we have our second finalist that is going to be moving into the grand finals, and it is going to be Lamau Nation.
And it was a flawless 500 points victory, and they went harder for the second round than the first they ever did, and that was really tough for AP bot to fight against. I love how the way Lamau Nation just how well can they multitask for the commander and the players as well. They're making sure they are alert in every corner of the map, and there's no room for AP bots to make a mistake, but they keep on making the same mistake all over again. We talk about Lamau Nation being very meticulous when it comes to the map control here.
And that's the thing that I feel that Lamau Nation did really well compared to AP bots, because the amount of strategy that was applied, the amount of pressure that was applied as well, coming in from the side of Lamau Nation was just too much. AP bots, they did a valiant effort. They did try their very level best towards pushing members of Lamau Nation back, but it seems that AP bots had bit off a little bit more than they could chew. They spent way too much time on they spent way too much downtime, I feel. And because the downtime effect definitely allows for the advancement of troops and makes it easier for the logistics of troop delivery and troop mobilization for members of Lemao Nation to take advantage of, it was definitely something that AP bots did not consider in terms of the aggression that members of the Lemao Nation were showing. However, they still have a second chance for third or fourth place. So in terms of prize money, they got it secure. So they can either they can risk it. I believe that they should risk it a little bit against, if I'm not mistaken, it's hashtag esports, right? Hashtag esports for the battle for third or fourth place. So at the end of the day, it is going to be exciting. I do hope that this break is going to give them a little bit more, not time, a little bit more thinking. They can do a little bit more thinking between this time from now until the next match, and at least adjust their proper strategies. And I hope that they are able to basically score a higher positioning in the overall standings. But hashtag esports stands in their way.
But before that, advance congrats there for Lemao Nations, because they are advancing towards the grand finals, which is going to fight against Naga. That's going to be an immersive and really mesmerizing battle, because these two teams, I have to say, even though they have a different style of strategy, but their playstyle is almost similar to each other. They are very alert about everything that's happening in the map, and also whatever happened towards their officers, and be sure they are supplying enough troops and so aid like a field support for their own officers as well. And be sure to actually make sure they all research and resources being used wisely. But AP bots and also hashtag, they have, like you said, third and fourth placement to go. So they have more time here to actually rethink about their strategies to secure third and fourth placement for themselves. But what's going to be happening in the grand finals, we have no clue, because right now we're going to head into the break, because ChuChu and Hound will need to drink some water, or plenty of them, because that was an intensive game just now. So see you guys after the break. Don't go anywhere. We're gonna jump straight into match one. Every second matters for them, because it's ticking off their point here. The moment the point's down to 0, they will lose the game. And Eximius is going super aggressive, not thinking twice about what will they go for next. The moment you have more flags, it's gonna be the other side that's struggling with their points, suffering bit by bit. At the same time, you can also charge right straight in the base, which is harder to actually win the game if you don't have enough resources. So you need resources.
Point A from the side of AXR, and this could be an opportunity for them to catch up. But it's too late. A little bit of a fight here coming in between Bravo and Delta here from the side of AXR and DSF. And really good job there. Dorito coming in from the side of Bravo. Doing it up now. Bravo gets taken down. But no, we got another shot here. Very close for the battle here. And
Oh my goodness. That was a huge clutch coming up from Delta just now.
Oh, it seems that a little bit of
The
action here coming in
base.
from the side of Naga. Naga right now pressing on towards the base, and only 20 HP left. Coming in, total HP coming in from the side of Final Assault. This could be game number 1 here, as Naga seems to have a flawless first game as the pressure mounts onto the side of Final Assault.
Oh,
However,
no.
this is a best of 3, ChuChu.
We're gonna jump into the game straight away for game number 2. Team Naga versus Final Assault. Having some eyes onto the Castle and Bravo on the side of a GSF. Bravo is solo there. He's trying to capture himself a point, but it's not gonna be enough. He's going in alone, and that's just really a suicide mission. And that's one capture point.
Moving on towards more and more real estate, making it harder for GSF to actually advance deeper and deeper and closer towards those control points.
Oh my god, this Omicron tank is really harmful for them. They don't have any grenade launcher, and the rifles won't help that much from the side of officers. Even have themselves the battle suit on. The side of the officers of Eximius is just panning down every single possible. They all are on their own battle suit. With Beetle, Sherrod, and Eagle on the orange battle suit is really hard to point out. Look at that repair drone straight away being dropped here right next to that tank, but there you go. Victory! The regiment versus 4 ice buckets from Thailand. So Hound, you're gonna hop into the game right now. Anvil, Bravo, and Delta on the side of Ice Bucket already got themselves that logo. That logo represents that battlesuit that they are wearing. If you have yourself that battlesuit, you have extra armor, you have extra shield, you also have your own respective abilities based on your battlesuit here. Which what's happening right now is PSF, which Eagle trying to pin down, but it's not gonna be enough. Look at how he flies from that map just now, Hound.
To get as much real estate as they can here, as tanks as well as walkers are pushing it out on the side of Ice Bucket. This could be a problem for the side of Regiment here. As we hit the 7-minute marker, this could be huge advantage for the side of Ice Bucket as they are looking towards pushing back members of Regiment further and further away from the points, making it harder for them not only to secure points but also to get their currency up. They have 4,800 currency available for them. I do not know why they're not using it. I think they should spam out more tanks, more ordnance, more abilities here. We do see that there is a bit of a struggle coming in from the side of Regiment. It seems that names will not reflect the overall strategy that's coming in from the side of Regiment here, but we do see that Regiment right now from behind looking towards capturing some 2 points here. Points A and point B are up for contention, and it seems that Regiment, it seems that their long game here is definitely working for them, but we do see that, look at that, the Iron Guard there looking towards putting in so much pressure as the exosuits are coming in. The amount of damage that is being put out from the Iron Guard as well as the high HP pool just shows how hard it is for members of Regiment to try to take these points here. It seems that Regiment already 4 members are down for the count with only Apex Gaming still in play here. But no, Eagle has been taken down. The Eagle has fallen, and we do see that the respawn timers are going to be coming back into play here.
But now it's down to 20 seconds. 15 seconds for Regiment to capture back the points. It's gonna be the end now. 10, 9, 8. Oh my goodness me, this is just hard to watch. 5, 4, 2, 1. And that's it. It's a huge win for game number 2. The Regiment versus the 4 Ice Buckets on match B here. Let's go for game 2. We do have a couple of shots open up here. They're trying to snatch away for Beetle, trying to hold in on to this capture point. And it's going to be capture point A they are fighting for. Well, B and C already down onto Ice Buckets' side. That's a very fast move coming up from the Thai teams, capturing all points here aside from point A, which is being contested heavily by the Regiment. Again, I'm talking about the early game. The commanders get to actually choose what tech upgrades we can see just now, and that kind of gave off their strategy, what kind of play they want. And that's one officer down, taken down entirely, and now it's not happy for Bravo. Looking at one of his officers down, he tried to chase off Beetle, but there's so many troops in front of him as well. So Beetle down from shield, tried to generate it at the same time, flanking it left and right, but there's nowhere to hide. Bomber flag to stop the taking of their points. It's going down every single second we are talking. But Eximius, look at that 3v1 for that officers. That's brutal. And that's just GSF, not enough troop to cover one officer.
Regiment right now under a little bit of fire here as the battle support has been dropped down for the side of GSF for Ice Bucket.
Oh,
and
no.
we do see that they are going to be able to logistically deliver troops faster here. It seems that members of Regiment have got to be very wary of this battle suit pod here, and they have to contest it. We do see right now Eagle as well as Castle fighting it out, and it seems that Castle right now taking in a little bit of damage here as Eagle taking in some of those shots, and we do see tank, first tank coming in, M33 battle tank with 10,000 HP being deployed by the side of Ice Buckets, and this is going to give them all the more support and allow for easier amounts of logistics here.
This is just horrible. They are marching towards their base here with so much units and troops on the side of Ice Bucket. They are charging probably into the base of the Regiment straight head on, and this is not a pretty sight for the Regiment. They have to think of something very fast because this M33 battle tank will be more than a problem. It will be the apocalypse if they don't take it down. Look at that. They're marching with a battle tank here, and there's nothing can stop this battle tank right now. They're marching into the Regiment base straight head on. They're no care for their battle point capture anymore. They're going straight for the base. There's nothing to defend this except for one fabricator right in front. And look at that. All the Marines are coming in alongside of the tank. The offense is there as well with the Nate's launcher. This is just hard to one town. They are going down fast. The regiment, 70 points are remaining. But this is the base we're talking about. They will finish this one off.
It is terrible coming in from the side of Regiment, as they are going to be taking so much damage to the command center, and it is going to be GG for the side of Regiment, as it is going to be victory for the side of 4 Ice Bucket.
Match C for game number 1, AP Bot versus Team Seaport. In your base. At the same time, the offense are getting a go here. Both Eagle and Delta, 4 respective teams, are trying to take down each other. That will actually kind of decapitalize each other economy, but Eagle on Exorosa is really low. Well, Delta only being chipped down his shield there. While Anvil on the side of GXF trying to take down Castle. His shield is actually down, but they finish it off.
Yeah, I definitely do, but it seems that this could be a big problem here for the side of AMR, because they are trying to be pushing into a more contentious point here, but it seems that GSF is going to be holding on. 50 points left for the side of EXR. Could this be a signifier of the end for the side of EXR? Ooh, the Magical taking down Karakuri, as they're going to be trying to push it in towards them, but it seems that EXR right now in a lot of trouble here. We do see Eagle right now taking in a little bit of damage here, and it seems that Toby will be able to take on the Magical, as they are trying to get more of these points. 2 points now, 1 point under contention here for the side of AP Bot, for the side of GSF. EXR right now trying to salvage whatever hope that they can, and look at that, a point defense coming in and more artillery being dropped down from the side of GSF, and it seems like you said, it is hard to see. 8 more points left, 5 more to go, and it seems that this is the beginning of the end. The GG has been called, and it's a beautiful win for the side of GSF.
It's gonna be game 2, AP Bot versus Team Seaport, and it's 1-0 for now, but can Team Seaport bounce back into the game?
I want to see a Team Seaport actually adjust their strategy and see how they are going to be attacking these points. We did see that AP Bots were very wise towards their approach towards how they were going to attack these situations here. So we do see that, as we can see, Marine combat armor. So there is going to be quite a bit of attention. So we're going to be following on to the castle perspective here. They are going to be taking some of these points early on. Oh, but look at that, Beetle right now, as well as Castle fighting it out. But it could be a very interesting fight here, and it's going to be Toei that takes out Atmas early on, and this could be very interesting to note, because Atmas was trying to hold on to it, but we do see Anoli right now. Crystal is taking down Cortex. Beautifully done here with some beautiful shots coming in, but we do see more and more action here as both these teams are looking towards holding on. Karakuri taking down Crystalix. Beautifully done for the side of Team Seaport here, as AP Bots is going to be struggling with 1 point going over to the side of Team Seaport.
Oh, they are still battering it out. This capture point must be crucial one. And it's just the 8-point capture here. 2 points, 1 point each for all the capture points, B and C. So the tick will not be going down anywhere here. On the side of Anchor, this officer is trying to take down on Eagle on the side of GSF. They're chasing it down, trying to pin it, and that's Cortex.
Alright, so we do see now that AP Bot is going to be in a little bit of trouble here, as Team Seaport is going to be taking over 2 points here. We do see that members of AP Bots right now does recognize that there is a little bit of urgency that they need to hold on to some of these points. But we've seen time and time again, it seems that Team Seaport right now going to be holding on to 3 points already, and AP Bots is going to have a lot of trouble here. Look at that, brilliantly done here, coming in from the side of Team Seaport. Now that the fight is coming in for the side of AP Bots as well. The fire is coming down. Delta right now taking in a lot of damage here, trying his best to actually quell the push that's coming in. But oh, Crystal is nicely done.
They were being crushed down previous game with the flawless points by the Team AP Boss. This time it's so different. They kind of get the momentum on the side of Team Seaport now. They are focusing on vehicles as well as Iron God production and for the side of Exron. But the moment they are too occupied with the productions, that's the moment GSF, the side of AP Bots, taking over the capture points here. And all 3 capture points turn back towards the side of GSF. All green flags down there.
This could be the turning point for the side of Team Seaport here, as 2 structures, 2 points are being contested right now. 1 point has gone over to the control of Team Seafood, and 2 points have gone to the control for Team Seafood. And it could be hard for the side of AP Bots for them to steal it away from members of Team Seafood.
They're trying to siege it over. They're trying to take more time. They need to buy more time here. While the rest of the officers from the side trying to corner things around. The Exron is not happy about this. Team Seafood struggling to fight it over while GSF holding on to that point, trying to win it over, but it's not going to be enough. Back to capturing point here. Exron taking point B and C, capturing back. But look at that deployment of 4 Iron Guard by the commander. This is just brutal. Exron is not easily bowing down to AP Bots just yet. They will not give it easily for that point to be recaptured back towards the side of GSF. And Exron holding B points, the middle point, one of the points that is most crucial in the map right now. Heavily guarded with 4 Iron Guards. Now, one more box being dropped here, and I think it will be the point defense as well. It's not enough that they drop 4 Iron Guards. They're gonna drop point defense to fight against the Iron Guard. The GSF is not bowing down as well. It's all the infantry battles here. Point defense versus the Iron Guard. Who's gonna win this? But there's also a Nate launcher just now. And point defense who just been dropped is straight away being decapitalized. Nowhere to be seen. Right now, AP Bots is playing the patience game. They're playing with the MT3 versus the Omicron. Look at that. Charging right in. And there's even grenade launcher from Delta side trying to take out the M23 barrel tank there. But the Omicron having a lesser HP will go down first. So many scouts combating units around the corner. It may be the whole mid launcher bullets you have to use it to take it down. But they are marching straight into the base this time. But it's not a naked base. It will be a lot of structure to guard around the base. This is just brutal. They are going for in or all out for the side of GSF. This is just really hard to watch. But will it be a wise move here? They might have to sacrifice these resources just to make the M33 battle tank here.
And we do see shots there being released from both sides, and it seems that this could be an opportunity for Team Seafood to come back into this game because they are holding on towards some very important choke points that enable, that disable the fact that they are able to move around such points. So the point defense system is definitely working pretty hard and has its job cut out for AP Bots. However, AP Bots could be being spelled doom here as they're going to be hitting the 80 mark.
I'm looking at Exron ship. We'll drop another. I think that's going to be another probably Iron Guard. 4 Iron Guards dropping in to just take down the point defense with the aid of some of the combat units. And them taking down B point for the side on Team Seafood. And this is not a good news for GSF at all. It's still ticking down for their points here as Exron have conquered half of the map. Still a 50-50 game, but they still can bounce back for GSF or AP Bots. But if they are not fast enough, if the commander is not producing the right units at the right time and dropping at the right place, this will be the loss for their second game here.
50 points are left for the side of AP Bots. There is a strong, big possibility that we are going to be going into game number 3. But man, oh man, has it been exciting to watch. These streamers as well as players and casters and influencers are going up against one another and keeping it as exciting as possible. ChuChu.
GSF with that winning just now, capture back 2 points, and now down to 1 more point here. All that's left is just the 8 points. If they take this one down, it might be get back into GSF favors. AP Bots might just win this game. If they manage to send 1 more M23 full level up tier, they tried to send the officer just now, but there's 1 more officer guarding it from the side, and they will recapture for the Exron at the capture point A.
And this is beautifully done there, coming in from the side of GSF. GSF right now looking to hold towards B and C. 77 points for the side of AXR. This could be a very close game here coming in for both of them, as we're going to be hitting the halfway mark for the side of AXR. It is going to be very interesting here, as we do see GSF forces are going to be taking out Seaput, and he is going to be taken down for 25 seconds here. It is going to be bad here, as Anchor, Anvil, Delta are very, very low. Eagle is going to be the only one. The M33 battle tank is holding on towards a choke point here, and look at that. Anchor, being controlled by Cortex, is under a lot of pressure, and this is the way that AP Bot should have played. Another M33 battle tank coming into the middle side here. The choke point is under a lot of pressure, and this could be the winning condition for the side of AP Bots for them to 2-0 members of Team Seaput. This is the only time where we see both teams play it in such a very competitive manner, and this could be the spelling of the end for the side of Team Seaput. If AP Bots keep this up, they need to maintain this choke point. They need to hold this position, and they need to make sure that they do not lose out on the point. If they lose out on the points here, taking it back is going to be incredibly tough. And look at that, the artillery is coming down, raining hellfire onto members of Team Seaput. And man, oh man, was it a calculated decision coming in from the side of AP Bots to control this choke point, not only with tanks, but also with infantry. It is going to be hard for members of Team Seaput for them to steal it away. AP Bots looking to end this very nail-biting and close game between them and Team Seaput.
Oh no, I have no clue who's winning this. Extra on Team Seaport right now. They are in a really dire need to recapture the points. It's taking way a lot more than they anticipated. They have a lot of combat units, but these scouts will be enough. They need a repair drone alongside with the Omicron tank and a crawler as well. And this is, look at that, they try to jump in, but that M53 battle tank is being
Anchor.
just covered by that Anchor. Try to recapture the point with the help of Castle, and they made it. They bought more time for the team. But the moment they tried to buy time, the whole Marine troop coming in with them to the tree covered that capture point. You cannot see people capturing it, and the Marines being sent up to the higher grounds. And will try to recapture the points as an officer and trying to actually hold on to this. They need them points to move. AP Bots really close to winning, while Exron is really close to comeback as well. This is a really close game between two teams. A lot of Marines, young combat unit alongside with Beetle and Anvil, but there is nowhere to be seen from the side of Exron around this point. And they tried to capture a different point B, which is kind of futile right now because there's so many, even an EMP strike being dropped there, but there's nothing in there for them to hack the system except for the M33 battle tank. That M33 battle tank just now being decapitalized with that EMP strike. It will be down for some time, couple of seconds, so it will be not fully utilized by GSF. This is a time for the Exron to charge right in because that tank is down for a moment.
And there it is, GGWP being called out.
We're gonna go for the final match today as Ballerina Elite Sphinx versus Lamau Nation in game number 1, last match today. And now Lamau is struggling to fight against them because they only have 1 capture point, and that takes off away their points. While the Meal running over for Delta, replenish the ammunition and HP as well. Anchor charging right in. Delta didn't see that one coming, came up from behind here. GSF officers, Lamau Nation took them by surprise, and Anvil will have no backup whatsoever, and this will be GSF capture point taken. Castle, which opened up the exo shield, trying to guard down another officer from the back. They are playing this as a 4-man entirely, as all the officers are around the B point capture, and they are trying to siege it back. And this is not a great news. There's only Frost, the only officer alive. Their Anchor is far too apart to actually help his friend out, and they will recapture B point. Like you said, if only they can capture 8 point, that will force GSF to rotate a bit furthermore. And the B point is really heavily guarded for GSF because they don't want to move further than they need to. That's why they are neglecting C entirely. As long as they have 2 points on their side, they can be a bit more secure and just dropping more turrets, making sure that their point defense will defend it as long as they can, while they are buying more time to make themselves an M32 battle tank. At the same time, trying to research it up to level 3 tier. But look at that! Heavily artillery strike coming up from the commander, making sure everybody from Exron will clear themselves out from that point of view. Well, they're not fully utilized the scouts on top of that building just now. Did you see that? It's just not moving. They're not moving their units to full use.
Going to be moving. We see Anvil and Bravo right now moving up, but the point defense, this could be very interesting here because some of the combat, oh, look at that. Nicely done there. Combat engineers that are coming in, trying to stop the push here. But it seems that the automated sentry gun that defends the area there is going to be taken down. This is an opportunity for the side of BAE Slings to actually steal up that point again. And this is where
it seems like a defense point will be dropped here to guard this point being captured by the side of Exeron, and this is hard to watch because they have the M33 belt tank, they have the defense tower all over the place, and Battle Sphinx right now being pushed in the corner. Even though they are winning right now, about how much longer can they withstand themselves with this kind of defense? Question is, where is that M33 going? It's going straight to the base of the base Sphinx here. Everybody are forced to a retreat, which makes them cannot get their capture points. It's just really pushed into the corner. Oh, look at that! There's a lot of explosion for the structure. 19 seconds to go. For now, they recapture the points yet. No, not yet. 15 seconds to go. At the same time, the command center being bombarded heavily by the side of GSF. And this is just a torture to watch. AXR, Base Sphinx will just have to bow down for the first game. And it was a massive explosion coming out into the base. They have no way out. And then it's a secure win for the side of Lamau Nation, taking away the matchup today for the first game in the best of 3. And that's it for Base Sphinx bowing out. And that closing the curtain, Hound. This is it. One victory for the GSF Force play. We're going down to game number 2 of the matchup. Bell Arena Elite Sphinx versus Lamau Nation. Some drops here coming out from the Exron, which are going to be Lamau Nation. Probably the Iron God drops coming out from the commander side here. While the rest of Bell Arena Elite, the Sphinx, trying to push themselves slowly but surely towards the higher ground. While the Frost and the rest of the troops trying to defend it. It's going to be forced themselves into a retreat. The Marines as well as the GSF. They are trying to rush on the other way. They're trying to play for the flanks. And now they're taken out by surprise. Frost trying to hide this one out, but there's nowhere to hide anymore. They're being cornered. Bravo being pushed into lower ground instead. And now it's down to the officers and the commanders to communicate what they need. They need to tell the commander what to produce. And now they even have a Rook Iron God. This Rook Iron God is pretty much like a walking tank, if you ask me. It's so hard to bring it down. You need a grenade launcher to finally take one out. It's untouched, but their points is almost to nil or almost to none. And it's a solid win coming up from Lamau Nation, winning 2-0 in a row. But nice try.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020. I'm your host, Hound, and it has been awesome thus far. We are finally here to find out who is going to walk away, our semi-finalists, who is going to be walking away with 3rd or 4th position. Will it be hashtag esports or will it be AP Bots? AP Bots had a bit of a struggle in that first game, and just so you guys know, ChuChu had to unfortunately leave us because she's inclined to be doing another event that's coming up. So for those of you guys who don't know, I will be casting this alongside Pontus, who was our lovely man that gave us so much information about the game and from GTR. So I can't wait to see that happen. So how about we get to know a little bit about Pontus and what he has to say about the game. Pontus, over to you, mate.
Thank you very much. I mean, yeah, I've been watching it on the sidelines, and I'm a little scared here. I don't know how I'm going to live up to ChuChu's hype. Normally, you know, in my cast days when I'm the caster, it's usually on the analyst side. But I'm excited to be here, you know, casting next to you. And for the games in general, I mean, I think it's a lot more competitive than yesterday. You know, yesterday we did have some 500-0 games, and today I really just want to see, you know, Thailand versus Malaysia is coming up, you know, for the third place match. I want to see, you know, that little rivalry come out and just, you know, figure out who is going to be our top three this particular match. But overall, we've seen some different strategies. We've seen some rushing tanks. We've seen some rushing iron guards. I think like all of these captains are, you know, being very inspirational, because at the end of the day, they've only had access to this game for a few days, right? They haven't had months and months of practice, because Eximius is a new game. It's something that's not on the market yet. We're still in early access. So watching all of these guys, you know, try to innovate their strategies and do something really cool for the viewers, I think is really awesome. Yeah. So next up, like I mentioned, we got Thailand versus Malaysia. Super excited to see these guys. It's actually a funny story. So Arthur and these guys, I've known them for years. And when we were told that we could invite the Thai team, this is really cool. You know, we have 7 Malaysians, locals. We have 1 Thai team. Mikasa and all of these guys are actually professional gamers themselves, but they play in Dota. So they are Dota 2 professional gamers. Some of them are really good at FPS, so we're excited to have them here. And another funny story, actually, back in GTR, we ran a tournament before, and Boone was incredible. We played an RPG game, and he just made an entire spreadsheet analyzing each and every character. Something that I wasn't expecting. So these guys do have a lot of power, a lot of excitement, and I think that they're going to put up like a really, really good match. And then for the AP bot guys, we got Uwu the Magical, Hauser and Yololi, Admaps, and Criscalist. Of course, me being here in Thailand, I don't know them very well personally, but I've heard really good things from Jeremy and Kevin that are managing the players in the back. And right now, we're sitting here, these 2 games. We had some very interesting ties yesterday, and we almost had the Thai team win their last match. It went really, really far. So let's see what kind of strategy they can pull up against AP bots, right? And what AP bot can bring up against them. So for me, I'm just excited to see these guys fight it out. You know, Thailand versus Malaysia, who's going to be our top 3. And we'll see what kind of plays they're going to bring out and strategies. So right now, you know, we're counting down. We're just a few minutes away. So I really want to see someone actually, you know, use the sniper a little bit more. I haven't seen anyone use it. Like, you know, there's this attachment that makes you actually tap and does a lot of damage. When I'm playing Eximius myself, well, actually, usually I'm the commander, to be honest. But when I am playing an infantry troop, I'm always playing that little attachment that gives you a sniper. And you can just tap like a couple of ways at the head. For this tournament, I haven't seen a lot of people use that weapon. And I also think that the teams are a little bit slow in actually adapting to the tank strategies. So I want to see what can they actually bring out this game. You know, this is for 3rd place. There's a little bit of money involved. And yeah, I want to see some snipers coming out. That's definitely what I want to see. And yeah, we'll see what they bring out. So here we go in the veto maps. Personally, one of my favorite maps is downtown. So that got banned here by AP Bot. Hashtag is banning Express. We got Crossing banned out by AP Bot. Never actually played that map myself, but I have watched it. Central will be banned out by Hashtag. And finally, we're going to be seeing... What are we going to see here? We got Academy coming out. Okay, so this is a map I see a lot when we do community events with Ammobox as well. Seems to be a really, really interesting map. So Hashtag is going to go with Axeron. AP Bots is going to go with GSF. Not surprised about this at all, to be honest, because Hashtag has really been nailing the AXR team. They prefer it over GSF by a lot, so I think it's really good for them to actually get this team here in the first match. It will give them, at least for themselves, a little bit of advantage because they're more used to it. So, but again, I haven't seen like, you know, an Iron Guard rush that from them or anything coming out. So I want to see if they can be a little bit, you know, innovative here. And also they have good FPS players. So again, let's see some snipers, see a little bit more of other weapons and pick up those anti-tank a lot earlier. Because tanks have been like a regular topic here for GSF throughout the entire tournament. Most people do go for them very quickly. So yeah, I'm really excited. I think this is going to be a really good game. So I don't know, like Hound, do you have any particular thoughts you think here? What about these two teams? You know, you've been at the sidelines this entire time. Hashtag versus AP bots. Any particular thoughts you think? Any strategies that you think they'll bring out? So, Jared, so we got the game starting here in 1 minute, coming up very, very soon. Looking forward to this match. I think I really want to see Arthur, so the GSS spotted guy on the sniper. He plays it really well in Valorant. But I do really hope that, again, Mikasa here coming out, so he is their captain. He does the RTS mode. He's played a couple of RTS games to actually practice Command & Conquer a couple of weeks ago. So let's see what they can bring out in this particular game. Very excited to see it. And here we go. Hashtag esports versus AP bots.
Hashtag esports going up against AP bots. So it's going to be a Thailand versus Malaysia affair. Whose food is spicier? We shall find out in this game, because winner not only walks away with the prize money, but they also walk away with bragging rights, which I feel that is going to be definitely something that they want to achieve, especially. And I do agree with you in the sense that this game hasn't been available to a lot of these players for an extended amount of time. So there is a little bit of a steep learning curve that they have to how to say that they have to practice with, right? So as I said beforehand, there has to be a little bit of adaptation that needs to be adaptation in terms of the strategies that need to be approached by AP bots as well as hashtag esports. So I do see that hashtag as well as AP bots, they did try to change their strategies when they were going up against some of these teams. However, I feel like they were not to say funneling, they were tunneling onto one particular strategy, which is rushing that mid-game tank to get a little bit more mobility, a little bit more armor and a little bit more durability in terms of having that troop support. But I feel like there's a little bit of underutilization, mainly because of they are really relying on the fact that the tanks as well as some of the heavy armor are self-reliant. I feel like that isn't exactly the best way to go, because they do need a little bit of infantry support to fully utilize their capabilities. And I think that that could be realized in this game here. It is going to be a best of 3, but will 3 games be enough? Could it be a 2-0? We shall have to wait and see, Pontus.
Yeah, indeed. And if you took a look at the tech tree right there, like we do have the AP bots guys coming out with a little bit of more infantry. And for hashtag, they were looking at like bringing in this what's the power upgrade called? But either way, we've got a fight coming up here in mid right now. Both teams are coming up heavily on the point. Every single person here on hashtag is getting taken out. A couple of more assault rifles coming in. Eagle here looking to drop. Castle sitting in the background. He's going to be flanking up, coming up from behind him now. We've got 2 more assault rifles coming on the right. Castle's getting low. He should be able to take them out. Nope, he will be down actually. So hashtag takes the first round right there. We got more backup coming in. And for Anvil over and Delta over on the right, it looks like they're all kind of just going straight towards that midpoint. They want to control the choke point of the map. And earlier in the tournament, we did actually see a lot of turret strats, right? They come in, they drop them very quickly on the GSF side in particular. And they're just like nailing that mid spot so that no one can come in. And that's what I talked about before. I feel like we're not seeing enough anti-tank. We need to see more. So I really want to see how quickly are these turrets going to come down so we can start seeing more anti-tank, more bazookas. We can take out the turrets, take out the tanks. So in the midway right now, still some minor fighting here. One of the assault rifles on the right is taking out Delta, is still pushing up. On the back, Anvil coming in. Mid spot is taken out again, but we have 2 points right now for the AXR teams. The hashtag's taking an early lead, A and C being taken out, B currently being controlled by GSF. So we'll see if they're going to come back down here on the mid lane. Eagle popping up, Delta moving away. So you can see there's 5 people clashing here on the mid spot on B, and they really want to protect it. Bravo is taking out Anvil. Anvil's getting low, hiding behind the wall, pushing up. Who's going to take out... Oh, and there we go, Delta coming in for some backup, and they're going to be 3 versus 1. He's going to die. Castle on the right side, meanwhile, here. For AXR is sneaking up. Will he be able to fight 3 people at once? I highly doubt it. Castle getting lower, and he's taken out again. So GSF here just really controlling this midpoint. And meanwhile, they're sending up some infantry here, a little bit below the point, and there we go. We got a power reactor coming in, right? Yes, power reactor coming in here for the mid lane. They're going to be setting up. Sorry for calling it lane, you know, MOBA MOBA background. But yeah, Power Reactor.
we all
coming up here in the-
most probably come from that MOBA background, don't we, Pontus? I mean, I myself am a MOBA caster myself, so I mean, it is one of the easiest way to describe it. And I do believe that yes, you are right. There is a very high level of urgency that is being practiced by some of these members towards taking that midpoint, that mid choke point. Mainly because that if you control the mid choke point, it's harder for a lot of the other teams to be moving around. But the problem is, in terms of that, logistically, we do see hashtag esports are taking advantage of it, while the focus from AP bots is towards that B midpoint. A and C have been taken away by hashtag esports, which could be detrimental towards AP bot because it does open up the flanks for a counter push from the side of hashtag esports. If they don't play it well coming in from AP bot, it could be a huge problem and they could lose out another point that could put them on a higher detrimental and a higher point decay as the game progresses.
And there we go. You can see the turret coming out. But one thing that's really interesting, did you see that fabricator all the way up in the middle? So AXR,
yes, I did.
AXR are using that strategy where they're placing their buildings a lot closer to the point so they can get there right away. It's something we haven't seen a lot in this tournament, so that's very interesting. And this is what I talked about, coming up with something innovative, being aggressive. I think they're doing really well right now. We obviously have a 500 versus 410 point lead. Eagle coming up here on the side, and they're looking to capture, looking to defend. Yeah, that middle point, man, like it's the turrets every single time. But I feel like the walls around the point is a pretty good the defense against the turret, right? So even if turrets set up, it has like the walls on the left, walls on the right, walls in front. So you kind of have to sneak around the corner. And when you do so, it will fire against you. Oh no, the fabricator here being attacked by the anti-tank, as we talked about before. So Anvil and Delta, they're warming up. They want to take out this fabricator. We'll see if they're able to do so. Meanwhile, what is this coming down? Is this another turret? They're setting down 2 already.
Wow, it seems that there is a little bit of urgency coming in from the side of AP bots to hold that point defense. However, I do believe that this strategy may not be utilized to its full potential, mainly because that those turrets are focused towards the points. I believe that those turrets or those static emplacements should be focused on some really high choke points to disable some flanking maneuvers that are coming in from hashtag esports. And I do believe that the level of strategy that hashtag esports is implementing into the gameplay is definitely paying them dividends. And we do see that hashtag esports is moving in a way that could actually put them in danger, because put members of AP's bots in danger, because we do see more iron guards pushing up, and the survivability of them is definitely high. But look at that, those point defense turrets are definitely trying to shred into them. But we do see members Anvil, Bravo, and Eagle actually going to go and put more damage onto it. We do see a drop there coming in from the side of AP bots that could actually give them a little bit more survivability. Another point has been taken away from the side of hashtag esports, so this could be an opportunity for the side of for the side of AP bots to steal away the point decay and give it towards members of hashtag esports. But it's only a matter of time before hashtag esports realizes what's going on. They give a little bit of pressure and they will try to either rotate or give up the push entirely. Oh my goodness, look at that, it's raining a hellfire onto the midpoint here, and it is definitely something that you don't want to be a part of in the middle of it, Pontus, because it is nothing but boom and fire dropping down onto that highly coveted point of the mid choke point.
Yeah, they just completely forgot about the airstrike there, I guess. And then they're going to be taking out. One of the turrets are down, but there's still one in the back sitting there, and actually a battle pod is also hanging in the background. Castle is trying to destroy it, so he cannot pick up the battle suit. He will be successful in doing so. But one thing they're forgetting is that these turrets actually kill iron guards really quickly. You can see here that they are coming from one side each, trying to fool the turret, shooting like one shot at a time. We got some backup here coming in from GSF, Anvil and Delta moving up. Delta coming out on the side. He's going to start attacking Eagle. Eagle's getting low, but has managed to get out. Anvil coming on the right. Is he going to push? They're not pushing together. But Anvil is coming out. He doesn't see Castle. He's on the wrong side. And Delta is moving up. Bravo coming in as well. Yeah, sorry.
Sorry about that. Yeah, there's a little bit of a delay there every time when we try to talk with each other. So I believe that was a little bit of hindsight there being done by Castle. He wasn't able to see what was happening, mainly because of the amount of fire coming his way. So he has to be very careful on how he wants to approach this. AP bots are already looking to stealing away the C point. So there could be another opportunity for them to try to go for A as well. I think AP bots could benefit in terms of trying to go for the flanks rather than the mid side, mainly because of the amount of resources that they have put onto the midpoint. So I do believe that tanks should be next on the production line for the side of AP bots. However, we're looking at hashtag esports. They have walkers, they have iron guards, and I think they also have rook iron guards, which could actually prove detrimental towards the side of AP bots. They have to be very, very wary on how this works here. If they decide to push some of these walkers towards the mid side, or to give a little bit more support to their more mobile troops, then an EMP should be on the menu for the side of AP bots, provided that the information is sufficient for them to make accurate and tactile EMP strike.
Yeah, and that was actually what I was going to say. Like, one thing that's really bad about the strategy of like taking over that choke point in mid, placing a bunch of turrets, is that you're actually going to take it out with just one single EMP. So I'm wondering if hashtag is actually building towards that, because they have a huge EMP airstrike basically that will kill, well, not kill, but it will disable anything in that area. So I do hope we'll see Mikasa here on the hashtag side actually go for that upgrade ASAP, because that way they won't be able to control B with turrets. But so far, yeah, we haven't seen any tanks. So as you said, I think that's what we're going to be seeing soon. And it should come out from both sides, unless they're going for a full Iron Guard strategy here for hashtag. But again, like going for that Iron Guard strategy, it is very good early, it's very good mid. But once the other team has started to actually pick up more anti-tank, it's not going to be as successful anymore. And as we can see here, Iron Guard coming up towards the point, Eagle hiding behind it, full HP now. Eagle on the other team is also coming in here. And Iron Guard's pushing up, Eagle's getting low, and Eagle definitely be taking out here. Castle coming in. And AXR will continue to dominate the points here with 450 versus 270. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Beetle's being taken out by another Iron Guards. As you can see here, they're just spreading these Iron Guards everywhere. And we do have another like point defense turret in the back there coming out for GSF, but it's not enough. They need to start building towards those bigger tanks and take out the Iron Guards. That's something we need to see very soon here for the AP Bots team if they want to come back into the game. And when I said that, they got 2 flags right away, so obviously I jinxed it here. Beetle, meanwhile, in the mid lane here, being taken out by Delta. But we got an engineer coming out, and he's going to take him out in return as well. So still, Anvil here is going to capture the midpoint for AXR, bring them back to that 2 versus 1 lead in flags. Anvil on the side trying to push up, but he's being taken out by the Iron Guard here, or at least stopped by the Iron Guard. And Bravo coming in on the side behind him. And on the other side, we're taking a look at Castle, Eagle, pushing that point on the left side. Iron Guard got taken out. So now we only have, who is that, Bravo here versus Eagle coming up, and there's the tank we talked about. So finally we got something coming out here from the enemy team. We got an IFV, which is of course anti-infantry. So let's see how hashtag actually deals with this. ASAP. Oh, and an airstrike coming in again. AXR has to go away. So Eagle's gonna run in and try and take the point to this airstrike. Because if you guys weren't aware, like the airstrike actually doesn't have friendly fire. So you can see here Eagle taking over the points.
And you can see that there is a little bit of anti-tank fire coming in towards the IFV, which also, although it is anti-infantry, it doesn't do well against heavy ordnance that could damage it. As you can see already, close to half its HP pool has been taken down. So I do believe that a little bit of tech engineers or field engineers could actually benefit it, but it's only a matter of time before it goes up in... oh my god, oh my goodness, one more hit and it could be over for the IFV. And there it goes, a burst of flames as the tires go off, and it is definitely a wreck. As we do see that members of AP Bots actually took advantage of that situation, as the focus was onto the IFV. They did rush onto the point to control it. So I do believe that there is a little bit more exchanges in terms of the points between AP Bots as well as hashtag esports compared to that last game that AP Bots was going up against Lamau. So I do believe that AP Bots is definitely benefiting from a change of strategy as well as aggression. However, hashtag esports has been pretty consistent in controlling points of the map that I feel that are choke points. We do see another heavy ordnance actually deploying itself onto the battlefield, and this is going to be very interesting because this mobile turret does actually have a lot of capabilities of destroying the infantry that's trying to push up. So this is what I believe could work out for the side of hashtag esports. They push out that turret over to the mid side, and this is also revealing of the fact that they don't mind putting that turret out exposed, although they have to be very wary of the anti-tank capabilities that's coming in from AP Bots.
Yeah, and we got here, I'm going to keep calling it mid lane because it sounds good. In the mid lane here, yeah, we got another 2 turrets coming out from GSF. They're just not giving up, man. And on the side, you can see him shooting there with the anti-tank rifle. And this turret's going to go down. There is another one inside, but since they both have one turret each now, it'd be really hard for GSF to actually find some support. And again, like there's so much action here coming out in the mid that I think Hashtag actually forgot about the other two lanes. So they lost C as well, and now they're like still just focused on B here. He's pushing up towards mid. Delta is going to be taken out here in a couple of seconds, or not. Yep, Delta getting low. And here we go. So again, Hashtag taking control, but they still have that turret inside from both teams. They're gonna have to start taking this over because A is now also taken by AP bots. So it's 3 versus 0. Their points is gonna start calculating down very quickly, and the turret, as you can see, oh my god, the airstrike. Eagle getting super low, will get taken out. Castle's running for his life. Bravo is luckily enough not within the range and will be able to take over D now with an Iron Guard defending him. So they're just continuously attacking this point here, but you can see in the lead, it's going down super quickly. When you're 3 versus 0, the points are just racking down, and the game's getting shorter and shorter. So the GSF guys here, let's see if they can actually continue to take control of B, with Beetle coming up on the side and Anvil trying to kill Bravo. I'm not sure if they know the Iron Guard is in here, so they're going to have to be a little bit careful. And there they're coming up. So Eagle, Beetle, they're both super low. Bravo and the Iron Guard is 2 against everyone, and there we go. Beetle and Anvil will take them out. So now it's 2 people with a third one incoming, back up from Delta. Can they take over B here, finally? It's such an incredible fight system here in the mid lane.
It is a very good fight system, and it does show a little bit of urgency from both sides. They understand that the mid part is definitely the most accessible part of the map because it is definitely in the middle, like you said. Very much easily understood that when you control the middle of the map, you literally control the overall pacing of the matchup. I do have to give a little bit of props towards members of AP bots, mainly because that they were able to steal away 3 points. However, it's only short-lived as members of AP bots have lost one of their points. But it seems that the counter towards getting another point is definitely very much in favor for the side of AP bots. This is a very close game, like you said beforehand, Pontus, because we do see that there is a little bit more understanding into the rotations and value of where they want to put their turrets in. However, like I said beforehand, there has to be a little bit more address that has to be taken into taking down that turret, because that turret is definitely creating much of a choke point for members of AP bots to push into it. And I do see that Eagle right now, I think, is holding on towards maybe something anti-tank. I'm not entirely sure, but this is going to give a little bit more of a defensive strategy here coming in from the side of AP bots, because they want to be holding on towards B and C. It's all a matter of time here as the point discrepancy between these two teams are closing. The gap is no longer a huge gap between AP bots and hashtag esports. So it is indicative of a very competitive first game. We might see our first best of 3 series come to fruition, come to realization here today, Pontus.
Yeah, what an incredible game. It's like I said yesterday, we did have some teams just dominating, but this game is finally what we wanted. A lot of action, very strong. We got tanks and different strategies coming out from both teams, and you can definitely see that these guys have learned a lot over these last couple of days, while the tank there takes out the new turret from GSF. But I mean, we did not see hashtag come up with a fabricator right above mid lane, right, in the last couple of days. They're getting better, they're learning new strategies, so you can see definitely that a lot of more teams have this anti-tank rifle now. So this point defense in the middle will get taken out. And I'm not sure if you saw before, but AP Boss is also doing a great job. They've started using their EMPs more frequently, and they actually disabled that turret in mid for a very long time. And that's actually why they were able to almost cap it. But again, both teams are kind of forgetting on A and C. Just a couple of minutes ago, we could see hashtag running in with 1 player, 0 defense from AP Bots, and they just took it over. And as soon as he left, AP Bots went back and took it again. So I feel like they're putting a little bit too much pressure here in the mid lane, and they need to move over to A and C as well. Of course, you need to have at least 2 flags versus 1 every single time. Airstrike coming in here on Castle, and again, this is what I talked about. There is no defense. Delta is coming in, but we won't really... Yeah.
And that's the problem here. There is no defense. I do believe that it's a game of rotation that both these two teams are playing, and they do realize it, that they are playing that rotational game, which I think could benefit for AP Bots, because we do see that the points is definitely in favor for the side of AP Bots. Now it is both 1 point each for both AP Bots as well as hashtag esports. So whoever takes this next point could actually benefit quite a bit in terms of the decay, in terms of the point decay. and in terms of either catching up or increasing their lead. So hoping to see either of these teams actually consider the mobilizing some of their heavier armor towards spots that are highly contested, like A and C, for example, because B is already controlled by the side of hashtag esports. AP bots immediately realize it, they decide to abandon it and play the rotational game.
Yeah, and I'm seeing here from GSF finally, this is something we have not seen a lot, but no one's really using the mortar crews either. It's something that I personally love as a commander. So you basically set up like either an anti-infantry or a mortar behind some walls that are just targeting towards that point. You can see here every time that hashtag comes up towards this 8 point here, an airstrike comes in. That's how they're defending the point right now, and that's why it's so much back and forward. And here you can go Elite Marine almost getting taken out as well, but ultimately AP bots is, oh, the Iron Guard will take them out. So actually it is in control of hashtag, but they haven't taken over the point yet. But yes, we need to see more field supports, more anti-infantry, more mortars. I don't think the teams over at GSF are setting up their defenses correctly. It's not only about turrets, right? It's not only about tanks. These mortar crews can just hide behind corners and get a lot of damage done. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Anvil's trying to take out the tank, but we got a repair bot right behind it, just keeping it barely alive. So really good strategy there. That is, of course, it's not a spell, but it's an added bonus to a commander of the AXR where you can fly in a repair drone right away during combat. And it looks like they're finally going to be pushing here towards C very, very soon. Anvil is here, and the turret is almost dead. If they take out this turret, there's no defense left. And the mid lane is actually now left completely open while they're going ham over here at A. We have a Rook Iron Guard here sitting right next to Beetle. Beetle's trying to take him out shortly, but you can see the Rook Iron Guard is healing because they made that upgrade that allows Iron Guard to continuously heal over time. But Beetle is using his agility here, popping up, shooting, trying to take him out, but he's down to 160 life. Meanwhile, Delta is trying to come up from behind, but he's getting taken out by another member, and the Rook Iron Guard is going to run out and take him out. While Beetle runs up towards Anvil, but Anvil sees it, will take out Beetle, and hashtag is now up 2 flags versus 1. So we did see them finally putting more attention on the side points. And on the other side, hashtag is here as well. You can see Bravo, Castle, and Eagle up against only Eagle here from AP bots, and there's a lot of people there. While, yeah, the battle tank here, what is the battle tank doing? It's chilling here in the background, as we can see. I think they need to start pushing that out, because that's something that will be very helpful for GSF. I hope the commander realizes that it's just sitting back there and can send out to battle ASAP. And in the middle lane now, do we have any defense except this turret here? We got a turret, we got a light tank. We still have, you can see all the scouts and their fabricator is still alive at that midpoint. It's kind of crazy how they've been able to set up so far into the map and not been taken, like, sorry, what's the English word? Oh god, Swedish guys, sorry. They've not been taken out to this point. I'm trying to figure out the English word here, but anyway, I think someone needs to punish them for that greed. They shouldn't be able to have a fabricator almost all the way up the entire game. Now we got some engineer here over at C.
And that's the thing I feel that AP Bots is not punishing them for, because they have their fabricator up forward. They did not acknowledge the fact that that turret in the middle spot of B is definitely a problem for them to actually try to take that midpoint. And we do see that they are trying to get back some of these points, but it may seem a little too late here, but the points are not that far in terms of the discrepancy. So I do believe that coming in for the side of AP Bots, they still have a chance, but 3 points in favor of hashtag esports. They have played the long game, and it seems that with the tanks, the Omicron tanks that are on the map, as well as the Rook Iron Guard, it is going to be a bit of a nightmare for members of AP Bots, because you do see it like meat in the grinder. One by one is taking down all these infantry units, and it's just hell. It's just hell for members of AP Bots here as they try to contest this point.
But here we go with the tank again. Oh my god, he just took out like 8 assault rifles by himself. But here we go. Finally, the M33 battle tank is coming up. Is hashtag esports ready? Do they have that EMP? We'll see very, very shortly. So far, the tank is running in. Castle's going to need to fall back here. But the thing is, even if they take over this point, they only have 7 points left. And oh my god, did it just get stuck here? Nope, it will not. So the Bravo's trying to take it out from behind. Got his anti-tank rifle. We're down to 7k HP. He cannot move. Castle's also trying to shoot it, but he's down to 200 HP. Beetle and Anvil trying to take over the point here to at least save those precious 50 points they have left. Battle tank is forced to evacuate, but I think we'll be taken out here. He only has 1100 HP left. Eagle and Delta coming in, though. Where are the engineers? We need to get some engineers to this battlefield right away. And the Rook Iron Guard there just guarding everything. How is Eagle and Delta going to be able to come in here without an AMP? I don't think they can. And we have 3 players here from Hashtag now. Rook Iron Guard still chilling there in the corner. Is he going to go out and take them out? He will not right now, so they're just keeping him there as a safety benefit. Well, the battle tank is forced to go back, but we only have 35 points left. It's ticking. Will AP Boss be able to take over 2 points here soon, stop the timer, or is this going to be the final here for game number 1? 20 points left. Eagle and Eagle are fighting each other here. Eagle from the AP bot side is going to take that victory. Delta is moving up. 10 points left to go. I don't think there's enough time here. So Castle going to be taken out from Hashtag Esports maybe. It's Eagle versus Delta. He will. They're running up to the point, but 1 point left to go. And Hashtag Esports will take game number 1 here. Very, very innovative strategy. I loved them putting so much pressure there in the mid lane. It's something I haven't actually seen so far. Or maybe I missed that game. Have you seen this so far during the cast, Hound?
Well, I did see a little bit of it, but I feel that the efficiency of such strategy was not fully realized. Maybe it was a lack of understanding, or maybe like a gap of not being able to fully realize the strategy in terms of executing it. So I do believe that with more time, I believe that the strategies as well as the implementation and action to execute those strategies will come in a little bit more with a little bit more efficiency comparatively to what we're seeing today. However, it does show that despite the fact that they had a limited time of working with the particular game, they were able to actually get some of these concepts out and realize it. I think it's only a matter of time before we come up with, as we get closer and closer to the 1.0 launch, we are going to see more off-the-wall tactics, more meta-breaking changes, I believe. I mean, it's how it is for a lot of these online multiplayer games. It's only a matter of time before someone discovers a game-breaking strategy or a particular style that takes advantage, and it becomes a meta all on its own.
Yeah, I think they're overusing this whole turret strategy. And again, I'm not seeing any GSF setting up those mortar crews to protect stuff like the B lane there in the middle. They can actually place them really far back so they're out of reach of tanks, of turrets, and they can just continuously spam that B side. But instead, we're seeing turret after turret, and I think it's something that the players are finally learning to deal with. And that's the beauty, right? I come from a background of professional gaming myself for 8 years, and like you said, the entire purpose, how do you break the game? What is that really sneaky strategy? Is there anything in particular we can do to push them earlier, push them later? And, you know, as you said yourself, a MOBA gamer, you know, like jungle strategies, you know, early Shen rushes. We're seeing the same stuff right here, but with turrets. And I don't think that that is a strategy that is very good. I haven't seen it work that long in the last couple of games, because I think we're at that point where they've learned. So for the next game here, I think I want to see, you know, Hashtag Esports utilize those mortar crews or anti-infantry instead of just doing this whole turret strategy. But who knows, maybe I'm wrong. This is, you know, I'm just analyzing the game here, and I really just think that it could work, but we'll see. So Hound, I'm excited for game number 2. We'll be getting in there very soon, so let's see if they can bring something special out.
Well, I'm looking forward to game number 2. However, we'll have to wait just a little while longer because we're going to take a short little break as all of the teams are going to be prepared to head on over to their second game potential of 3. So shall it be this last game, or could it be foreshadowing towards an adaptation that could come from AP Bots as well as Hashtag Esports? We shall wait and see. Until then, stay tuned.
Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. Something falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you that makes me lose my mind. There's something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you, something about you. 'Cause it's something about you, something about my mind. 'Cause it's something about you, something that makes my mind. 'Cause it's something about you, something that makes my mind. 'Cause it's something about you. Oh, you got me hiding from no reason. You got me always wanting something. You got me always wanting something. Oh, you use your magic to seduce me. There's something about the way you use me. There's something about the way you use me. Oh.
It's you and me against the world. Whoa. Gonna leave this life behind us and just go. Cause we're running away. Together we'll go and find a better place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, and nothing is the same. Running, we'll be running. We'll be running, we'll be running. We'll be running. We'll be running. I can't wait to be there, me and you alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. We'll be running away. Together we'll go and find a better place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, children of all ages, and players all over the world. This is the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Ammo Box Studios and, of course, MDEC, the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. In conjunction with ESL, we are bringing to you live and in all its glory and all of its craziness, Eximius Seize the Frontline, which is Malaysian made, by the way. So for those of you guys who are Malaysian and who know of the Malaysian boleh, Malaysia boleh, make sure you hashtag that out, right? And of course, give them a follow on all of their social media platforms, whether it's Facebook, whether it's Discord. You can go over to discord.gg/ammoboxstudio for more information, and you might be able to interact directly with the developers as well. Give them suggestions or give them a little bit of criticism in terms of what is missing from the game, because they are gearing up for their 1.0 launch. And for those of you who just joined us, it is a genre-breaking game, very different from the rest of the batches rest of the batches of games out there. It combines all the best elements of FPS and RTS, so it's not only quick reflexes, but also you need a big brain. You need that big thing in between your ears to make sure you realize some of those strategies. Anyway, ChuChu is not joining us for today because she's got something else on. So we've got the very handsome, the very capable Pontus to break down for us what happened in the previous game and what he's expecting for the next game that's coming up. Over to you, Pontus.
I'll take that win there. You know, Chu is not here. We all miss her, and I can be the handsome one. That's okay, and she can be the better caster. I think that's a pretty good trade-off here. No, but Chu is obviously did an amazing job. We hope she can get back later. But otherwise, you guys got me. I'm not as hype as Chu, but I hope I can bring some insight because that's what I used to do. So yeah, for this last particular game, I think we saw exactly what I wanted. Hashtag actually started using anti-tank very, very quickly. They came out with those rifles. They were pushing up in the mid lane. And again, I think really for AP bots right there, they're still going right there with the turret strategy. So I hope we're not going to see the same from Hashtag here now with GSF. So in this particular game, I am expecting another anti-rifle from all of the teams, more aggression. And let's see if the other team, so AP bots, is also going to use this actual aggression with moving up the factory, getting users all the way in there. So let's see, we're going to head right into the vetoes here, and very excited to see which map it's going to be. It seems we've been seeing this little B map a lot. So here we go. So the first map ban is going to be coming out here. We got Express being banned by Hashtag. That's a map I've seen them ban a lot, I think. And Central will be banned by AP Bot. And finally, Downtown here out of Hashtag will be taken out. So I think we've seen a lot of similar maps being taken out here. Crossing from AP Bot, I think the players have their own little favorite maps that they've been playing. It's like you said, this game is not out yet. It's in early access. We're going to see way more strategies, way cooler maps the longer this game stays alive. And Academy. All right. We've seen this map a lot. So Axeron for Hashtag. Oh, wow. Do you see that voice break? Axeron here for Hashtag. AP Bots for GSF. And let's see what's going to be happening in this particular game. I want to see aggression. Again, I want to see that sniper. No one's using it. Let's see what they're going to be bringing out here on the strategies. Hound for us, I think we're going to dive right into another very, very good game. I'm hoping it's going to be even, and I hope we can get this to a game 3. I want this to be our first best of 3 full series. All the strategies coming out, all the players doing their best, and you know, maybe we can see an MVP in this tournament as well. I think we've had a lot of really good players here, more good plays, and I hope that both commanders have something new, something fresh coming out in this particular game, because I think it's going to be needed. Everyone's seen the basic strategies now. Let's see what they can actually pull out in this particular game. That's something that I'm really looking forward to. Secondly, again, I know I'm repeating myself, but where are these Mortar Crews? Please here now, hoping for some more Mortar Crews. That's what we should be seeing. So we're going right into the game now. Let's see what strategies are coming out.
All right, Pontus, it is going to be Hashtag Esports going up against AP Bots. So Hashtag has that one nicely ahead of the score compared to AP Bots. So I'm really excited to see what kind of changes are going to be made by Hashtag or AP Bots. So there isn't going to be a change, there isn't going to be much difference in terms of strategy, in terms of execution here, but there could be a difference in terms of strategy. So I'm really excited to see if they are able to, like you said, Pontus, supplement the turrets with a mortar crew, or maybe use those snipers to take down some of the more agile players within the game, trying to get those high value targets in terms of the points. So I believe that the first team to score those 2 points early on will definitely benefit from that extra bit of resources and also that extra bit of real estate that they're working with. I did like the fact that the Fabricator was up ahead. I do hope that members of AP Bots will be able to punish members of Hashtag Esports from doing it. But if not, it's just going to be another layer of strategy that Hashtag Esports is going to utilize and help them in terms of cutting down the travel time and helping with the logistics of troop deployment for Hashtag Esports. Because I believe that if you are closer to the battlefield and you're able to continuously produce units and get them to the front lines faster, it's going to be a huge problem for AP Bots because they have to travel a longer distance.
Yeah, and take a look here in the mid lane. What's happening again? Like, Hashtag's putting all their power. They sent every scout that they had, 10 of them in total, and 3 extra units, all just right for that middle base. They spent all of their money very quickly here, and I'm a bit surprised. I did not expect them to just throw them out, and I do hope that we're going to see some scouts here. But meanwhile, Anvil's going up against Eagle here. They are going to fall back and take a little break. It's a 1v1 situation, so whoever wins this will take the first flag. Eagle's getting lower, 370 HP, 280. Going, no, he's going to be regening for his shield. And meanwhile, in mid, we had a very clear Hashtag, but oh my god, look at this. GSF coming out with even more of their own, moving up towards that B site. I think we're going to see another huge clasher in the mid lane. Let's see how long it takes for these turrets to come down, because that is always the strategy. Meanwhile, Castle here from Hashtag Esports trying to go up towards AP Bot's side, but AP Bots is controlling the C side very well, and Castle will get taken out. So, looking at a 2v1 at A, Anvil ended up taking out Eagle, and we now have 2 flags versus 1. Points are going to start ticking down, and let's see what this factory comes in here. Bravo is moving out. We have all the points except 2 energies going on right now, so let's see if they're going to take advantage of these last 2 stations. And Bravo is pushing up really far here to take out some of that economy for the opponent. And meanwhile, GSF moving up towards mid. We got I think 7 or 8 military here waiting from Hashtag Esports. Let's see if Delta and Anvil can cause some damage and take control of this very important mid lane B site. Delta
and that's going
up.
to add a little bit of urgency for the side of Hashtag Esports, mainly because that, for the side of AP Bots, mainly because that the ticking down of their points have already begun. 2 points in favor for the side of Hashtag Esports. This could be a significant foreshadowing of a 2-0 game that could come for Hashtag Esports if members of AP Bots do not add a little bit more urgency. There's a battlesuit pod that has been dropped close towards the B side here, so I believe that that could be a very good opportunity for them to actually get kitted out and get a little bit more survivability, as we do see here coming in from the side of Anvil. Anvil right now looking towards taking some of those shots for the side of GSF onto members of Hashtag Esports, and this could actually add a little layer of defensibility towards that mid lane. That mid lane is definitely high on the priority for the side of GSF, but they got to be careful because the right flank is opening up and there are going to be more troops pushing in. Eagle taking in way too much damage, and there goes the magical being sprayed down by members of the AXR Forces AI control team.
Yes, indeed. Like, so much pressure in the mid, and we see a lot of people just always coming in here as soon as possible, fighting each other. Anvil is coming up against Castle, but Hashtag will take that win again, and he's going to start controlling it while sending in more backup. Can we see this building coming up right now? No, we cannot. So they haven't pushed out that whole building yet. So let's see if they're going to be doing so. Something really interesting, which we passed over, by the way, is these teams are playing the same team. They're playing EXR and they're playing GSF again here for the second game. So it seems like both teams are very comfortable with these different factions. You know, in the future, I do hope, of course, that Eximius will have more factions, more units, and we'll see a lot more different strategies. But meanwhile here, he's going to sneak up behind Beetle. Anvil's not shooting. He's just calming down. Nope. Okay, Beetle's going to be running away, and Anvil will chase after him. So Iron Guards, they should be coming out very, very soon. Meanwhile, Anvil is almost going to be taken out by Beetle. Oh, and he is. We got 2 people here coming out from GSF. They're going to be taking over this point now because there is no backup. And then meanwhile, we have a Mule in the mid lane moving up to add some sort of aggression, but not a lot of units. You can see that both teams are actually saving up money, spending it on upgrades, making everything a lot stronger before they're going to be spamming out those tanks and Iron Guards. And again, it will be interesting to see, are we going to see Iron Guards or are we going to see tanks?
And I agree with that because a lot of that strategy will definitely add a little bit more survivability. We do see members of AP Bots already taking A and C, and they are opting towards leaving the B point open for now, but there could be a contest coming in towards the B point later on. So now the decay of points is going to be in favor of AP Bots, whereas Hashtag Esports has a little bit more urgency. The Fabricator again being put up on that side flank here, allowing for more troop deployment, allowing for more quicker troop deployment, which could benefit members of Hashtag Esports. We do see that there is going to be shots coming in, and beautifully done there, coming in from Crystal Lake to take down Tanny from the side of Hashtag Esports. So we do see that coming in, Eagle right now going to get taken down, and the Magical as well as Crystal Lake gets taken down have from the AXR forces coming in from that left side flank from their perspective. So we do see that the Fabricator as well is going to help them in terms of not only the troop deployment, but overall keeping the tension, keeping the aggression high. We do see a point defense there. There is a little bit of adaptation coming in from the side of AP bots in terms of where they are putting their point defenses. But like I said, they need to have one of those human-controlled players come in and give a little bit of assistance to their point defense, because it's only going to go down because the anti-tank, anti-armor attack that's coming in. So another point defense most likely coming down for the side of AP bots again to defend another point.
Yeah, they tried to set up the turret there, and I actually kind of liked it because they haven't been doing any turns on the sidelines so far in game number 1. But here they tried to put it up there to just like really like surprise Hashtag, but they were ready. And here we go. Hashtag's going to be taking over this point with the Iron Guard and with the assistance here. A little bit on the side there, on the bridge, you can see 6 units being assigned. We currently have 2 Iron Guards, 8 Scouts, while they're fighting for a point on the other side. Bravo's coming up versus Anvil. It's a 1v1. But yeah, like, Hashtag Esports, they're really focusing on those anti-tank rifles, taking out the turret right away. But it's still a very even game. Bravo's sneaking up behind Anvil here, but he's got some backup. There's 2 assault units. Anvil, will he be taken out? Yes, no, he will not. So GSF will defend this successfully. Some backup coming in from Eagle as well. 2 points versus 1. So far, we haven't seen anything major. We got 3 Iron Guards now, actually, on AXR. So they're going to be going that Iron Guard strategy, upgrading them as fast as possible. On GSF side, I believe here, because they don't have a lot of units, they haven't been building a lot of units, I'm expecting to see a tank here, maybe in the next minute or 2. Potentially a little longer than that, but really they got to start building units here. I mean, we are only 100 points down from GSF side from that initial 500, but I don't think they should keep it running down, because at one point you lose to 3 points, you're going to be losing almost all of your total score. Anvil, meanwhile, defending this side here with another Iron Guard. So Iron Guard's coming out.
And that's a huge problem they're coming in from the side of AP bots, because they were able to control some of these points early on. However, it does give a little bit of worry. It does provide an element of worry here for the side of Hashtag Esports, because they did lose out some of those points relatively easily, not because of the overall aggression that's coming in from AP bots, mainly because of the rotational speed that AP bots is applying. So we do see that another turret there is being fabricated from the side of Hashtag Esports. So that could be a very interesting opportunity for them to actually go towards the sidelines. There could be a bit of a priority given towards members of Hashtag Esports to add a little bit of defenses towards those sidelines, because the B is already held, because the B point is already held really fortified. And we do see Criscalix right now getting the trade onto Sorry I'm Late. So this could be an opportunity for her to steal off that particular point on the sidelines. So like I said beforehand, there could be a focus on the flanks rather than the center point of the map. So this could be a new strategy coming in from the side of AP bots, deciding to not just focus on the midpoint of the game, let the midpoints be taken up by the side of Hashtag Esports, while we focus on getting those sidelines defended and fortified with as much fortifications as they can. So it does provide a little bit of opportunity for members of AP bots to actually play the rotational game and steal some of those points off. But because there is so much of space between them and that midpoint, so it's going to be a bit of a problem for them, because looking at the geography of looking at the landscape of the map, there is quite a bit of high ground here. And we all know, playing a lot of FPS games, whenever you have the high ground, just like Obi-Wan said to Anakin, he has the high ground, the definite advantage is always to him. So we do see that 2 points still in control for the side of AP bots. But how long will it be before Hashtag Esports decide to take the initiative to steal it away from AP bots?
Yeah, we can see now that Hashtag is actually the one coming out with turrets, and that's something they didn't really do the first game. I think I only saw 1 turret that entire game, so now they're the guys actually moving them now. Of course, with Hashtag, you can actually move the turret. It's very mobile. You can set it up in a lot of different spots, and I really like that about AXR, you know, the general mobility. Airstrike coming in here over on Eagle and Castle. They're getting super low, but Eagle is still alive. Well, Castle didn't take him out. He's got a turret to back him up, and he's trying to take over this point here on the side. So right now it's actually 2... Oh, I jinxed that. We have 2 uncaptured flags and 1 flag in favor of Eagle here. Castle is sneaking up. He's going to take out Eagle, and boom, there goes the dynamite. They're going to take back that point. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, We got Eagle and Anvil pushing up. They do want to take out this final point here on the C side, and they don't have that much defense. I really don't know where all of these this money is coming out right now for the AP bot side. You can see they have $6,300 here, I guess we can call them, on their side, and they're not spending anything. In production, we see a tank, so finally we got one M33 tank coming out. They're building some engineers to actually defend this tank. Sorry, that's not a tank, is it? It's an upgrade. That's my bad. So they're building up towards that tank here, and that is what we have been waiting for. Hopefully that can come to AP Bot's advantage and put them back in the spot.
And we do see now that hashtag esports has already taken away those 2 points from 1 point away from the side of AP bot. So it could be a bit of a problem here, a bit of concentration coming in from the side of Anvil to destroy that point defense. We do see the Anvil on the side of AP bots coming in to assist. So we do see that there is a bit of a change in terms of how they're going to be approaching, but it's only a matter of time before the point defense has been taken down. And Anvil now alone and definitely exposed towards the fire that's going to be coming his way. Bong taking down the magical off our view. So this could be interesting because when we realize that more of these players, I mean, the more time they spend down and out for the count is more time for hashtag esports to actually take advantage of that downtime and try to take whatever opportunity that they can. But we do see now that the artillery strike, the airstrike coming in from the side of AP bots, doing a little bit of damage onto the Iron Guard here. Nothing too detrimental towards them because they still will have control of that third point, which is C, that was still formerly under the control of AP bots. So I wonder whether or not this will add fire underneath AP bot's feet to basically move with high speed and urgency, because we do see that there is going to be a fight there, and Bong taking down Atmaz as he was trying to come out of that corner.
Yeah, and it is really crazy. You can see here on the AP bot side, they had 0 units just now. They're not building anything. They're just focusing on that M33 battle tank, which was just finished. And they have another 5,000 here, $5,000 and 1,600 energy. So I guess we're going to be building for 2 tanks. But something that we haven't seen in this game is that hashtag, they're getting really good at these anti-tank rifles. Every single time a turret has come down, the turret is almost instantly taken out, because AP bots are not spreading their players equally, I think. They're always like left defended, expecting that the turret will actually take over. But you can see hashtag is being very, very aggressive, and they're pushing out towards the base now. Tank sitting there in the background, and they will be going towards B. We now have a 400 point versus 260 point, where 3 of the capture ones in hashtag's favor right now. Delta will be taken out by Castle. And this tank right here, what are they going to do with it? Do they want to send it up towards B? Are they going to take a side point? Because they have no units. Again, they focus all of their resources on this tank. You can see in production right now, there is light infantry turret on top of the tank being upgraded. But Eagle and Castle in the background, they're already nailing down this tank, sending that anti-rifle to them. Ooh, Eagle almost got taken out there by a big... yes, almost taken out by the bank right there. Bank, wow. The tank right there, but sadly will not be able to do so. Meanwhile, Castle is pushing out with Anvil versus Eagle, and they're actually just putting so much aggression on AP bots. And because AP bots don't have any infantry, they can't fight against it. We got 5 Iron Guards now on hashtag side, 6 units and 3 mules all being spread out. So you can see here that the aggression coming out from hashtag with AXR is just incredible. I do hope, of course, we want this to go to a game free. So AP bots, let's see what they can bring out here in the final moments. We got 170 points left. We got another IFV here being in production, as you can see here in the production queue, and 4 engineers. So they're going to be spawning those engineers to help out the tank. Sorry, that's assault units, not engineers. And they'll be coming into the battlefield finally to add some backup. But how do you see they're actually going to be taking out these Iron Guards here, Hound? I think it's going to be very, very hard because they're all spread out equally over the map.
And that's the thing. I feel that members of AP bots are not doing well comparatively to hashtag esports. They realize that the more time you spend fighting an Iron Guard is more time for them to actually control those points. And I think that's something that hashtag esports have been very wary about. Have been very aware of. We do see the AP bots right now. They do have a reliance towards anti-tank and anti-infantry heavy armor, so I do believe that could actually play beneficial to them. But at this stage of the game, I think it could be a little too late here for members of AP bots, and they are just staving off the inevitable, because we do see members of hashtag esports just continuously batter them, not just on one side of the map but almost all sides of the map, mainly because of the sustainability that those iron guards provide, as well as the constant aggressive fire that's coming in from the side of hashtag esports. So definitely a big props towards AP bots. It's a little bit sad to see them make it this far away, and to think that they were able to walk away yesterday with a last minute clutch gameplay, a last minute clutch to get them into the spot. So it's definitely a valiant effort coming in from this group of influencers, streamers and casters. However, it does show that there is so much potential that hashtag esports is showing. With a little bit more time and a little bit more practice, I can imagine hashtag esports being a dominant force here, because we do see that there is going to be a big push, but with only 20 points left, there needs to be 2 points to be contested, and there's so much point discrepancy here. We do see Anvil right now looking towards securing that point, but it may be a little too late. It may stave off the inevitable, as it is going to be a hashtag esports that is your third place winner, while as AP bots are going to be fourth place in this final semi-final placement game.
Yeah, that was just incredible gameplay coming out there from hashtag, and I agree with you. And of course, that means that the Thai team here will take the third spot. So thank you very much, from the neighbors here in Malaysia. They will be taking that third spot, and now we have 2 Malaysian teams in the final. But to analyze that last game right here, I really think it just comes down to greed. You could see there on the GSF side, they kept making upgrades and upgrades and upgrades. And then when the tanks came out, hashtag already had 5 anti-tank rifles, so they weren't really able to do anything at all. And also, I think, again, too much pressure. They put both their tanks, they left it to the mid lane again, instead of just sending them out on A and C. I think this particular map, I think people are just not really considering the proper strategy. Stop focusing on B, go for A and C, because no team is putting a lot of effort in actually defending these 2 points. So I do think we'll see this map again. It seems to be something that a lot of teams really like, because it has that heavy choke point, as we've been talking about. But I think, again, people are learning it now. Turrets aren't as effective. Rushing tanks aren't as effective. We need to see more combined strategies where they go for infantry and vehicles at the same time. And again, try more weapons here. We got shotguns, we got snipers, and none of this is being used right now. So I hope here for the grand finals, we're going to see a lot of innovative strategies, because of course it is a best of 5 game. So again, hashtag esports, congratulations here for the third spot, coming home with a little bit of prize money. And again, like the AP team, you guys fought well. That first game in particular was very, very close. And this last game here will take an end 2-0 for hashtag esports. And again, for future Eximius tournaments, I think I hope we'll see them again, so they can come out with some more strategies.
Yes, I do hope so as well, because there is a lot of opportunity for a lot of these teams to learn from this particular matchup, and I feel that a lot of these teams have so much potential that is untapped. However, I am looking forward to seeing what Naga as well as Lemao are going to be providing to us, because these 2 teams, I think, have a little bit more understanding of the game. I think they were able to basically work out a little extra hours onto the game. So I do feel that the variety of strategies that are being employed from the side of Lemao as well as Naga is very, very interesting, because variety normally wins games in terms of implementing some of those strategies. What I do want to look forward to basically is the fact that whether or not Naga will have a run for their money, because Naga is the only team that has been able to win 2 games in a row with a nice flawless 500 point discrepancy between themselves and the other team that they were going up against. So at the end of the day, will it be Naga or will it be Lemao? We shall have to wait and see as we go on this short little break, because we're going to be back with more Eximius action. So don't you dare go anywhere.
Hi, my name is Ng Zhen Chuan, or people know me as Brian. I'm initially from Pahang, now I live in Selangor, and my gamer tag is Husky. As a kid, I started out with RTS genre. I think Mass Effect, Red Alert, and Age of Empire. I also play a little bit of MMORPG like MapleStory, but the one that really was the biggest part of my childhood was definitely Dota 2. Back then it was called just Dota All Stars, or Defense of the Ancient, which was a mod on Frozen Throne. The one thing that got me to content creation was, I guess, it started from college. Actually, no, it started from kindergarten. I always enjoyed performing on stage, so I carried that forward with me until I got to college, which I studied mass comm. So I majored in film study, so I got to really like movies and all. And when it comes to gaming, the one concept that really interests me is humanization. Seeing players with their emotions while they win games, and people behind the scene, including production crews and talents and all, really inspired me to make more and to want to know more about them. So it also improves my creativity when it comes to content creation. Not just watching people play game, but also understanding their background story and what got them there. And I think things are 10 times more interesting when there's a backstory to it instead of just looking at the surface. Yeah, I was definitely influenced by other streamers. I think I watched a lot of international streamers. Specifically back then it was Dota 2 and League of Legends players on Twitch.tv. So that really got me thinking that I'm already a shoutcaster. If I can share my gameplay or my knowledge and enjoy it with an audience, that would be great. But in terms of frequency of gaming, I've always been playing games day in and day out whenever I can. So I wouldn't say it directly influenced me to play more games, but it definitely in a way influenced me to play the game more seriously and want to know more, as part of a hobby and also as part of my career choice. I guess for now I'm going for the simpler route, just playing games and talking to people. But I also want to include a bit of educational content within it, since I do shoutcast for multiple games. So I figured it would be great to share my knowledge. I might not be good mechanically, but at least I can teach my audience a thing or two. But moving forward, I would also like to explore behind the scenes, such as the daily life of how people get ready for a broadcast. It can be from the production team to talents to players, player interviews, and just more of those personal things. And I think having this emotional connection with people would allow them to relate to us a bit more and retain them as a follower instead of people who just look at us as commodities or people who simply play games. The long-term goal, I think, for now is definitely to be able to make it to the international stage as a shoutcaster, as a talent. Other than that, I guess for my channel, I mostly just focus on having people notice who I am. But at the same time, I don't really mind not having too much of the spotlight. I think at the end of the day, I want to enjoy what I do. I want to achieve as much success as I can, and also share what I know to the people around me, because I believe in the power of the voice. So as long as my voice is heard and accepted by people out there, then that makes me happy. I think as I'm a shoutcaster, I'll just talk from that perspective. If you want to start your journey as one, I guess the best way is to find inspiration first. Look at other shoutcasters out there, be it local or international, and just try out. Like if you are a fan of a particular game, just try out. Take some random games that you play off on the internet and try to commentate, over it. And if there's an opportunity out there and you're fortunate enough, just go for it. Don't be afraid of failures. And I think that is the best way to kick off your journey, and everything would just flow more smoothly once you get the hang of it. The best advice I can give is actually just be yourself. I think as a talent in front of the camera, a lot of people are limited by other people's perspective. In a certain way, you should, due to professionalism and being a celebrity figure and stuff. But find your own identity. You can look at other people and how they conduct themselves, but at the end of the day, you have to feel comfortable as yourself in front of other people. And when you find that middle ground, when you find that comfort zone, I can assure you that you will definitely perform 10 times better than you think you would. So to do that, just keep doing what you do, keep casting, keep doing commentary. Don't be afraid to fail. Listen to yourself, even though you hate your own voice, just do it, revise on it. And once you find that voice of yours, and you can learn how to project and control it, then you will truly have found yourself, and you will definitely be someone that you will be proud of one day. The worst mistake was probably that there was a time where I was offered an opportunity for a brand new game, but even though I've kind of witnessed it and played a while, but the lack of confidence led to me rejecting that opportunity, on the premises that I wasn't ready, when I should have just taken the leap of faith and put more effort. And that opportunity, was given to people around me, friends that I really respect and care for, and it brought them overseas. So I'm happy for them, but at the same time, I feel like that was definitely one of the biggest mistake or biggest opportunity that I know that I missed out on. In contrary to that, the best decision I made was staying behind and continuing to do what I do. I was actually supposed to go overseas for 3 months for my studies, but I discussed with my parents a lot, and there's a bit of argument. My end goal was to just stay in Malaysia and continue working on what on my current career, even though I did end up neglecting a bit of my studies. But I guess focusing on what I do was probably the toughest but most fulfilling decisions I made, because if it weren't for that decision, I wouldn't be here right now. I probably would have given up halfway. I guess it's pretty simple to avoid making the mistakes that I did. Just say yes. I always believe in this saying that say yes, then learn. Even though it might sound pretty risky, but you miss every shot that you don't take. If there's enough time for you to prepare for something, if you get an opportunity, let's say a month or two before, just say yes, and then spend time or double, triple the effort on polishing on it. And if you have any questions, you can always ask people who have been there before you. You can always talk to, let's say, other talents, casters, or players, or you just experience the game yourself to learn more about it. And even though you might not be the best when you're about to go live, but I can guarantee you that those efforts will definitely pay off with yourself leading towards the future, and of course on broadcast as well. And people will definitely appreciate you doing all the hard work. So just say yes and then learn to do it afterwards. Well, it started as a hobby for me, I guess. It's always something I wanted to do since the age of 15, so I was lucky to get this opportunity. But frankly speaking, I still think that if you want to pursue this career path or this direction, be it for hobby, passion, or you want to really dive into it and make money, there is going to definitely be a lot of challenge, right? Because there's competition, and we are still in this infancy stage when it comes to gaming and esports in general. Normally, it would be better for people to have a full-time job and do this as the side. For me, my situation is different. I decided to dedicate all my time to this. So just weigh your options and be aware of the risk that you're taking, because there are going to be times where income becomes a problem, where opportunity becomes scarce. So if you really want to pursue this, just have it in the back of your mind that not everyone can make it, but at the same time, don't give up until you make it. My starting line was pretty fortunate, right? I got to work alongside Garena, so the opportunity was already presented to there. We were already given our foundations before we had to, go out on our own. So you would say that I would say that I already had a babysitter before I was, let loose into the ocean. But when it comes to paid gigs, there are a couple of ways. First of all, just make friends, make connections. It could be casual gamers, it could be players, and in this social media era, just keep your eyes on social media. There will always be people who are posting in groups or on their own Facebook wall. You might see your friends share about it, and looking for talents and all. And when you see that, you can always drop a DM or just try to go for it. And even if people request, let's say for your portfolio and you don't have any, it's okay. You can always send a demo clip to them. Other than that, it's just going for these opportunities and building up your rapport, And the more you put yourself out there and the more your efforts are recognized, eventually people would start noticing you, and that's why opportunities would come to you easier. But just don't have the habit of sitting there and waiting for chances to come. Sometimes you also have to go out and look for them yourselves. For the rest of my life, to be honest, I highly doubt it's possible. But in long term, yes. Maybe 10, 20 more years, maybe it's possible. But I think in the entertainment industry as general, as a talent, there's always going to be a lifespan for everyone. We're going to expire at some point. So as someone in front of the camera, definitely not a lifetime. But I do see other opportunities that can come up from this. I think content creation is one of it, where for someone like me who's interested in film studies and film production, I definitely am looking towards that industry. And also I am someone who is very avid when it comes to creativity, whether in graphics or video or cinematography. So that's also another path that I can branch out to. So lifetime maybe not, but other opportunities that can take me forward after my time spent expires here, then that's definitely a big yes for me. I guess the one thing that I would say is that I am not saying it just for myself, but on behalf of other people out there, is that at the end of the day, in front of the camera, we might be the people that you look up to, or people who speak a lot, look pretty, but behind the scenes, we're just normal people, just like you. We want and you don't have to be shy or be afraid to approach us. I think I speak for the general talent pool, that we also want to connect with you guys, and at the end of the day, we are all equal. So just be kind to one another, keep supporting one another, and if you have the same goal to improve the industry as we do, then just show more love and care, and I guarantee you that we are going to have a better future. So that's all from me. And last but not least, if you want to go down this career, just don't give up. There are a lot of people around you that are willing to lend a helping hand.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to the Eximius Seize the Frontline LevelUp PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Mbox Studios and the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, otherwise known as MDEC. And of course, a big special thank you towards the lovely production people at ESL Malaysia for making this all possible. And all of the niceness that you see on the screen is all thanks to all of these people. Anyway, for those of you who don't know, Eximius, we've said it time and time again, it is a very unique game. It has brought very different dynamics towards the esports community, and I feel that this could be a very interesting turn towards what esports could all be about. Now, it is a very genre-breaking game in my opinion, and it combines all of the best elements for the first-person shooter genre as well as the real-time strategy genre. But also, I want to tell you guys something I feel that you guys need to know, right? Everything that you have seen here today is all early access build of the game, pre-launch stuff, right? It's a sneak peek. It's a sneak peek of what's to come. So, if you pay attention to the screen, how about we go check out some of the awesomeness that is going to be coming to each and every one of you guys here today. Aside from new maps, there is going to be co-op missions, a full 5 classes of battle suits and factions, tournaments of only 2 classes and factions. There will be new characters for each faction, including Iron Guard variations, new vehicle classes, cool stuff that changes the gameplay dynamics overall, such as artillery tanks and new weapon packages. Essentially, what the game is now is just a slice of the pie. Basically, a palate cleanser, a palate tease, if you may, of what the full game has in store for you. Eximius tries to be the most strategic FPS there is out there, and the hype effectively starts now. As you can see on screen, this is exactly what the game the developers have in store for you guys. The designs are all in concepts and are subject to change. If you want to know more, remember they will be revealing all of this in stages on their social media pages. You can follow Unbox Studios on their social media, on the Eximius official Facebook page. Updates will all be there, but they're always more active and they love to engage with you directly at discord.gg/ Ammo Box Studios, that is where you want to be. That is where you will be able to communicate directly with the developers and give them all kinds of suggestions as well for future updates and future gameplay mechanics. And I don't know about you, but I guess that's enough to tease each and every one of you guys out there. Let's pass it on over to Pontus after this. But before that, right, it's been crazy, hasn't it? It's just the game as itself, it's a little bit of fun. Considering that it's still in its early access stages, but there is still a lot more to come. But I guess that's enough. You've seen all of that already. I know you guys want to check out the grand final. Let's check out what Pontus has to say about the two teams that are going to be competing with one another for the coveted 10,000 ringgit grand prize. Over to you, Pontus.
Yes, thank you very much. No, I mean, we got two really strong teams here, and if I'm not mistaken, Team Naga is actually a professional Apex team, so that's how and why we've seen them win a lot of these 1v1 duels against other players. They know how to shoot, they're really good at it, and the only thing that they don't have experience with is that whole RTS side. But even though they haven't really played RTS before in terms of competition, I think the Commander has been doing an extraordinary job. Yesterday, we saw them take out #esports with a very big tank rush strategy, which I think they did marvelously. So it's not like the last game. I think they're better at resource management generally. Like when I see them doing that tank rush, they always have some units coming out earlier, some sort of backup to their team members. A lot of assigning different units to their different players, and I think that really is the key goal when you're doing these sort of like rush strats or when you're rushing tech or upgrades. You gotta have something to support your players along the line. Because the thing is, and we saw this last game, we had an Iron Guard from kill like 8 assault rifle units in one go because they didn't have any other units available and they weren't on that side of the map. So that commander was like, I'm going to send 8 units over there, take over that point. Instead, he got Iron Guarded. So with these two teams, I'm expecting a lot more strategy, a lot more carefulness, because we've seen some really good and strong plays with these guys. So if we're going to dig into the rosters, talk a little bit about the players, but again, super excited to see what they can actually bring out here. So we got Flameshot, Hi Friends, Wukiki, Darkass, and Vertexity for Team Naga here. I'm not going to try and pronounce their names. I'm sorry, it's very hard for me. But yeah, they've shown some real talent throughout this entire game. And I mentioned about Apex Legends. Maybe this team can be the first one to make me happy and actually bring out that like tapping like sniper class instead of just going normal, right? Let's see if they'll bring that out. Secondly, we got LMAO Nation here, Lizardman, Smexiari, Zarins, Xiaoyeri, and Shadow. Another like really cool names, and I absolutely love their logo. I think that tiger is incredible. So again, we saw these guys pull out some really cool strategies yesterday as well. But again, we talked about this, you and me, Hound. We need to see something new, something we haven't seen before. And because if we do that, the other team will not actually be ready. So, for example, now we've seen Iron Guards, we've seen tanks. What can they actually bring out in this particular game? I like the turret strategy that did last game, where they actually moved them up in different locations. And I do hope we'll see a different map than Academy, at least the first game here. So yeah, let's go right into the map picks and talk about which map we're gonna see this first game out of this best of 5. I really, again, hope it's not going to be Academy, because I think we've seen that too much. I want to see some different strategies, and Crossing will be taken out first here. Let's see what they're going into next. Academy got banned. Great. Good to see some variety. We'll see some different strats. Downtown will then be banned by Naga here. And finally, Rimau will ban out Express. Okay, so these are the 4 vetoes and bans here. The actual map itself is going to be, let's see where we're going to end up, is Central. One of the maps I actually play a lot myself, the choke point there in the middle. There are a lot of sneaky strats you can do with turrets on this particular map, so I actually like turrets in this, because you can hide them right below the center point in the middle, so you don't really see them. So if you're playing, anti-infantry, anti-building, you won't actually be able to take them out unless you know where they are. And again, because we are in early access, these teams haven't had access to this game for a very long time. I'm not sure if they actually know this. So it's going to be interesting to see, are we going to see turrets placed in really smart locations, or are they just going to be standard, like up on the hill? So let's see what they're going to bring out this particular game. I'm very excited to see these 2 games coming out. So yeah, best of 5, up towards 5 matches. We got 2 really strong teams. They are professional esports players. So let's see what kind of strategies they can bring out in this particular game.
I don't know about you, but like you said beforehand, there is going to be quite an interesting aspect in terms of how these teams are going to be interacting with one another. Because, like you said, the map does give a little bit more sneaky gameplay tactics that could actually, how to say, reveal quite a bit in terms of different gameplay strategies that could benefit the team. So I do believe that both these teams, they both are, if I'm not mistaken, Lamau Nation was formerly made up of a few professional players from the Rainbow Six Siege community. So AIM isn't going to be an option for them. So what you were telling me as well, that Naga was also a professional team of, what's the word for it? Apex Legends, right? So it's going to be interesting to see that shooting mechanics is not going to be an issue, but realizing the strategy and using the proper ordnance as well as utilizing those heavy armor as well as strong turret gameplay could actually be very, very prevalent in this game. However, we did see, I think, from Lamau Nation, they did use, I think, one of the more artillery-based, I think, units that could actually bombard from quite a distance. However, the problem with it could be that sometimes they do leave their back flank open and they play very aggressively. And I think the same goes with Naga as well. Both of them want to get that urgency, want to get that sense of agency first in terms of getting that first few points, and then everything is based on them defending around those points. So who takes those first few points is going to be very, very important. Let's take an interview with a Naga from Flameshot. Naga. Hello, Flameshot. How are you?
Hi, bro. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. We can hear you perfectly. So, Pontus, how about you ask one question and I'll ask one question, and then we'll try to keep it as short as possible. Pontus, you go first.
Sounds great. Yeah, so Flameshot, I've seen a couple of different strategies coming out from you guys, but I want to know your opinion. Why do you think more GSF teams have not used these mortar crews and anti-infantry? I know I'm being biased, but it's one of my favorite units. So personally for you, why do you think teams haven't utilized them to their best advantage?
Well, I believe it's because they think that tank is the ultimate unit, so they try to rush for it on the get-go. So they sort of like abandon the middle class unit like the phalanx.
Okay. Yeah,
all right. One question from me then, Flameshot. One thing I would like to say is that there is quite a bit of focus towards the mid game and quite a bit of neglect on the early game, mainly because that they want to get as much currency as they can to focus more on those tanks. So in terms of that particular mid game strategy for a lot of these teams, right? How do you feel that particular gameplay setup could actually benefit your team?
Well, to be honest, like because both team, which is Exeron and GSF, they are very resources dependent. So what we try to do is we get as much resource as possible, and after that we try to dish out all our important units, which is like Iron Guard for the Exeron or the M33 tanks for the GSF. So that's why we tend to lose a bit of points. Like we try to abandon either A or C at the early stage, and after that, once we have the unit, we try to take them back.
All right. One final question for you, Flameshot. Do you have any words to? I mean, if your opponent is watching right now, would you like to exchange any kind of words of, any trash talk or any kind of words of inspiration or any, good luck or whatsoever?
Well, be prepared to get 3-0, boys.
Whoa!
Wow, big words.
That's why you're called Flameshot, bro. I could feel the fire in your words. Thank you for joining us for this interview session, and all the best to you for the next.
All right, thank you guys.
Wow, Pontus, that was that.
Yeah.
I know now why they call him Flameshot, huh?
Yeah, coming in right there with a flaming shot, pretty much just saying 3-0 easy. I mean, we did see them struggle a little bit against hashtag for that first particular game. So it will be interesting to see her what strategies are going to come out. And like he said, people are just focused on these heavy units, right? It's what I've been saying this whole time. And I really like that answer, because then I'm hoping he's going to show us differently, right? We need to see more early and mid game take those initial points, because we've seen so many games where it's like very even early, and then one team decides to go aggressive, one team decides to go economy, and the aggressive teams won every single time. So I like Flameshot's answer, but again, we got to see it in practice. And we got a total of potentially 5 games here, which means you don't want to give away your best strategy right away. Now, being a captain myself and doing a lot of strategies back in MOBA, you always save, your cheap cards or your she strategies, so to speak, for that little final game. So what I'm expecting to see here is more of like standard strategies, nothing really mega weird, like mega big or anything for the first game or two. And then I think we're going to see something really crazy here for the last game. So yeah, I'm very excited to see what Flameshock can bring out. I mean, he can flame here on camera, but can he actually kill people in the game? We'll see very soon, right?
And that's the thing, right? I mean, all the strategy means nothing if it doesn't come to realization. And at the end of the day, it's only talk if you don't walk the walk, right? So, I mean, it definitely shows that there is confidence in Flameshot in terms of how he words it. But people can always misinterpret confidence as arrogance. So let's just hope that people out there don't think of it as such, because at the end of the day, it's all about fun. It's all about a good time. And I believe that all of these people are on friendly terms, of course, when it comes to all of this, this a little bit of this trash talk banter. Because I mean, come on, if it's all about the nice stuff and the honor and good luck, bro, it gets a little bit stale sometimes. So a little bit of rivalry, a little bit of strong words is always definitely welcomed. So let us welcome our second guest of the evening from the opposite team. And hello, Lizard Man
Hey,
from
what's
Lamau
up?
Nation.
Yep.
So
What's up?
Pontus, if you may.
Yeah, so Lizard Man, like, can you tell us anything? Do you want to throw your opponent off your game? What are you planning this game, Like, what do you want to give, like, some special hint here to your opponent? Like, pull in some enemy words. You saw him just now say something really dangerous here, saying 3-0. I'm sure you watched that interview. So what do you personally think? What are you guys going to be pulling out?
What I learned from MMA and paintball, we just don't trash talk with each other. We just go with respect. So just like good luck onto him, and plus like most of us are still quite new in this situation. Like just like you said, this game is still new, and most of my teammates just have access to it. So I'm thinking it's just play our game, play our strats, and just hope for the best.
Yeah, that's a good
All right,
answer.
so that's a very, very nice, honorable, and humble approach. Taking from martial arts and paintball, which I think is a very competitive sport all on its own. One thing I want to ask you, Lizard Man, is that with the lack of time, I mean, there's a lot of time issues in terms of putting hours into the game, right? So what was the approach in terms of the knowledge that you needed to acquire to understand the game? Was it a very tough game to understand? I mean, there's a lot of things happening at one time.
Technically, it's kind of a simple because most of us are still in the first FPS genre, and we got one experienced player in the RTS, so it's kind of okay. But then we have people like great people such as Picky, we got Toes, and we got the developers that are helping us out during training as well. They really don't tone down on the scrims. They actually help us out. So we actually kind of have the model so that we train hard, so we play easy. So that's what they did to us. And props to these people. They're just helping me and my teams out. We wouldn't be here if it wasn't for them, and I'm truly grateful for them.
All right. So, any closing words for your opponent before we go into the next game? Before they go in the game?
Well, it's just like good luck and have fun, and we're just playing for fun, and who gets the total cash is like the lucky ones then.
All right, great, good to know. Thank you very much, Lizard Man. All the best in your endeavor for the
thank you.
grand final.
Yeah, very, very respectable right there. And I want to add something on this coming from the professional scene myself, right? The banter and the trash talk is a very, very big thing, especially at offline events. It's super important. It's just like when you're playing football, right? When you're watching a football game, you don't see what they're saying to each other, but trust me, they're going to be, whispering things in the other's ear, trying to make them mad, step on their toes, anything to put them off their game. And it's the same in the esport industry. I've said some pretty harrowing things myself. I don't use bad words or anything like that, but you can be like, oh, nice play last game when he was obviously really bad. So it's really important for your psychology to try and get into the opponent's head, get them angry so he does those little small mistakes, because it's all psychology at the end of the day, right? You're playing against another team. You're playing for a lot of money, and you want to be the winner. So anything you can do to throw them off their guard, we did that all the time. But it should be fun. It shouldn't be rude. It shouldn't be any sort of like bad words. It should just be like smart banter, right? Like again, like, oh yeah, nice sniper last game. Stuff like this is important, I think, for the games.
Yes, I totally agree with you, Pontus. Mainly because of I do believe that it does bring out a lot of competition between these two teams, mainly in terms of banter. While we talk about this, let's go into the game and let's check out what's happening with the grand final. So I do agree with you on many levels in terms of banter here today, Pontus, mainly because of, I myself, I used to compete in martial arts myself, and I would like to iterate that I always stay respectful, but I was a little bit sarcastic, and I always like to meme my opponent and I have fun with him, right? Because at the end of the day, it adds a little bit more levels of it. Yes, for one point, it can be to throw your opponent off balance, to get him to focus on you. He sees your name on the battlefield and he immediately aims for you. But at the same time as well, it can be done in a way just to add a little bit more fun, just to add a little bit more like personal, personal goals in you. Like, I'm gonna snipe this guy 4 or 5 times because he kept sniping me in the last game, for example. So it really depends on how you take it, in my opinion, and what you make of it.
Yeah, no, I 100% agree, and I want to keep talking about this because it's super interesting, but the game is going ahead, and Team Naga, if you took a look at the tech upgrades right now, all 5 upgrades, they're going for vehicles. We're going to see a vehicle strat here coming out from Naga, and on El Mao, is it LMAO or El Mao? Lemao. Okay, so Lemao Nation here, they actually went for full infantry, so they have a lot of marine upgrades and things like that. So I think we're going to see, but instantly we're going to have a battle here in the mid. We got Riptide versus Chariot, and Chariot is actually going to be successful. So Team Naga is going to take this mid lane right here. Now, again, something that's different between this map and Academy is that this mid lane here is huge. There are so many choke points, so many places to be, that it's not like Academy where you can just airstrike. You actually have to go up, be aggressive, and run around every single corner, and you always have to have ice in the back of your neck because there are so many locations to hide. And speaking of that, Bravo just got killed through the wall right there. Nice play there from Naga and Delta. Meanwhile, behind them, an engineer is coming up trying to ruin him, but that engineer should get taken out. Castle here from GSF. He's trying to snipe them there on the dollar point. Let's see if he's going to be able to succeed in doing so. So right now we got Naga here with 2 points versus 1 against Lemao Nation. And a huge battle here in the mid lane. We got several units coming up, but Axeron here is going to take them out. So right now we got a strong start from Naga. We got 8 units on Naga side, 5 units here on GSF, and they're just building up that early game. I'm really interested to see here. Yes, they have all these vehicle upgrades, but are they going to add a little bit more pressure here, or are they just going to take all these resources and build them up? That's something we'll see in the very near future.
Well, we do see that early on it was members of Lemao Nation that were able to put some detriment into the total points of Naga, but it seems that Naga right now is getting control of the pace comparatively towards Lemao. So I do believe that this could be problematic for the side of Lemao, because there was foreshadowing in terms of coming in from the side of Naga from Flame Shot, that they are going to be focusing quite a bit on the mid-tier units, and sometimes it does goes to show that they want to have an early game, because when you upgrade your infantry so early on, it goes to show that they're going to rely quite a bit on this overall small skirmishes that win the overall fight. We do see Flame Shot there taking down Lizard Man from the side of Lemao Nation, and we do see that the fights are blowing over from all sides here, with Lemao Nation on the losing end of the spectrum. However, with 2 points in favor for the side of Naga, it seems that Naga is pretty comfortable at slowly whittling away at any advances that are coming in from the side of Lemao Nation. Flame Shot again taking down Arin, whereas some of the AI controlled troops were able to take down Flame Shots in retaliation. So we do see now that Lemao Nation is bleeding points at this particular start of the game. Could be an indicator of them focusing more towards a mid-game strategy.
Yeah, you can see already that they're actually on the Axeron side. They are building up that vehicle factory in their base now. Are we going to see them actually put it out here like previous strategies where they put it closer to the map, or are they going to keep it in base? We'll see very soon. But yeah, a lot of people on that B point in the middle. That seems to really be the name of the game. And oh, is that a field support here, Mortar Crew that I'm seeing? I hope so. In the back of
Ooh.
Axeron's base, they're just coming out. We will be seeing something being built here very soon. Power reactors, they're expanding very quickly just to increase their resources. If you take a look right now at Axeron, they have $3,000, they got 2,000 energy here, and they're building this out ASAP. They're saving up all the resources, and they're actually being successful in doing so. Like you said, they have 2 points already, and actually the only units they have is 9 scouts. They don't really have that strong infantry. So I'm very surprised to see here that Lamau Nation is not more successful with their upgrades. But there we go, so the field support is coming out from the back. Let's see what they actually choose to do. I do believe it will be a mortar crew, but I didn't take a closer look. Meanwhile, Beetle and Castle here are playing a little bit of Ring Around the Rosies, shooting each other, taking down their shields, but nothing really going on. They're trying to flank. Beetle coming up behind Castle. Delta here in the middle is just going to fall back, play it safe. Beetle will continue to chase down Castle, and there we go. That's one down. So far, I have not seen any turrets being built, so there's no one using that sneaky strategy of placing it under the market. But there we go. Okay, so it's the anti-infantry they're building here, but as you can see right there, they actually didn't put it correctly, so they're shooting the wall because there's not enough line of sight. So I think they need to move this around and put it closer to the actual edge, but at the same time, they're scared of being sniped here by Delta, who's sitting in the middle, taking over points. So if you go quickly over the whole economy, you can see here that Axeron is so far ahead. They've taken almost 80% of the map right now. So on GSF's side, they need to start building these engineers. They need to start taking over more points because in production, as you can see, we got a light tank already. So light tank's going to be finished here on Naga's side. And because they have such big control of B, I am expecting them to send them to that A site. And because this phalanx crew here did the anti-infantry route, I don't think they'll be able to take out the tank. It's going to be very, very hard. So in the mid lane here, Chariot moving up on Delta with Beetle in the back. He does have some support from his field support right there, but he's getting really low. Delta is going to take him out, and the support is retreating. On the side now, we got up on the ledge. They're still sitting there with their machine gun closer, so they don't take out that wall, because killing a wall is not going to help you. Now we have a lot of units being spawned here from GSF sides. We got I don't know the name of it, but it's that... it's like a Hercules ship coming in, sending down an elite Marines, elite units. So that's going to be coming out right here now on the mid side. We got tons of people gearing up for battle here in mid. They're moving up on the side. They're separating them very good here. The RTS commander is moving them separately. But here comes the tank. They do not have anything to actually take care of the tank.
This is a big problem here coming in from the side of the Lamau Nation, mainly because of the tank now advancing. We do see that there is a little bit of attention being given towards the side of Lamau Nation as they're going to be pushing towards that mid side. So this could be an opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation to steal back up one of these points. However, we did see Castle right now taking a little bit of damage, as well as Delta and Chariot. So they do have quite a bit of support coming in from their troops, but this could be an opportunity for Lamau Nation to basically jump at and nip at the heels of a Naga with a slow decay rates of points. But we do see the Omicron light tank here could be a huge problem, and as you said, very astute of you to point out that there is a focus on anti-infantry coming in from the side of the Lamau Nation, which Naga is looking to take advantage of very quickly. By the time that they realize that there is a mistake being made from the side of the Lamau Nation, they are going to be they might lose out on some of these very important points that could put them behind. And if their anti-tank crew is not properly protected as they move towards disabling some of these heavier armored vehicles, then it could be a huge issue for Lamau Nation to stay in the competition for this first game.
Yeah, and we can see here they actually have 2 tanks already, and they have 15 infantry scouts right now coming up. But one good thing that GSF here, Lamau, did, you can see that they did place it a little bit behind the wall, so they can't actually get shot by the tank. So they are protected by that ledge, but again, they can't really kill the tank now, can they? So it doesn't really matter. But at least the field support crew is in favor of them right now. We got some engineers coming in. We have a total of 14 units now, all infantry on GSF side, and oh no, we got a 3rd tank coming into production here for Naga. In the mid lane, you can see like 10 scouts here, all chilling, protecting this with their lives, but no one's really thinking about, like the C point over there. There's like nothing on C. There's no units, no particular defense, no turrets. I'm a bit surprised here why no one's actually trying to take over that site. GSF is sitting in the base now. Maybe they're thinking of some special strategy here because they're all just chilling here. Maybe building up for a real push towards the mid lane, but we'll see very shortly. We also have 2 mules coming out, and that's the 3rd tank as well. So 3 light tanks now, which are of course perfect against infantry. So right now Naga is completely countering Lamau Nation's strategy, and here we go, tanks coming up. I don't believe we have any EMPs right now, and what is that? Is that a turret? I believe.
Yeah, it looks like a point defense here, and immediately Chariot gets taken down quickly by GSF forces with that turret giving a little bit of assistance here. However, 2 points are still in favor for the side of Naga compared to Lamau Nation. So we do see that there could be a huge problem. Not to say a huge problem, excuse me. There could be a big problem coming in from the side of Lamau Nation if they do not address this Omicron light tank in terms of. As you can see, it's moving from one point to the other and is consistently giving a lot of pressure towards members of Lamau Nation, basically acting as a stopper in terms of stopping the flow of troops coming in from the side of the Lamau Nation, which I believe that the troops should flow like water. They should just keep flowing and flowing and flowing from the side of the Lamau Nation. But if you add something like that Omicron light tank to just be in the middle of the entrances right there, and you just close off one entrance at least, it means that you can basically focus on the other side of the entrance that's open, thus quelling a push that could come from the side of Lamau Nation. I really wonder what Lamau Nation is going to do in terms of realizing this situation and taking control of it.
Yeah, I mean, we can look right now. They have four light tanks coming out here with 16 scouts. They're going completely all in, but that's not even the best part. They actually have 6,000 of each resource saved up, while the side of Lamau Nation are actually completely empty. They've used up all their money, and they have an M33 battle tank coming in here, which will be able to take out these light tanks. But the thing is Naga prepared for this? Do they have these anti-tank rifles already? Because if they do, that M33 will die as fast as it was spawned, and then they have nothing left. And in the mid lane, again, you can see all of these scouts just sitting here defending, while the light tanks, as you said, they're taking all the choke points. They're setting up on one location each, so that Lamau Nation can't leave their base.
And I think this is very smart coming in from the side of Naga to not only control the movements of members of Lamau Nation, but also basically stat check them in a sense of currency. So you know the resources, you know you're basically pushed up for resources here, and you know for a fact that members of Lamau Nation need to wait until that resource pool is built up. So as we can see, a discrepancy of almost 6,000 and almost 7,000 on each resource here for the side of Naga is definitely detrimental towards them. Oh, but we do see now that the M33 light tank has already destroyed one of those the Omicron light tank, and we do see that there is going to be support here coming in for the M33 battle tank. This could be a very good opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation to actually steal it back from members of Naga. A little bit of anti-tank fire coming in from them, but it seems that the field engineers will be able to sustain the damage that's coming in from the side of Naga. What does Lamau Nation need to do in this situation to try to salvage an already sinking ship, Pontus?
I feel like they're not building engineers to take over points. Like, they're just letting the lead of the resources getting bigger and bigger. And I mean, look at it right now. They're thousands and thousands ahead in each and every resource because Lamau Nation hasn't been focusing on those resource points. That's all they had to do. If we take a look at the map, just like 20 scouts right now at B. There are 2 other points, and like no one's defending these little like $ capture points, the energy capture points. There's no one there. So what they really need to do is they need to start taking away those resources and build up their own, because as it is right now, Naga can lose all of their units and instantly build them full again. We can get another 4 tanks instantly, another 17 scouts instantly. And what is Lamau Nation really going to do then? So if we look at the minimap, you can see that there are so many points still in Axeron's favor for Naga here. So just send a couple of units, go take them over. It's not only about capturing points, it's also resource management, as we've been talking about. So, but again, the M33 battle tank did take out one of those light tanks. Hopefully it can keep doing so, but I do believe that Naga will be ready here. They're going to have anti-tank rifles, and oh my god, can you imagine an airstrike here on the middle lane right now? I wish we could see an airstrike coming out here from Lamau Nation. So yeah, I believe that's the right strategy. It's time to
oh my goodness, look at that. Look at the mobilization of those combat troops just coming in. About what, 10 or 20, like what, 10 of them just coming out and just spraying down Lizard Man out of nowhere. So it's definitely very demotivating. They're coming in as Lizard Man was trying his best to actually push in to get as much real estate as he could. However, the elite Marines as well as the scouts were very quick towards squashing that push coming in. We do need to see a little bit more of that M33 battle tank to actually push off as well. Take down that. Oh no! The EMP has come down over towards the side of the battle tank, the M33 battle tank. This is bad news coming in from the side of members of Lamau Nation here. There are going to be artillery strikes that are going to be dropped down from them, and it could be a huge problem here as the M33 battle tank is stuck right there, and then it will not be able to move, and the amount of anti-tank fire is going to be coming in, but Eagle's going to get taken down by that nicely positioned IFV. Even though the IFV is going to be tanking quite a bit of damage here, he is going to try his best to take down some of these repair drones that are going to basically give a lot more survivability towards that Omicron light tank. Look at that from the angles, left, right, center, and back. The M33 battle tank is getting hit with anti-tank fire and is going to explode in a ball of flame. As we do see, the IFV is still up, and it seems that coming in from the side of Lamau Nation, their options for anti-tank is out of the window. They need to fight this out as well as they can. Take down those scouts and try their best to steal it in, but Arins gets taken down out of position.
Yeah, you can see right now that they're pulling up all 4 players here towards the mid lane, but those scouts are just taking them out. Absolutely crazy, and you saw how well Naga actually took out that tank, having anti-tank rifles from all locations, as you mentioned. But I do got to give some credit to the commander here of Lamau Nation. He did have engineers all the time protecting that tank, and they almost kept it alive. So the commander is doing a really good job. Now, I know I'm talking about snipers, but the reason I love it so much is because what's really good there is that you actually are able to take out those engineers protecting the tank. But ultimately, they ended up taking it out anyway, so that's great. But yeah, it's still 2 flags towards 1, and on Naga's side, they still have 10 scouts there in the middle lane. And I don't understand why Lamau Nation hasn't done an artillery strike there. I feel like that should be the next thing. Rushing in again with 4 of their players, doing that artillery strike, taking them out, and that should be the next point of action. Other than that, we see, again, look at the resources, man. They have only 3,000 energy, $4,000, and 500 ammunition here compared to 21,000, 14,000, and 8,500 on Naga's side. Again, like, this is going to be a really harsh comeback here for Lamau Nation because they killed the units and they're going to come out again in the same strength.
And I do believe that Lamau Nation will be able to identify what they did wrong in that game. So in this particular game, so this could be a losing battle for them for now. However, Naga should not be too comfortable because despite the fact that they were able to get quite a big lead in terms of their resources, it only is a matter of time before Lamau Nation realizes what's going on, and they could actually adjust themselves in terms of how they want to be doing this particular approach towards game number 2. Remember, it is a best of 5, so it doesn't mean that 2 games in the pocket already is an auto win for Naga. They still have a 3rd game to go, and sometimes fatigue also plays a big part in playing a game like this because it requires quite a bit of brain power, it requires quite a bit of reflexes. So you do know for a fact that longer term games, I mean longer best of 5 series will definitely be very detrimental towards the overall performance. But we do see the Omicron light tank now entering the base of members of Lamau Nation, and this could spell doom there for him, as we do see 50 points left coming in for the side of Lamau Nation. Lamau Nation trying their best as they steal away a point. Could there be another point taken away? But it seems that the knock on the door coming in from the side of the Omicron light tank is definitely going to put in quite a bit of pressure for them, as we do see Ripside, Bravo, and Chariot now looking towards taking control of this particular situation.
Yeah, but A is being taken over again by Naga, and I really like that play from Lamau Nation. I mean, sending your tank in there is pretty much doomsday, but it is going to distract them. So we only have 25 points left. There are no players on the Lamau Nation side going to be able to take over any of these flags. I really like the strategy coming out here from Naga. 10 points left to go. I believe this is going to be game 1 in favor of Team Naga here. And yeah, we can just see more anti-tank coming out. The battle tank is going down. And if the game was longer, it would have gotten destroyed. So great plays coming out there from Team Naga. But again, like you said, it's a best of 5. We got 4 more games to come. And speaking about strategy, like I think that was a perfect example of countering an enemy team in this game, right? Like the enemy side, GSF did a full infantry strategy, while Team Naga did a complete anti-infantry strategy. And that was very interesting to see. Again, that could have been a guessing game. They didn't know that going into it, but they committed. They went all in for those light tanks. They spread them out. They did a lot of scouts, and they took over all the resource points. And I really like to see that, like, just spawning tons of scouts in the beginning, capturing all these resource points so that they just got that early lead. And when you have that early lead, you can afford to, have collateral damage with some of your units, so to speak. So very well played there by Team Naga.
I guess in all these RTS games, right? I mean, when you look at games like StarCraft, for example, right? There's a particular rush that you work for, and sometimes it can work for your benefit, and sometimes it can be very detrimental towards it. Luckily enough that they were able to bait members of the Mao Nation into building an anti-infantry build, and they immediately capitalized on the fact that they had the extra money. Even if they decided to go for the anti-infantry build, they could actually put some of those resources and put it into getting some fat tanks onto the battlefield. And it definitely showed why members of Naga were able to seize the front line with relative reckless abandon, I suppose. So, I mean, it is one of those things that they need to consider heading into the next game. However, they still got 2 more games left, and I believe that there is a lot of possibility for Lamau Nation to come back from this. If you want to know more, remember, stay tuned because we're going to go on a short break. So join me and Pontus for game number 2 that's coming right after this.
Faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause it's something about you. 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 Lose my mind. Made me lose my mind. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning, spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you, something about you that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you, something about you, like a diamond.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Ambox Studios and the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation. And of course, the production all done by members of ESL Malaysia. So thank you very much, guys. If it weren't for you, all of this would not be possible. And of course, we can't spell fun without you, the viewers at home. So thank you guys very much for those of you who watched us from day one. For those of you, for the fans that came into the stream for the game, and of course for those of you guys who were on my stream, on the restream on my page, thank you guys very much. You guys freaking rock, and you guys look and smell amazing. So anyway, enough from me. Let's go break it down with Pontus as he tells us what happened in the previous game between Lamau Nation and Naga. Take it away, Pontus.
Yeah, so we're back to this whole situation of it's a 1-0. This time it's a best of 5 though, so it still means that anything can happen. I talked about before last game how it's really important not to show all your legs right away, save some strategy. So I am hoping that Naga's going to bring something out here, but they might also save it for the last game. We'll see. But yeah, last game was a very, very simple cat and mouse game, I think. They were out there with all of their scouts, taking over all the resource points, while the Mountain Nation actually kind of forgot about the resource points altogether, because they weren't that well defended. So what happened was, Lamau Nation, they did a complete infantry strategy, and of course, Team Naga did an anti-infantry strategy. There was really nothing that they could do there. They could have tried to get the tanks a little bit earlier, but again, it would have been a really hard game regardless. So for this particular game, what I'm looking at is, take a look at the map, focus more on resource points, and we'll see exactly what will actually be pulled out of their pockets. And Team Naga, looking forward to them coming out with some pretty baller strategies. So let's take a look at the maps first. So we got Crossing banned out by Rimau. Central is banned out here by Team Naga. And Academy banned by Rimau again. I'm happy not to see this map, to be completely honest. We've seen it a lot. And Express finally banned here by Team Naga. So the ultimate choice for this particular game will be Downtown. Okay, I don't really remember seeing this map in this tournament, but it could be short-term memory here. And Team Naga has been swapped to GSF, so this time we're going to have different factions for both teams, which means, of course, we're going to see very different strategies. So now that Naga is on GSF, what are they actually going to be pulling out? Are they going to do another anti-infantry strat, maybe rush some IFVs, or are they going to go for those big, heavy M33 battle tanks? I think we've seen throughout this entire tournament that anti-tank rifles are very, very important, and as long as the teams are picking them up early, you can take out these tanks quite easily. And for the Axeron side, they need to be more like lenient on what's going on with the game. So let's see if they actually take care of resources more this game. But on top of that, going that EMP route if Team Naga chooses to go tanks. I don't think we've seen a lot of teams focusing on getting early EMPs, but they are so strong, completely disables the tank for a very long time. And once that happens, you can just send in your anti-tank rifles, take out the tank, and you've just removed $4,000 of resources from the enemy team. So again, we got game 2 coming up here right now. I think we're going to see some cool strategies, so let's head right into the game.
Right, Pontus is going to be Naga against Lamau Nation. Switch of sides and a switch of armies is going to be up on our order here today, with Lamau Nation on the side of AXR and Naga on the side of GSF. So we do see now that it is going to be very interesting because it is going to be downtown, which I feel that the map itself lends it to a lot of cover, a lot of in between buildings, and I guess that it does give a very strong urban vibe, because I mean I was talking to a friend of mine in terms of like how they strategize in terms of moving around in an urban battlefield in games like this. And urban battlefields to him is always one of the hardest, mainly because of the differences of verticality. Even though it's a little bit easier for you to spot out some members, some enemy members of the team, compared to like maybe a jungle setup or a forest setup, right? Things like this. I mean, urban setups normally play quite a bit with the verticality, so high ground priority is going to be a thing for a lot of these players, and I do believe that it is going to add a little bit more depth towards some of the gameplay styles here. We do see Beetle coming in from the side of GSF now, getting some of those shots in, and this could be a huge problem here as Chariot, Thunder, and Bravo, if I'm not mistaken, now coming in with the rifles. So this could be very interesting here. One each point for both of these members, and it seems that Naga takes the first loss of points here early on in the game. Nothing too detrimental for the side of Naga. However, Lamau Nation not giving up. They may actually rotate and see whether or not the A point could be for them to take.
Yeah, and if you take a look at the map again, no one's actually going towards A. That's 2 resource points right there. It's the $, it's the energy, and there is a capture point. You can see that now finally Team Naga is moving 1 player, but neither team are sending their actual units to capture, which means you're wasting a lot of time with your in-game players, because they're supposed to be focused on, you know, taking out those. We don't have any tanks now, but they're supposed to take out some early tanks and the enemy players themselves. But if they're focused on capturing everything, then they're not going to be able to add value. And he actually left A now, as we can see in the minimap, and is moving down towards the base. So Chariot here coming up, taking out an enemy unit. We currently have a very small amount of units on both sides. We have 4 Marines here for Naga. We have 1 scout for Lamau Nation. And something we didn't discuss yet is, if we take a look at the tech trees, what these teams have actually decided to go for, Lamau Nation on AXR are going for Iron Guards. They took all the upgrades for Iron Guards. We're going to see some very early Iron Guards here, while Naga is actually going for a tank strat, faster energy and quicker tanks with absorption. So this is going to be an Iron Guard versus tank battle, which means if they don't go anti-infantry weapons, they're going to get anti-tank, going to be completely run over, because Iron Guards cannot fight against M33 battle tanks. While I was saying this, we saw a brief little interaction here. This game is more balanced so far. Both teams have equal amount of resources available. So again, let's focus more on the resources. I'm glad to see that, because don't forget about that. That's what's going to fund your entire mid game and late game. And we can see already that no one's really building anything. Axiron just came out with their first light tank, and on GSF, they're just chilling. So let's see, are they going to rush for an IFV? Are they going to go for an M33 battle tank? Or what is the next point of access? And you can see here on Bravo, he's sending out an illusion to try and find out where the enemies is. So you can see that there is an enemy unit up on the hill and another one on the right. Really good choice of using that ability there to figure out where to go.
And it's a very
So
smart
Na-
choice there coming in from Bravo, mainly because that he did reveal with that hologram there to the side of members of Naga. So I do believe that there is a little bit of urgency coming in for the side of Lamau Nation, mainly because of 2 points being taken over from the side of Naga. So Naga is doing relatively well here early on in the game, and we do see that there is a bit of a change of strategy here coming in from the side of
Yep.
Lamau Nation. Excuse me, from the side of Lamau Nation. Yes, because they are focusing on the Iron Guards, and we do see Naga as well are going to be hit off quite a bit in terms of their unit production. So this could be an opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation to actually consider going for it, because Lamau Nation right now does have quite a bit in terms of resources here. So this could be a fantastic turn of events that could benefit Lamau Nation and could actually go drivers into more games, and we could see a full realization of the best of 5 here today, Pontus.
Yeah, I mean, these Iron Guards here, this is actually very interesting. I've never seen anyone rush upgrades into the airdrop with 4 Iron Guards, so that's actually very cool. But what I don't understand is why they dropped the Iron Guards in their base instead of like up on the front line, in the middle of the map, on the B site or another site. So they're going to have to walk the entire way. But of course, they're not in any rush. They're 2 points to versus 1 right now. We got a huge fight coming up here in the mid lane. Delta is getting low. Oh, the hologram spell comes out. He doesn't know what to do and will get taken out. We got a lot of players from Lamau Nation here in the mid lane right now, pushing up, and GSF are doing the IFV route as we talked about. So the first IFV is on its way, but it's not exactly going to take out of these Iron Guards. So let's see if Team Lamau here will be able to actually pick up these anti-tank rifles. So far, I haven't seen any aggressive armories, and for those of you who don't know, on the commander side, you can build a bunch of buildings anywhere on the map, and the armory is a very important tool you should have very aggressively. If not aggressively, it needs to be at least further out of your base, like somewhere in the middle, so people can buy that anti-tank rifle and adapt to the enemy strategy. So we do have an armory here from GSF, as you can see, but GSF, of course, is the one with the IFV. So I'm not sure how Lamau Nation are going to deal with this, but we have 3 upgraded Iron Guards now. They're Rooks. Let's see what's going to happen here in the mid lane. The IFV is coming out. He's starting to attack the enemy base here on Lamau Nation. The Iron Guards there are just chilling. Nothing really going on. And Eagle and Bravo are trying to sneak up behind it. But again, I haven't seen that mule. So on the Axteron side, it's a mule rather than an armory. And so far, I haven't seen a mule up here in the base. So they can't buy any anti-tank rifles. So the question is, can they deal with this IFV or can they not? We're going to be seeing that in the very near future.
And that's the problem here being shown from the side of Naga at the moment, because they are going to be experiencing, from the Lamau Nation, because they are going to be experiencing quite a bit from the IFV. We do see a little bit more variety coming in the side of the Lamau Nation, which they are definitely enjoying. And it seems for the first time in this particular matchup, we do see Lamau Nation is definitely heading up in terms of points, but the point discrepancy isn't that far between themselves and Naga, because we do see Naga right now are going to mobilize towards C, and this could be an opportunity for them to steal it away from members of Lamau Nation. As I called it, it happens, and it seems that this could signify that Lamau Nation needs to move has to move quickly and efficiently, because they have to consider the midpoint as well as the point closest to the midpoint, mainly because of the logistics behind moving your troops from point A to point B for the side of Lamau Nation. Whereas Naga itself, they have an IFV that's moving around. It's relatively quick speed, and it does add a little bit of anti-infantry capabilities for the side of Naga. So this is going to be very interesting, because the M33 battle tank could be up next for the order that is coming in for the side of Naga. So they are going to try their best to put in a lot more pressure to the side of Lamau Nation. Pontus.
Yeah, they are. I'm not really sure why they're playing so greedy. So Naga is doing basically what Lamau Nation did last game. They're just upgrading. They have that one IFV, and that's it. And meanwhile, in the base, wait, is that Delta attacking the enemy reactor? No, the fabricator. Wow. They're doing a super greedy play here from Team Naga. Like, if they're able to take out that fabricator, that's going to be a huge blow, but nope. He will be taking out. I think that, he was a little self-confident right there. That was a crazy play. But yeah, the IFV is still here in the middle lane. The Lamau Nation are now 3-0, and I'm not surprised. They don't have any more units coming out for Team Naga here because they're just playing so greedy. Now, luckily, it is a 400-400 game right now. The game is very even, so there's a lot of chances to actually come back here and start putting these tanks to use. And there you go, we have another tank upgrade coming out here for the M33. So they're basically preparing to get that M33 battle tank next, as you said, and they're building up the anti-infantry sentry on top of the tank. Now, looking at the resources again, because that's of course really important, Lamau is actually in control of the resources this game. They own about 70% of the map, and they're going to be choking Naga here. I'm not sure what Naga strat is. Maybe it is get that M33, move up, but again, Lamau, if they have some mules available, we can get some more anti-tank rifles and prepare. I do hope they're talking about that right now, because it should be clear to the enemy commander that there are nothing coming out from Naga. They should be building that tank. So once they realize that, they should start sending out some mules, getting some new weapons in preparation. Alternatively, they can start building up for that EMP that we've talked about. So we got 4 Iron Guards now on Lamau Nation. We got 4 backup units, 4 scouts, and we do have these 2 mules I mentioned, and I'm hoping to see how they're going to be pushing out and taking control of the rest of the map.
And that also adds towards the ability of members of Naga to actually, members of the Lamau Nation to actually seize up some of these points, because they are definitely taking advantage of the situations. We do see that on the side of the Lamau Nation, they already have about battle suits for each and every one of their 5 officers that is on the field. So this is going to be very interesting. A battle suit port there for the side of Naga, and it seems that members of the Lamau Nation are looking towards ending the streak that could go that could be for the side of Naga, because it seems that these 2 points have been under heavy control from the side of Lamau Nation. We do see that there are 2 walkers as well as 4 Iron Guards as well as 4 Rook Iron Guards that are on the map. We do see an M33 battle tank that has been released from the side of Naga as well. So this could be an opportunity. Anti-tank should be on the menu for the side of Lamau Nation if they want to quell this counter push that may come from the side of Naga. Seems to me that Lamau Nation may have had a better adaptation of strategy. However, could this just be Naga not showing their full hand, Pontus?
Yeah, no, I think it's more of a fact that they're feeling a bit invincible after that first game. You can see IFV here is taking out the Rook Iron Guard, and they're just like really believing in themselves, being able to drop these 2 points in the beginning, build up their infrastructure, and come out with tanks. Because as you can see, they are still not building any engineers. They're just not even protecting their tanks. They have nothing to protect them if they get attacked. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see another M33 battle tank here in a second. And for Lamau Nation, it's time to push out and take more resources. You can see on the map now that Team Naga has actually overtaken it. It's about 50-50 right now in terms of resource production on both sides. And Lamau Nation is sitting here with $13,000 dollars saved up, and I'm not sure what they're looking to build here. There we go. It's going to be 5 scouts. So a smart way to do this would be that they should be sending these out now to the A site, because there's nothing defending A site. And they should be aware of that, and other sites as well. So just start sending out scouts. You have $12,000. Time to use them. Start putting them to take over points, because yes, if they are defended, your scout's going to die. It's not a big deal. He's obviously rich. It should be something he's going to be sending to every single point, and the ones that aren't defended, they're going to get for free. The ones that are, he's just going to lose the scout. And there we go, the second M33 battle tank fully upgraded, and I've yet to see a mule here. I've yet to see some anti-infantry or an EMP being upgraded. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens here once these battle tanks starts pushing. Now, another thing is that I don't actually like a tank strategy on this map. I feel like there are too many choke points, and the tanks can get stuck if you don't reverse them properly. And oh my god, all these scouts are running to the same point here on A. It's like they're listening to us, man. Demolishers are also standing there waiting to go in and taking over these points. And here we go. All the scouts and Thunder building up towards Eagle. They want to contest this A site. Eagle's going to take out 1 scout. Here comes more. 2 scouts might be going down, but Eagle, he can't kill them all, and he will be taken out. Really nice strategy here from Thunder, going completely crazy with all of these units and pushing them out of that site. So A and B, 400 versus 240 points. Really interesting coming out here from Lamau Nation, you know, just building up those dollars and then just spamming scouts and sending them out everywhere. But again, we need more resources. Time to take those choke points over.
And that's the thing that I feel that members of Naga need to be very wary of, because we do see that the same discrepancy of currency as well as resource, same discrepancy of currency that was practiced from the side of Naga in the first game is now being practiced from the side of Lamau Nation in this second game. So I do believe that this could be Lamau Nation adjusting their strategies and making sure that they were very wise with their resource expenditure. So it's definitely paying out for them, and it could be very interesting to see how members of Naga actually focus on changing their approach towards that third game, because this could be an end for the side of Naga if this keeps up. Because as we see it, aside from resource control, choke point control, as well as the ability to move around. Oh, another EMP being dropped down there onto the side of the M33 battle tank that is coming in from the side of Naga. So this is going to be a huge problem here coming in from the side of Naga, as the Lamau Nation may actually go with the demolishers as well. It did seem that that could be an option for them to take away the M33 battle tank. There are two on the field as we speak, Pontus.
Yeah, like this is what I talked about. That EMP, like really good. Lamau Nation is playing this game. They're in complete control, which is so different from the last game, right? I think they took it to heart that, okay, we were a little bit greedy. Maybe we shouldn't like just save up all that money. And then, funnily enough, Naga decided to do the same thing, and they're well prepared. This battle tank's going to run in here against all these hollows with 5,000 HP. There is a mule, but I'm not sure that Elixir has anything to defend this. So this should be a easy 8-point. Eagle and Chariot here in the back are coming up, but I think the EMP is actually on cooldown, so we should see some of these AXR units here being killed, but let's see, tanks getting low. Chariot, Eagle, and now also Bravo is coming in here on the side, and they're trying to take out the mule. Tanks getting lower. They should have swapped their weapons already. And where are the engineers? I don't know why Team Naga has not put any engineers on this tank, but we got a tank coming in, picking up Bravo and Chariot. Ooh! Instantly, with an airstrike. 3 people getting taken out from Lamau Nation Air. That was absolutely huge. And a great play from the commander there from Naga.
That's Oof City there coming in to the side of Lamau Nation, as 2 of those points are going to be stolen away from the side of Lamau Nation, as the points are going to be are going to be deducted from the side of Lamau Nation. Naga right now is enjoying the fact that they are going to be sticking at about 195 plus points. We do see right now Lamau Nation is decaying already in terms of their overall points, but it is decaying slowly comparatively. So they still have 1 more point in the middle, which is B. So this could be an opportunity for them. There are already 3 M33 tanks that are on the battlefield at the moment. So this could be a huge problem for members of Lamau Nation here, as they may not be able to take it out. Oh, nicely done.
Yeah, the EMP is coming out every single time here for Lamau Nation. They're so well prepared, but you can't just EMP it. You also got to take it out. Where are the units? Push up before the EMP runs out, or he's going to take out all of you. And again, I don't see these engineers coming out from Naga. Naga has 3 M33 battle tanks ready. Here we go. He's going to start firing against all these demolishers, and will pretty much take out all of them, I believe. Or will he? No. Bravo and Eagle and Thunder will take out one of these battle tanks, and we have another upgrade coming in here for Team Naga with that tank. They have $10,000, 3,000 energy ready, so we should be seeing a third one coming out right after getting finished. But again, this is exactly what we've been talking about the previous games. Use that EMP, come in with demolishers, come in with anti-tanks, and take out the tank. They aren't that strong. They aren't that OP. There are always, you know, countermeasures to every single unit in this game, which is what makes it awesome. And now we have, what, 7 scouts here on Lamau Nation. We have 8, sorry. We got 6, or actually 7 Iron Guards and 1 light tank. And yeah, they're controlling 2 out of 3 points. So this should be a point in time where Naga pushes out, start taking over these units, and they've been doing very well on the resource management. So if you take care at the if you take a look at resource management right now, it's about 50-50. No one's really ahead of the other person. It's just heavy tanks versus infantry and Iron Guards. So let's see what happens here when these tanks start coming into the middle, because I believe B will be the next big fighting spot. Is the EMP ready? We'll find out.
Oh boy, we're going to see another Airstrike there coming down, and it's raining thunder and fire there in the middle of the map, as the M33 battle tank is going to be moving into a very better location here, as it is going to be the midpoint of the map that is going to be under contention here. B already going up in flames and smoke, as we do see members of Naga right now taking away A and B from the side of Lamau Nation. So this is going to be a huge problem here for Lamau Nation, as even though the decaying points is low, they still have quite a bit of an advantage here. But they've got to be careful that they do not take that for granted, mainly because of how Naga is going to be holding towards those points here. So Naga right now with a 1-game advantage here, looking towards pushing that advantage as much as they can by trying to take on all of these points away from members of Lamau Nation. We do see here that very done nicely here, as we do see quite a bit of attempts coming in from the side of Lamau Nation, from the side of Naga, to destroy that particular tank, but is not working to its fullest efficiency.
No, but Naga is coming back here. They still have 2 out of 3 points. You know, they got 3 battle tanks ready, all fully upgraded now, which means they can spend all of their money on actual acquisition of tanks and units. They are pushing up here against the light tank, and we should see this light tank exploding here in a couple of seconds. It is getting really low. And there we go. I see a lot of smoke. Did they manage to take it out? Yes, they did. So that is a light tank disappearing here for Lamau Nation, and Naga is taking back control. They got all 3 of these tanks now spread out over the map. They're controlling B super well. And you can see Thunder, Chariot, Bravo, and Eagle here from Lamau Nation are all hovering around B, but they can't really get in. There's nowhere they can actually go. And now it's 300 to 167. So again, they are actually coming back here. So we need to see more anti-tank. We need to see that EMP being used beforehand, so they can actually just get right in there. And wow, we got another 4 Iron Guards here coming in, and more being built. So Lamau Nation, they're spending all of their money on these Iron Guards, but Naga has their 4th M33 battle tank. This is going to be super hard to deal with. We need those anti-tank weapons, man. Demolishers are pushing up here on Eagle in the middle. We're going to have a huge struggle here in a couple of seconds. 4 Iron Guards moving in, but they can't take out that tank, man. I think that this is in favor here of Team Naga, and if they lose all of these Iron Guards, they're going to be in a huge resource deficit. So let's see how the battle here starts over. That Beetle and a Thunder here taking some fire on the side. Thunder will go down on the Lamau Nation's side. And yeah, now they're taking a pause. You can see the Iron Guards are basically waiting here for their commander to do something. And meanwhile, a battle tank got taken out in the back. We missed that. That's very well played here by Lamau Nation. But there are still 3 to go. And looking at the resources, Team Naga can just buy another one. They're doing really well right now on the resource management, about 60 to 40 in favor of them, and the points are getting closer and closer.
And that's the issue that I feel that members of Naga are actually addressing really well in these points. They've really taken away points A and B from the side of Lamau Nation, and the point discrepancy is getting smaller and smaller. It's about 90-point differential here between these 2 teams, and if they keep up this pressure, then it could be a huge problem. See how Jerry being able to take down Tifa Fanboy as well as Flame Shot. The EMP coming down here. This could be a huge problem for the 2 M33 battle tanks that are in the middle. It gives way for the demolishers to push forward. This could be an opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation. However, they got to be careful though, because C is already under attack from the side of Naga. This could be huge for the side of Naga, and this could actually spell doom for the side of Lamau Nation. If they do not defend this well, this could be a huge problem for the side of Lamau Nation, as the Hellfire is going to be dropped down from the heavens. It could be huge for members of the side of Naga, as they're going to be holding on to A and C. B switches hands over to Lamau Nation, but could it just mean the staving off of the inevitable, as Naga right now pushes off for the last few offensive that they have? 4 tanks in play are in the... 4 batches of tanks are in play at the moment, Pontus, and it seems that Naga has made a calculated yet risky maneuver that could bring them victory if they stay consistent in this final few frames.
Yeah, but I think this is 4. Yeah, it's a 4 Iron Guard drop, but again, they can't take out the tanks. I don't understand why they keep sending out Iron Guards against these tanks. It's not going to help. We saw that right there. The EMP was perfect. It took out both tanks temporarily, but no one had an anti-tank rifles. They couldn't actually take it out. And now Team Naga is just controlling the whole map with 1 tank per point. Incredible play and comeback here, and now with 3 points versus 0, and these Iron Guards just aren't doing enough of a good job. And in the back, we got some hollows here, you know, taking care of that tank temporarily. But yeah, 3 points versus 0. More Iron Guards coming out here in the back, but I don't think it's going to be helping. And they're also running out of resources compared to Team Naga. They're saving up $9K, 6K energy. They can afford to buy 2 more tanks, and they already decided to make another one. IFV is incoming now, which is different from what they did before. And Lamau Nation, they only have 5 units left and 2 mules. No actual players available. I think this is going to... I don't know what they're going to be doing here. They don't have enough... Oh, we just lost another 3. 2 units left here for Lamau Nation. They don't have anything left. They have no resources. They did manage to take over C right there, so it is a 2 versus 1 flag now. And in the mid lane, Delta and Chariot are going ham here. I do believe that Lamau Nation will take that. Yes, they will. Pushing up towards that mid lane. And we have 2 tanks waiting for you. What are you going to be doing here? And yeah, what a crazy turnaround. 2 versus 1 flags right now. Everyone pushing up in the mid lane. This is what's going to be deciding the game, I think. Can they take out these tanks? If they are, we're going to see another comeback and another turn.
I totally agree with you on this, Pontus, because the turnaround that was coming in for the side of Naga was very much calculated. They knew for a fact that they needed to play the long game. Luckily enough, it seems that Naga's patience as well as the belief in the strategy of the long game definitely play off. As we hit the 25-minute marker, we do see that this could be another win for the side of Naga if members of the Lamau Nation is not careful. It is still a very much close game, and we do see that Lamau Nation right now is trying their best to try and achieve a kind of what's the word for it? A kind of clutch play that they can try to steal 1 more point and try to delay the inevitable. However, Lamau Nation in a lot of trouble. They do not have enough resources. They do not have enough troops. They cannot mobilize these troops, and it seems that the amount of hoarding that was done coming in from the side of Naga is benefiting them in more ways than one, in big leaps and big bounds here, Pontus, because we do see that the struggle that's coming in from Lamau Nation is just to get those troops mobilized and try to sustain the damage that's being brought up. Eagle there being caught in between a rock and a hard place, and you know for a fact that this is all planned out from the side of Naga.
Yeah, but what I don't understand is why is Lamau Nation still focusing so hard here on that mid lane when they can go towards A. They already know there's only 1 tank right there waiting for him. A second one is coming in as I say that, so never mind. But yeah, they got 2 tanks here on A now, actually, and I guess they're putting the other 2 here on B, so they're sitting with 2 tanks on each base. That's so rough. Lamau Nation here are trying to hold their ground, but what can he do? He has no anti-tank rifle, and boom. There he goes. 1 more down. And I gotta say, a lot of credit to Naga's team captain here and commander putting these armories everywhere. I've seen a lot of armories over the map. He's really providing his team those extra weapons that they need. As we now see a bunch of scouts, 3 players from the Axron team here running up mid lane, but what are these scouts going to do? It is a lost cause, and we are now 50 points left only when an EMP comes in again. Please tell me you have some sort of anti-tank here now. I don't see any major shots coming in, and there's only 1 player from Axron. Well, there's another one coming in, but he's going to get taken out. Beetle takes him out, and now there's only 1 player remaining, and the EMP is about to run out, and now he even has an engineer defending him. This is a great example of a lot of really good plays for a long-term strategy. We saw that early game. Naga had nothing, but they stuck with their plan. They stuck with their strategy and just pushed out 4 big tanks to take over the points. We have 1 single final push again coming here for A. There's 35 points left. Will they have enough time? We don't know. They're running here into the mid lane. It's 9 demolishers, which is of course an anti-tank unit, but I don't see how they're going to be able to take this over. 30 points down. It's ticking. It's ticking. We got 2 players here from Team Naga, and they called the GGs. It looks like Lamau Nation here, they see that they can't actually win this game, and they wrote GG's in the chat. So great, I gotta say, great performance here from both teams. A little unfortunate that they called GG's there. I think they could have, tried to do one last rush here towards B, but the tanks coming out from Team Naga, too strong.
They could have tried to go for the last rush, but I think they identified the fact that the push that was coming in from the IFV is going to put them so far behind, and even if they did hold on towards that point, it is just delaying the inevitable. It is a slow and excruciating death coming in to the side of the Mao Nation, and it seems that Flameshot's words of 3-0 may actually come to full effect, may actually come to realization here if they keep up this level of gameplay, because it is a very, very strong gameplay that's being shown by Naga. They stick to a plan and it paid off in leaps and bounds for them. However, they cannot say that Lamau Nation did not try their best. It was definitely a valiant effort here coming in from them, mainly because of just how important it was for members of Naga to maintain that, to hold on to that, and I feel that that was just a really sad coming in from the side of Lamau Nation. I did think that there was a lot of potential for them to upset them in that second game. However, the adjustment that came in from the side of Naga was just way too much for members of Lamau Nation, in my opinion.
Yeah, no, we saw some incredible strategy there. I mean, I was doubting it for a while, but then when they pumped out all those tanks at the same time, it was clear that they had an agenda, they knew what they were doing, and then they just pushed it out. And like I mentioned, like, Lamau Nation didn't have these mules available. They didn't have the anti-tank ready. So even though their commander did a great job at EMPs, we never saw a tank getting destroyed during the EMP. It actually just got destroyed on the side. So I think that is a little bit of a mistake on the... Well, mistake and not mistake from the commander. He did a great job at the EMP, but you can't forget the mules. Your team needs those anti-tank rifles on demand when it goes down. But again, great strategy from Naga. I had my doubts. It pulled off. They took over the game. And I'm very excited to see the last game here now, potentially. So we do still have, of course, a potential to go to full best of 5 with 3 more games, and that is what I'm hoping for. But to add a bit on that psychology, right? They heard like Flameshot save 3-0. I know it's in their heads right now. They're going to be a little bit nervous, being like, oh God, like, no, we can't let this happen. And that can also be like a rush, like an activator for you to play even better. For us as a team, back when I played professionally, we loved the smack talk. It made us stronger. Some teams aren't like that good at taking care of the emotional aspect, but I am hoping here Lamau Nation just goes in and shows them. Takes these 3 games in a row now and maybe even become the champion. So let's see what happens here in game number 3.
There is a big possibility for them to actually do that, but we'll have to wait and see as we go for a short little break. So thank you very much, Pontus, for your ever clear and easily understandable analysis. I can't wait to break down what's going to be happening after this, but you guys have got to wait for a few minutes. Will this be the last game, or will this be just a precursor towards a 5-game series? Let us find out after this break.
Now you see me when you can steal my shine, feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My pretty bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, we're such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop, I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, light heart, I feel free. You out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy,
looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah. As I'm running through this jungle, I see faces. I'm looking back at you, but you won't stop chasing. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through all these barriers. Don't make me look back no more. Try to make me fall, yeah. Don't make me look back no more. No rearview mirrors here. I'm about to fall if I run through. Try to make me fall, yeah.
Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause there's something about you. 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 Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you. Something about you that makes me lose my mind. Something about you. There's something about you. Something about you. Like a diamond in the rough. Something about you. Ooh, something about you. 'Cause there's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause there's something about you. Something about you. 'Cause there's something about you. Something about you. Something about you. 'Cause there's something about you. Lose my mind. Made me lose my mind. Try to sleep, but I keep on falling. No control of my dreams, I'm spinning. You've been playing me, and you know it. Set adrift in deep desire. Your eyes, they mystify. There's something about you.
can't wait to be there, me and you alone, alone, in a paradise that we can call our own. Oh, we'll be running, running, running away. Together we'll go and find a better place, place. Be strong, we'll go 1,000 miles away. Where the skies are blue, and nothing is to say. To say. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah, yeah. We'll be running, running. We'll be running, yeah, yeah,
And we have returned, ladies and gentlemen, for our potential final game of the evening. The Eximius Seize the Frontline LevelUp PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Ammobox Studios and, of course, MDEC, the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, of course, with conjunction with ESL, for bringing you today's program in seamless broadcast, which has had not many interruptions and, of course, has been running smoothly from yesterday up until today. I'm very glad to have all of you here because we can't spell fun without you. And, of course, we've got a bit of a special surprise for you guys. We've got the return of one of our favorite casters, and that's ChuChu. Okay, so how about we get on over to ChuChu and see what's been happening with her. Over to you, ChuChu.
Hey, surprise! I'm back. Thank you, guys, and thank you, Hound, for having me back here. Sorry, I had something going on, another event in between. But man, I saw that last game just now. It was amazing comeback coming from Lemao Nation and also Naga. That was just a tremendous big play they have been having on. But you cannot be too overconfident in the game. You can see the moment you thought you're winning the game, anytime the other party will actually take it over. But it was just what we are anticipating for the grand finals. And I hope you guys missed me just now. If you're not, well, Pontus did a great job. Thank you so much, Pontus, for having my back. And Hound, that was amazing casting again. But we're down to the final. Will it be the final game, or we're gonna hop on to the extended best of 5? We're gonna jump into the map right now. Sorry. So I'm losing my voice, but it's okay. Back about map Vita we go. The map will be bent out, will be express crossing downtown, as well as it's gonna be the academy. And this will be, other than you know who map, it's gonna be the Central all over again. The thing about Central is that, like I said before, it is really centralized when it comes to the capture points here. What affection we have Eximius Industry on Naga side this time, and Lemao Nation will be playing as GSF. We've seen a lot of games between these two teams. Can they just wrap it off, or will it be an extended game? That's a bigger question here. But we do notice there's not many people like to play downtown and also academy. I'm surprised. Usually, and also crossing. A lot of players don't prefer crossing. That made me question, is this just a tricky map, or is it they are just not doing well on the map? That's it. But back about the game we go. Sorry for the voice awkwardness. Do drop in the comment section, who do you think is best when it comes to being the commander, and who's his best becoming the officer, and which team do you think will actually wrap it up for the grand finals? We're down to the best of 5 here, but 2-0 for now. Just if I'm not mistaken, it was Naga's game, was it? I had a bit of delay in the stream, so I didn't finish to see. Yup. So, but not wasting any more time, we're going to jump into Lemao Nation versus Naga here. And down to the grand finals of Eximius Seize the Frontline. It's going to be Naga 2-0. Lemao Nation still no winning yet. They lost their winning streak, but Naga, can they wrap it up with a 3-0 or Lamau Nation, or rise it up back and just compensate their loss for game number 4?
Well, it is going to be very interesting to see, ChuChu, and it's always great to have your presence grace us on this podcast, on this broadcast, and it's always great to have you. I do believe that you did lose a little bit of your voice here. It's not very easy to be casting in such high energies, in such hype like you do, and that's definitely props and a lot of praise for your ability to keep everything as exciting as you do.
More about my throat. But yeah, we're back about the game here. GSF Exaron. We've seen it before. Naga almost lost the game number 2 here, Hound, but they managed to come back. Their perseverance, their patience paid off in the final few minutes of the game. While the Lamau Nation, they were trying to push everything, invested everything in the early game, and that's the tech upgrade they have. Both of them have a driven kind of strategy. They are focusing both in infantry and also vehicles at the same time, but how do they cope when the other team knows how to counter attack? I'm talking about Lamau Nation. We're doing well in the last game, in the first few minutes, in the early phase till the mid stage of the game, but Naga just knows what to do in the last minute of the game. Yeah, we talk about Naga been saving a lot of resources and being very patient. It's so hard not to click that button when you're losing, but this is the thing that Lamau Nation have to learn from based on their last game. Even though they are winning in the early phase of the game, it doesn't mean you will take it away until that point is 0. You are not certain that you will be winning. So they are trying their best to get the middle point at first. Like usual, the middle point is where everybody heavily contesting it for. While A and C is still unsure about who will get the A point. We're looking at each point get themselves 1 capture points here. B and C both for Exoron and Naga. Lamau Nation or GSF get themselves at a stalemate. Both teams are not having deduction points, but jumping into Lamau Nation, they're having a good start again this time around. But can they not playing it? Will they invest it like how they did before? They invest everything in the early game, but when it comes to the mid and late game, they have nothing much left. They don't have much resources. They don't have that much credits, which cost them the whole game afterwards. Based on the last game and this game, do you think anything will be different here, Hound?
Well, I do believe that there is going to be a change in strategy here coming in from the side of the Lamau Nation. We do see A and C already being taken away from members of Naga, so there is going to be an adjustment. But this was a very interesting approach that was coming in from the side of Naga. They actually gave up a little bit of their early game power to focus more on the mid game, and they did pay them quite a bit in terms of them getting some of these advantages. So as we do see here, there is an ability for Naga to close this out really well, but if they spend way too much time allowing Lamau Nation to actually score some of these points really early on, then it could be a huge problem for members of Naga. So it's really important for Naga actually to try to get a balance between not only getting some of these points, but making sure that the discrepancy of points between them and Lamau Nation is not too far. The gap of points have got to be respected here from the side of Naga, but we did see Naga operate on worse circumstances that could be said that was hard to come back from. Xiao Jerry gets taken down there as the power suit was also taken down for the count as well. We do see members of Naga now Lamau Nation now going to add another barracks towards their build queue, and this could be very interesting as Naga right now are going to be moving towards contesting point A, which is going to be a problem here, and it seems that it is going to be a strategy that they are going to be employing for this matchup here, the potential last game of today. But if members of Lamau Nation are able to score this big win in this third game, we're going to go into a game 4 or potential game 5. But it seems that pretty early on, members of Naga right now are trying to cap the lead and try to close out the gap between themselves and Lamau Nation, who is currently leading with a point discrepancy of about 30 points thus far.
Like you said before, I kind of get the idea you don't want to gamble way too much, yet you are saving it for the late game. You are trying to balance it out during the mid and late game. At the same time, you don't want to gamble way too much in the early phase of the game. We're talking about not losing too much points here, which might cost you the whole game, because why? The moment you're losing too much point and the other party have too many points to defend on, it's going to be a problem where they charge in right into your barracks or even your base here. We're talking about you have to think about the captured point. You have to defend your base. You have to making sure you have the troops ongoing. You have a lot of infantry to actually defend and actually capture the point as well. So it's not an easy task to be the commander, but the responsibility will be onto him to make sure he provide everything needed for the officers. At the same time, the officers have to also provide the commander time, buy him more time, make sure they can stay the pathway towards the capture points, and be sure that they can defend as long as possible as their resources are building up as well. But down to the officers here, they're going into 2v1 for the officers. He hologram himself, that's very smart, but it's not going to be enough. They corner him, and that one officer down as well for the side of Exron or Naga. They're losing a bit by bit, but it's still a stalemate game. It's nobody's game just yet. We have no clue who's winning or who's losing. Even the map is equally distributed so far. But Naga right now still leading with 2 capture flags, still maintaining. They learned their last lesson. They're not making the same mistake again. And look at Eagle trying to just pin every unit or troops, even the commander, even the officers are being pinned down here in every side possible. Every angle is being cornered by none other than GSF members. They are trying to capture this point here in B. B is never-ending story. I'm talking about endless battle here throughout the whole game, and they will heavily invest in this middle capture points. It's really important for them to take this one out. And Bravo also and Eagle try to take the officers down. The respawn point, like you mentioned earlier, is gonna be wasting a lot of time, and nobody will defend if all the officers will be down. So they are making sure they don't die too fast and buying more time for commander. But that's a loss just now for the side of GSF. Lamau Nation, they have to build their motivation. They have to keep it going. Even though they have been losing 2 games in a row, they have to win this one game. This one game is really critical for them to take themselves as the champions in this tournament here today.
And I totally agree with you on that particular point, ChuChu. There is a lot on the line here. Even though that the money is secured, even though the prize money is secured for the side of the Lamau Nation, they want to double down and get more of that prize money. So it is definitely of high urgency coming in for the side of Lamau Nation to try to get their bestest opportunities to score as many as they can. And as we can see here, Omicron light tank already coming out, and this could be a huge problem here coming in for the side of Lamau Nation. They have to put out at least a little bit of these anti-tank ordnance that they need to take down this Omicron light tank. An EMP would be good, but they gotta have some mules or at least something to follow up. M33 light tank should be coming up relatively soon with 5,000 $5,000 in their particular resource pool. They should actually spend it on quite a bit more of the mid-tier units. But we do see Lamau Nation right now is having a bit of trouble here because there is going to be a bit of a challenge here as Bravo right now is trying to push up and score onto it. But look at the amount of damage that Bravo is getting there. Beautifully done there coming in from the side of Bravo as he pushes up, and this could be an opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation to steal another point away from the side of Naga if they move about it uncontested. Now we do see here the Omicron light tank is going to be, oh, look at that, beautifully done here. Very, very brave coming in from the side of, oh no, Almond Logistics might go down soon.
Oh my goodness, that was just in the entrance of the base of the GSF here. They are charging right in, knocking on Heaven's door. The command center in jeopardy, and it seems like they are not going easy. Naga just want to wrap things up really fast, and this will attract all the officers to go back to the command base. At the same time, they still manage to capture the points, so it's not all lost for Lamau Nation just yet. The capture points is really important, but at the same time, the moment you're losing your base, it's gonna be a problem. They all have laser on their side. They have the launcher going on. GSF command center is going down too fast. They need to repair it fast. This is not doing great at all. It's only 10,000 HP left. They The GSF command center is going down too fast now. The light Omicron tank. This is not going down anytime soon. They've been launching everything they have. The command center. How the command center? It's down to 2,000 HP. They're not backing out for the Exaron. Lemao Nation is struggling to stay alive.
And this is a big problem here coming in from the Mount Nation. One more shot and it could be over, ladies and gentlemen. And it seems that 10 minutes could be all that is needed coming in from the side of Naga. They don't want to be contesting these fights. They don't want to be contesting it. But it seems that they could have bitten off a little bit more than they could chew. Technicians are going to be repairing it as best as they can. But they've got to be careful here. They don't have to spend so much time at this. But look at that though. It seems that Lemao Nation were able to steal away points A and C from members of Naga. So could this strategy be backfiring for the side of Naga? Naga now looking towards doubling down here. They could be attacking the command center, and this could be huge here coming in from the side of Lemao Nation. Lemao Nation right now trying their best to get as much as they can for the side of for their side here, and it seems that they did manage to clear it out. But could this be inevitable here as you see it? The GSF command center right now taking way too much damage, and it seems that even though members of Naga were focused towards taking down that command center, it seems that it is going to be still a lead for the side of Naga. So not much has been sacrificed aside from the fact of resources as well as time.
That was too close, too dangerous if you ask me. 1,000 HP left on that command center. That was crazy, insanely nerve-wracking to watch. The moment they back down a bit for Naga's side, if they just keep on going, they don't want to jeopardize too much. They don't want to gamble too much. They're hesitant for a moment because they are tanks, and also that disability coming up from the side of JSF, making sure that all the officers cannot do much, and that buff just now just slows them down a bit. They're having a problem to just go further, advancing more. The moment they want to come back into the game, the Omnicron tank went down too fast, and that repair engineer going all over the commander, that was crazy fast, healing and also repairing on the side of a commander from Lemao Nation. But that was just too much for me to actually, that was too overwhelming. I mean, like, they might just take it away like that, but at the same time, it was a little bit hard for them. There's a lot of resources being depleted there as well the moment they try to take it up, and it's a failed attempt for them. We're really close, but now they're trying to get back on the middle ground here. We're talking about the capturing B point. So far, even though Naga investing too much with what they want to do just now, but they still keep the momentum going. It means that they're already calculated what they have been anticipated just now. The moment they march in, rushing into the base of GSF. Lemao Nation, they have to think fast now. Anytime soon, Naga might just make another attempt similar like that, and they have to be prepared for it, because we're looking at Omicron light tank all over the place. They have a couple of field supports here and there, but will it be enough? We're talking about Naga not even sparing anything on their side, as long as they can wrap this up very fast.
And I believe that that is one of the strategies that Naga were implementing towards throwing members of Lemao Nation off their, I guess, throwing them off balance, mainly because of the amount of approaches, because of the aggressive approach that was being used from the side of Naga. It definitely put back members of GSF, members of Lemao Nation by quite a bit, mainly because that their armored logistics has been taken down. So not only does that put members of Lemao Nation behind in terms of in terms of resources as well, but it also delays their access towards armored vehicles, which I feel that is one of the biggest determining factors for the side of Lemao Nation to win this game. So I do believe that Naga did make a very calculated decision into sabotaging the the capabilities of Lemao Nation to mount effective offensive. However, this could bite back Naga in the butt, mainly because that they could focus towards an infantry side and try to push it out. But as we can see, there are more iron guards, there are more tanks, there are more light tanks, as well as walkers that are on the battlefield right now. As we can see right now, the M33 battle tank fighting off against the light tank and this could be a win here coming in for the side of the M33 battle tank, as it is going to be the Omicron light tank that could be blown to bits here as the approach is coming in. We do see now that C and A are already taken away by the respective teams. B is still opened up, so there could be a battle here for B, as it is going to be focusing on that. Oh, look at that. There it comes, ladies and gentlemen. A big boom shakalaka from the heavens and the skies is going to be the artillery from the side of Lamau Nation onto the side of Naga. However, Naga right now focusing on repairing that Omicron light tank with the repair drones, but could it be a little too late? Oh my goodness gracious. Look at the amount of damage that's being taken out from that Omicron light tank, and look at the repair drones right now. Repair drones being taken down, the Omicron light tank has been taken out for the count. The repair drones are not going to be utilized to its full advantages, and it's only a matter of time before members of Lamau Nation are pushing it out harder and harder. We do see now that it is going to be a 60-point discrepancy here in favor of Naga. It's still anyone's game here as Lamau Nation struggles to try to get back the lead here, but it seems that members of Naga are moving out really, really well. Anti-tank fire coming in towards the M33 light tank. Oh, nicely done there, coming in from the side of Naga to shoot some heavy shells onto the side of the M33 battle tank. It is down to 50% HP here, and this could be a hard, bad opportunity. Look at the amount of damage that's being taken down. Also, there's a repair drone that's helping out with the Omicron light tank, so this could be a huge problem. There goes another EMP down for the count there, and the M33 battle tank is just not going to be able to move. Oh my god, ChuChu, it is just chaos and hellfire raining down everywhere onto the side of Lamau Nation, and it is going to be Naga that is the retribution that they foretold.
Lamau Nation didn't supply enough engineers alongside with the M33 battle tank just now. If only they did so, it will be a really good fight in the middle there. The repair drone is always alongside of the Omicron light tank. The moment they thought they finished one, it's going to be one more emerge out of nowhere, and just a 2 M33 battle tank has been down. That gotta hurt a lot of the economy on the side of GSF now. Lamau Nation, they are scratching their heads. How is this happening for them towards them right now? 2 capture points now on the side of Eximius and Naga. Lamau Nation lost 1 capture point. They need 1 more to equalize back the points that have been deducted here. At the same time, you can see how they are actually holding all the troops on the side of Naga. Is it gonna be another sequence of epic battle we see just at the command center around the GSF Nation just now? Lamau Nation, they're trying to fight back, but the Omicron light tank is just too much right now. They have repair drones all over the place, and now 1 more M33 battle tank has been out. They try to take down on this light Omicron tank. Will it be enough? EMP strike, if I'm not mistaken, just now have been called down. Is it a bomb? But light tank is really low. They're trying to save whatever they can salvage here, but the Omicron light tank will be actually being aimed so much by the officers. The repair drone is in the middle of the road, not being utilized fully, and they lost 1 more Omicron light tank just now. And Exron Naga side is not happy about it, but at the same time, Lamau Nation have to think fast. They need to capture the points here. Just taking 1 of the Omicron light tank down will not actually save their necks. We're talking about there are possibly 40 tanks from the side of Naga just now were marching towards the base of Lamau Nation, but right now they're taking 1 down. They need to repair it fast with a battle tank and just march it over the capture points or even the base of Naga. Can they march into Naga's base just how they did it before? Will they take a revenge upon what they have to go through just now, or will they try to bail it out around the capture points? We do see a couple of artillery strikes being bombarded just now, but it's not going to hit anything anytime soon. It did hit a couple of members or the officers just now. Beetle just running away, hoping he can find himself a meal to just reset and replenish himself, but can he find one? It seems like he is super low, and at the same time, they're looking at capturing A and C. It's kind of hard for Lamau Nation. They lost all 3 capture points here, which the points deductions are going further way faster than they actually hoping for, and things are just getting harder and downhill for the side of Lamau Nation for now.
And this is going to be a huge problem here coming in from the side of Lamau Nation. And it seems that the gap between themselves is getting higher and higher and higher between them. So this could be a huge problem that Naga does have no problems taking advantage of. We do see another point is already up for contention here. And it could be Naga that scores it. But no, it is Lamau Nation that's able to take it. However, the point decay is still going to go over towards the members of Naga towards Lamau Nation. So I do see the M33 battle tank is going to be moving towards the center here. So this is going to be very interesting to see how this is going to be working out, because the battle tank did go quite a bit, but there goes another big EMP right there, as the M33 battle tank is going to be stuck and not going to be able to move. It's going to just give a lot more opportunity to the side of Naga to just destroy it, and we see it time and time again coming in from the side of Naga that they are not going to stop their level of pressure here, as 3 points have already been taken away from the side of Lamau Nation, and it's only a matter of time before members of Naga are going to secure the victory. And living up to the words of Flame Shot, it is going to be a 3-0 if this keeps up for the side of Naga. And living up to those words will definitely be putting a big smile on all members of Naga as they are getting closer and closer to that grand prize of 10,000 ringgit, ChuChu.
And now it's just going downhill. Lamau Nation, they are really struggling. They cannot afford to lose any more officers. We're talking about their spawning time will cost them the whole game in less than 1 minute. At this rate, this is gonna be a hard battle for them. It's now or never. They need to produce anything they can, but the units to produce taking so much time. They don't have time. Time is really the battle here, the real battle for them, and they need everything they have right now to just march in whatever they can take, and one of it will be the capturing a point. They need to have 2 capture points to stop the points from going further down into 0. They have 50 seconds to decide what they want to do right now, or it will be never. A lot of tanks have been bombarded and there's a lot of EMP bombs here and there, but will it be enough? We're talking about on the side of the... Oh my goodness! They are going for the side of the base! They want revenge! GSF firing towards Naga side of base this time! They want what they... A little bit of what they gave before. This tastes bitter on the side of Eximius. Naga trying to defend it, but can they make it on time? We have 2,000 HP! This is just a miracle! 500 HP! Holy smoke! Oh my goodness! GSF! They came back! It was epic comeback! It was close! Oh my god! I cannot take it out!
Okay, ChuChu 404 has failed, so let's add a little bit of calm here. ChuChu.
Oh my god, they were like 20 seconds of winning! Nobody defended their base!
And I think that members of Naga were pretty adamant at ending the game as quickly as possible, and I feel that they have every right to do so because they wanted to show the dominant display. They wanted to show the strong hand that got them the 2 flawless victories that scored them a big win. Up until now, it has been relatively smooth sailing for the side of Naga, and it seems that it has rung through from the start of the tournament up until the end of the tournament. Naga is well deserved the champions of the Eximius Seize the Frontline LevelUp PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Amobox Studios and, of course, the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, otherwise known as MDEC.
But that was GSF winning. It was the side of the nation just now. Lamau Nation won that game by finishing off that base. It means that we have 1 more game to go.
Oh, whoops, I got confused. Yeah. Sorry. Whoops.
That's why I was screaming, because they almost win for Naga, and now we're down to game number 4 here. GSF, they just take everything, whatever they have, and gamble their capture points, going straight towards the base. Nobody was defending their M30 battle tank with fully upgraded version of it. Take down the command center faster than they thought it would be. It was like 10 seconds more for them to win for Naga side, but they have nothing to defend the base just now, and they won it by attacking the base straight from the side of the Lamau Nation. That was just crazy game.
It was a very crazy game indeed. I'm sorry for my mix-up. I thought it was it was how to say, Naga that was able to win it. But man, oh man, I mean, it's been a long day. It's been a really, really long
It's
day.
okay.
So excuse me, I make mistakes too. So man, was it just it wasn't just a crazy one. Our first ever 2-1 of the game, and we could possibly see a reverse sweep here coming in from the side of Lemao Nation. Very, very, very big on them to gamble it all the way. But I guess if we want to find out whether or not it is going to go to Apostle Game 5, we shall have to wait and see. You want to know why? Because we're going to go on a short little break. ChuChu, let's say see you later, alligator, and we'll see you in a bit.
You can't have me. I've seen this mess before, lonely. Now I'm worth fighting for. Echoes bounce between your walls. I see when your curtains fall. I call you bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, boy. Now you see me when you can't steal my shine. Feel me when I'm not yours this time. Let go. I'm not the one to blame. I see that you are still the same. My brother, bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the joyride, ride hard, I feel free. You're out of the picture, c'est la vie, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, c'est la vie. Boy, c'est la vie. Down, such a sad face. Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Why such a sad face? Now you call like a bitch, but you know I caught your bluff. Now you are the victim, stop. I had enough. Cruising on the
Oh my god. First of all, I would like to apologize for that small little mistake I made. I thought it was Naga that won, but it seems that we are going to get more. Eximius sees the frontline level up PlayOne Invitational 2020 as we go into our first ever game, number 4 of the evening. It's only time where two teams go 2 for 1. Could it be 2 for 2 as we go into our fourth game of the evening? Because there's a lot to say about Lamau Nation and their come from behind. I now know why ChuChu was losing her mind, because it was just insane. They gambled all of it away just to go for that final base rush. And man, oh man, wasn't it an exciting turn of events, wasn't it? Let's pass it on over to ChuChu to see whether or not she's calmed down a little bit and see if she still has her mental faculties all about her. ChuChu, take it away.
Thank you, I'm still sane here, so all is well, and hopefully you get a good chug glass of water, because this is gonna go really interesting. I'm talking about that was a remarkable win coming up from Lamau Nation. They just put everything, whatever they have, and just like, okay, whatever. If we don't win this, it's fine, but at least we tried everything that we can. And then just prove that they have more to do. Because the moment Naga thought they were winning, they were a bit, I have to give it, sorry Naga, but you were a little bit overconfident just now. The moment you just put your guards down, thinking that you are winning, that's where everything, there are a lot of backstabbing behind there. They have nothing to defend the base. They just left their base wide open, thinking that the countdown, the points deduction is fast enough to actually just win them the whole tournament. But they were wrong. There were 10 seconds left, and that 10 second was the most crucial thing for the side of GSF, which being played by Lamau Nation. They got back. They came in the last minute. They didn't get the capture point. They just push every tank possible with that singular anti tank they have left. The only tank that they have on that side. They just push it in, rush it in the base. But without wasting more time here, we're gonna jump straight into map video, because we want to know what map they want to play. Will it be the final game for Naga again, or will it be rising up with a lot of weedy ends there? None other than Lamau Nation. Crossing will be banned out. Central, they don't like it this time. Academy, oh, it's being banned again. Who will it be? Will be, nope, never gonna see Downtown. I miss Downtown maps, but it's never gonna happen in this tournament ever. So what's left is just one more, and that's again the Express, the most map that been played on throughout the whole tournament here today and yesterday. This time the faction will be alternating between these two teams. Lamau Nation down onto Exeron Industry, while GSF the Greens will go for Naga team next. Can they utilize how they did back then in the first to the third game straight on? Naga had it very smooth sailing, but that hiccup is just one small hiccup that they kind of overseeing it. That is their base being attacked straight by Lamau Nation. I don't know what to expect for the next game here. Lamau Nation, they are really sneaky. You have to give it to them. Like, they have this foxy kind of intelligence that they, hey, I see a loophole, I'm gonna go there, I'm gonna take advantage of that. They never actually give up. They never gave up. That's what I like about them. They have that fighting spirit the very last moment as well. But we have no more time to waste, because we're gonna jump straight into the game right now with me and Hound. We're gonna see what they have in their bags here for both team, Naga and also Lamau Nation, for the grand finals here. 2 games won by Naga, 1 game epic comeback coming up from Lamau Nation. I'm hoping to see that kind of games again. But no more time to waste. Will it be Naga wrap it up, or Lamau Nation rising up back from the dead? Hound, let's see what they have to offer for game number 4 now.
I'm really excited to see how members of Naga are going to be adjusting their strategy. They've got to be very wary of making sure that Lamau Nation does not pull a fast one over them again. And it was a very good approach there coming in from the side of Lamau Nation. I do believe that I do believe that members of Naga right now are definitely going to be very, very, very cautious in terms of how they're going to be approaching this particular matchup, because we did see that all is needed is for them to break the front lines, get behind the defenses of members of Naga to steal it away from them. So I do not know about you, but it was the sneakiest play that we've seen thus far for the entirety of this tournament. And could it happen again now that that particular tactic has been revealed in that previous game? So I would like to say that coming in from the side of Lamau Nation, it was a huge gamble that paid off, but I believe that that particular tactic will not work twice in a row. So I do feel that there could be an opportunity for the side. I do feel that there could be a big opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation to actually win this again if they're careful, but they've got to be very, very wary of the positioning coming in from the side of Naga, because they have a very good understanding and a very good maneuverability around the whole entire map.
Yeah, the thing I laugh about just now, you know, the tech upgrades, right? Naga actually took. It's so rare to see people taking fortifying upgrades. That Naga just learned to listen, and they actually do what they needs to do. They take up the repairs, they take up the fortification as well, in case Lamau gonna do the second sneaky backstabbing attack again. So they are prepared. They learned the lesson pretty quick. They don't want to make the same mistake here, but at the same time, when it comes to this express map, I'm talking about what points do you have to conquer first. Always the B is the most important, but the thing is about the B point, they have a little bit of higher ground. The one that sees this higher ground first, usually if they can put up the turret up there, it's pretty much solid for them to defend this one out. So both teams are struggling to take this one down. Too many officers being sacrificed, just making sure they got that B point. And AXR, Lamau Nation, again, losing too much officer at a time. And this is not a pretty sight for them. They're always flung a lot when it comes to the early game phase. But will it be another luck like they did? Is it luck just now? Is it just skills? Based on your perspective, what happened in game number 3 for what happened to Lamau Nation, that winning last minute towards Naga, Hound?
I think it was just a gamble, to be honest. I really think that Lamau Nation knew that it was either that or lose the game. And it seems that Naga was, not to say overconfident, but they underestimated the defense line. And they really didn't expect members of Lamau Nation to throw everything down the window and just focus on securing that particular win against them. But we do see now that Naga is immediately playing games anymore, as they are going towards scoring early points early on, with points A and B under their contention and under their belt. So as we see it time and time again, coming in from Naga, they are going to be consistently holding on to these points, and I don't think that they are going to want to let Lamau Nation actually contest it. We might see another point there being taken away from the side of Lamau Nation, and it could be very interesting to note that this could actually further accelerate the gap between Naga as well as Lamau Nation.
And Naga, like you said, is not flaking off at all. Even though they had the confidence back then, but now they are being a bit cautious when it comes to the game. Can they wrap it up? They're not even wanting to give any points here. We're talking about still flawless 500 points on the side of GSF, which is Naga, and they have a couple of drops already here. And I do wonder, what is it? Is it an armory? Yes, it is an armory supply there. But what is it inside? This is the armory crate supply, so they will have themselves replenished just there. They don't want to move. They don't have to go back to the base to just regenerate or even get their ammunition back up into full magazines here. So that is a really crucial for the commander to actually drop their supply crate where they need it to be, and it should be a safe spot so it won't be taken down by the Exeron side. While the Lamau Nation, on the other hand, they are still figuring things out. they are not quite sure which point they should focus first. It will be A or C, but are they losing points too fast? Yes, they are. They try to capture the C point first, and at the same time neutralizing A here, while all that's left for GSF on the side of Naga is just B. But B point, like we said before, is the most important one because it makes you easily rotating between A and C. They have the most important one, but at the same time, it's just 1 point. It won't be enough. Neutralizing that, I do not see is something is happening right now because it seems like a heated up battle here. Keep on exchanging hands in C point now. Back to green side. Naga won back just now for the C capturing points, while the rest of Exron, Lamau Nation, they cannot having themselves dying too much. We're talking about they try to capture all the resources points, the dollar sign credit, as well as the lightning energy points there for their resources. They need to help the commander as well to gain the resources points here. At the same time, they're trying to actually fight head on with the point B on top of this bridge. This is one of the most important sites that I said before. You need to capture this point because he has the higher ground. If you can just plant a point defense or turret at this point, it will be really helpful because it will actually deny the advancement between these two teams toward the other points A and C, because the B point really is hard to capture for both teams, but they are holding it quite well for the side of Naga and Exeron. They got themselves capturing A just now, but he's down back to, oh my goodness, it's been down for that, and this is not something good. The power reactor need to be repaired. They need to have the power reactor for generation of production value, which is the energies. They need the energies up to do research, and that research can upgrade the tiers of the tanks as well as the units here. So they need it to get up and working, and things are not doing so bad for Naga, but they already lose 2 points. They dented a bit, but it's still not enough for Lamau Nation to just happy about it because they are losing all the capture points. But will they do what they did in the last game here? Are they marching their troops up and saving it up for marching straight towards the base?
And that's something that could be actually building up towards a steal from behind victory coming in from Lamau Nation, but they got to be careful because one, they don't have that much in terms of their. They may have quite a bit in terms of their resources, but it does bring into attention to the fact that members of Naga already have been trying to basically try their best to stop the advance that's coming in from the side of Lamau Nation. So they got to be very careful. 214 points and counting down left for the side of Lamau Nation, and it doesn't look good because it's a 498 points for the side of Naga. So Naga is very well aware of what they need to do. So there goes another point that may be up for contest for the side of Naga, and it is going to go over to Lamau Nation. So Lamau Nation does buy them a little bit of time here in this particular situation, but they got to be careful. Why? Because members of Naga could actually create a bit of a chokehold, not to say a chokehold, sorry, a choke point here for the side of Lamau Nation. Compared to that last map, it's harder for them to move around towards that backside of the base. Mainly why? Because of the amount of choke points that have been established here for the side of Lamau Nation, for the side of Naga. So we do see that Naga right now are going to be mobilizing their troops and are going to be moving towards getting the next point, which is point A. In this situation, a mule there being sent out, and this could be an opportunity for the side of Naga to steal it away from Lamau Nation. Lamau Nation now trying to stay steadfast and fortified in defending their points.
Yeah, the thing is, like you said before, this is not the same map that they had, and the base range between the two bases is quite far than the last one. So they have to pass through A, B, and C to manage to actually get to the base. So it's kind of a hard, far-fetched, objective if they are planning to do that, and it takes some time for them to do that as well. Unless if they actually plant those structure right across the territory where they are actually at the edge of it for each of the team. Right now they have their battle tanks up for the side of Naga, and that just erase every officer possible along the way, just making sure they are being bulldozed here with the the battle tank. They have nothing anti-tank stuff to go against. This is just hard to watch. They are having too much officers on this side, which is around the B, and slowly but surely Naga trying to make up more territories on their side. We're looking at more greenery stuff in the mini map, and it's not easy for any advancement towards a Lamau nation. They are losing more than half points. Even though so, they still manage to capture more points here. But how long can they defend this? Do they have enough resources? Do they have any turrets to defend whatever points that have been captured? Even if they capture the points here, if they cannot defend it, they don't have enough resources, they don't have enough troop and supplies, it's gonna be in vain, because the Omicron light tank will be exploded by that battle tank head on just now, and there's no repair drones all around the place, and they don't want to waste more resources just like that for the side of Lamau Nation.
And this is going to be a problem here, as Lamau Nation right now are very much aware that they are going to be controlling the points, as members of Naga right now are definitely getting quite hit quite hard in terms of their point deduction here. So it is going to be very interesting to see what Naga does next in order to quell the push that is coming in from Lamau Nation. Lamau Nation right now is definitely waking up in terms of them aggressively attacking. Flame Shot right now being taken down. Flame Shot taking down Shadow and Orange in a beautiful double kill, despite the fact that there was a one trade there. Very good choice coming, a very good attack there coming in from the side of Flame Shot. We would like to see a little bit more aggression coming in from the side of Naga here. They need to mobilize most of their troops towards B and A if they want to secure it. The defenses onto C here could be a huge problem, because we do see some members of Lamau Nation could be moving towards the seaside here if they aren't careful.
And one more thing, I noticed that most of the battlesuit on the side of Naga, they don't take the assault, they take the exploit battlesuit, because they know they can hack into the system of the Iron God if they are deploying one, or any infantry units on the side of Lamau Nation, probably even vehicles too. But right now, this is just really a tough spot for Lamau Nation. They need to capture back their points. Like I said before, it's pointless if they capture a point if you don't have anything to defend it with. So they have to not just capture the point, they have to make sure they have enough troop and vehicles, infantries at that point. The moment they capture it, they have to siege it, and they have to defend it as long as they can. If not, everything will be in vain. It will be a waste of time. And now all the officers are fighting head on here, and Delta low on his shield. Same good for Chariot. They finished one off for the officers on the side of GSF. But can it be Chariot defending alone? No, another Chariot coming out from the side. For all officers on the battlefield on Lamau Nation side right now are focusing on this B capture point. All they have an MTD battle tank in the middle to defend it as well. That's what I meant. The moment they capture the point for Naga, they know that they need to defend it ASAP. I mean it stat, because the moment you just having a relief of a breather there, you don't have anything to defend it with, that's the moment where Naga will take it back into their side. It's just changing hands now, but now points is going further down to 180 points, and they're taking that way down here, because 2 points going back to Naga's side. That's what I'm talking about, because they never send anything to defend it with the moment they capture the points here, Hound.
Yeah, and that's the problem here coming in for the side of Lamau Nation, because we do see that A and C right now have been up for contest, and it seems that Lamau Nation were lost those 2 points, lost that 1 point towards Naga, and Naga took advantage of it with a quick rotation. So it is going to be very interesting. Could they actually pull another fast one over the side of Naga? Is going to be very interesting, because we do see more battle tanks now coming out into the fight, and this could be very revealing and indicative towards a strong victory for the side of Naga. But Lamau Nation was able to steal it away from the side of Naga with a come from behind gamble to risk it all to win by destroying the command center of Naga. So this again could be indicative of that safe strategy running through. However, we do see that from the map, members of Naga are very well aware of the situation and will not let those flanks fall, and will not let those flanks actually be taken over. 3 points already been taken for the side of Naga, and it could be well over for the side of Lamau Nation. Time is already ticking out, but we do see that members of the side of Lamau Nation, they don't have the the capabilities or the opportunity towards going and destroying their particular base. So they've got to be very wary of it. They've got some demolishers as well as a mule. So this could be an interesting opportunity for them to actually go from behind and try to steal away the victory from the side of Naga. Lamau Nation right now only has 90 plus points before the end is near. So what will happen next, ChuChu? Let's find out.
Oh, they are upgrading their battle tanks as fast as they can and deploying as much as possible. Talking about one more upgrade, and it's going to be hard for the tank to be taken down. We're talking about probably a tier 2 tank here with a shield later on. Well, a lot of battle tank right in the face of Exeron. They have less than 1 second. All 3 capture points taken out by Naga, and they're marching up the door of the Exeron side. A lot of demolition actually try to defend this one. Now alongside of the battle tank, they have their officers as well. They try to keep up the pressure here on this side, and it's the middle capture point as well. But they cannot be too focused on this next run. They need to capture A or C as well, because even though they got the B, but it's gonna be temporary, because look at that artillery strike. They need to go for A and C as well. If not, their points will be less than 30 seconds. Now it will be the end for them. Are they doing something else now behind their backs for Exeron or Lamau Nation? Because the base is quite far here. It's so hard for them to reach. If only they can capture 1 more point. They need to make it fast. They need to sneak 1 officer out just in the nick of time. If not, it will be just going downhill here on, and it will be a total loss for them to get themselves back into the champion title in this tournament, Hound.
All right, so it seems that it is going to be 20 points left, and I don't think the opportunity for the side of Lamau Nation is going to show itself to steal the victory away. Though Flame Shot may eat on his words for 3-0, it is still going to be a big win for the side of Naga, because they were able to win it and basically win it convincingly. However, it is still, we have learned just now that 10 points is enough to basically be determining point number to actually get an advantage back. But I don't think it's going to be anything of the sort here, because with 5 more points left, it seems that we have our champion. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls who will be following us from day number 1, it is going to be Naga, our grand final champion for the Eximius Sees the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020.
Congratulations in order for none of the Naga team. It took them a little bit more time and 1 more game to actually wrap things up and get the title. But before that, I have to give a lot of respect on the side of Lamau Nation. That was a great third game especially, but they keep on fighting to the last breath there. I'm talking about fighting spirit they have on the side. It's just really something admirable, and I like to see more of this kind of games and more teams in the future, hopefully, Hound, because it was just, you can win even though you're losing.
Yeah, and that's the thing that I feel that members of Lamau Nation realized and they took advantage of. But it has to go to show that members of Lamau Nation, all they need is a little bit more practice and a little bit more time, and they could actually steal it away from members of Naga. However, Naga shows why they are as fierce as dragons. They just kept it up. They just kept up a lot of the pressure, and these are the final results of the day. 2-0 for #esports against Naga, with Naga walking away with 2. Lamau Nation and AP Bots is going to be a 2-0 as well, with a Lamau Nation getting the 2. #esports and AP Bots will be going 2-0 as well. For third place, it is going to be #esports, while AP Bots is going to enjoy the 4th spot. For the grand finals, congratulations to Naga for the grand final champion, with 3 wins and 1 loss in a total of the best of 5, with the Lamau Nation stealing 1 win away from behind. So it was a beautiful. It can be very beautiful indeed. So how about we interview the winners, ChuChu, and we can do this in a very conducive way. I'll ask 1 question, then you ask 1 question, and I'll close it off with 1 more question. How's that sound?
Sounds perfect.
All right, so let's have him on the show. Hello, Flame Shot.
Hello, guys.
first of all, one thing I want to ask you. That third game, well, what happened? They gambled it all away. They went for the command center. I feel that was one of the things that really took you guys by surprise. Was that something that really did you see that particular tactic coming, or did you feel that you had enough time?
Well, we definitely got caught off guard because we were attacking, I think, particularly at C because that's where they were heavily attacking. So we only realized that there was a tank in our base after I revived, and I saw one big ass tank there. So yeah, it got us by surprise.
ChuChu, what about you? What question you got?
I about the third game again. Yeah, of course, it's taking you out by surprise because we see no defense. Whatever strategy you have back there for the base is really nothing in there except for the tank that keep on attacking. Did you actually think that you already confirmed winning that third game just now? Did you guys like even notice what happened, or is it too late? What was the communication happening back there when that happened for between you, the commander, and also the officers? Did you just okay, we're gonna lose? Or you still think the time's ticking that you might actually win that third round?
Well, basically, after we tried the cheese strat on their base and we failed, we tried to just hold all the 3 points together. So on the 100 mark point, we decided to just defend point C because that is the closest one to their base. So what happened there was that our commander was also focusing on C, sending in units and whatnot. And after I got out at base, I was talking to my commander saying that, hey, why is that tank in our base? And why is our building HP at half? And then he was like, wait, what? And then all of us decided to turn back, and then it was too late.
Oh, so you didn't actually thinking that you are winning, and you didn't even notice that your base being attacked at all. I thought you guys
Yes,
are like,
that's correct.
okay, I think we can win. And you're like, okay, it's okay. The time takes you win. It wasn't like that at all.
Nah, it wasn't like that at all. So what happened was at the game 4, we told our commander that rather than leaving the base empty, you should put in a few like power plants and what other buildings at the choke, so that if they're gonna do it again, they have to shoot down the other buildings first before getting to our command center easily.
All right, so I think that's definitely going to answer my third question that I was going to ask. So with the grand final champions, with you being crowned the grand final champions, are you looking forward to playing a little bit more of this particular game and hoping for more tournaments in the future?
Well, definitely, man, because one thing for sure is because it's a local product. Second would be the fact that the game is actually pretty good. They just need to brush up a few things here and there, and I believe it can be a very solid competitive game.
All right, that's a very good thing to know. So definitely Malaysia Boleh spirits all around. Thank you very much and congratulations to Naga and a Flame Shot. Very well played and very well deserved crown for grand final champion indeed. Thank you very much for joining us on the show.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, greatness indeed, ChuChu. It has been a long and hard 2 days. ChuChu, do you have any final words before we call the show to a close?
I want to thank everybody for giving me the opportunity, and looking at the game just now, it was just a remarkable play by the players, even though they are not that experienced playing the games, because it's still in early state of early access of the game here, but they can already execute such a play. And I love the game itself because it's local made, not just local made. It's one of the, I think it's deserving more attention and also exposure. It's like one of the best AAA, probably can go for AAA and further than that in the future. And thank you so much, Ammo Box Studios, ESL, Hound, yourself, because have been patient with me and always like being the best
You
host
give me
and
too much
content. I love
credit
to.
sometimes.
No, I love working with you a lot and love the energy coming out from you. Thank you so much also for MDAC and nonetheless Pontus and also Hampus for GTR. Thank you so much for having me around. I think I am looking for more this kind of tournaments, and again, congratulations for the grand champions, all the teams out there that have been participating in this tournament. You guys, I don't know what to say, but you guys the best.
Thank you very much, ChuChu. Wonderfully said. Your beauty is as smooth as your words to be said. So definitely awesome to have you again. Hope we can work together in the future before I tip off my hat to this industry. But anyway, I guess that is all. Thank you very much, ChuChu. We shall see you again in the future. Take care and have a great day.
Thank
All right. So, well, what can I say? It has been a very interesting past 2 days for the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up Play One Invitational 2020, brought to you by Box Studios and, of course, the Malaysian Digital Economy Corporation. I would like to say thank you to each and every one of you guys, whether you guys were here for the games or whether you guys were here to watch the players or whether you guys were here to watch me or ChuChu. We would like to say very, very, very much thank you to each and every one of you guys for supporting us. And remember to support the Malaysian, remember to support our Malaysian made products, right? Because it's a lot of hard work and a lot of people put a lot of passion into it. Okay, so I guess that's all from me. We've got some closing words from our main man himself, Xiao Ike Wee. I hope I said his name right. Manager of Creative Content Division from MDEC. That's all from me. I hope I'll see you guys again in the future. Until then, take care and always stay awesome. We'll see you again.
Hi everyone, thank you for staying with us to the end of Level Up Play One event. I hope it's been a great 2 days for everyone. Best start, Eximius tournament. Yeah. So did you enjoy the activities, tournament, the Malaysia-made games, and also the webinar? I hope you all did. If you missed some of the content, the tournament, the webinar, we'll be streaming at Level Up KL Facebook and website. Stay tuned for the notice. I would like to thank MOBox, GTR, ESL Malaysia for organizing such a great Eximius Level Up Play One Invitation tournament. The tournament's cool, right? So you guys should go and download the game, try it and play it. And I hope the next time we do the tournament, we want to see you there participating. So for this event also, we'd like to thank the 8 teams joining this tournament. Team Naga, Final Assault, the Regiment, Hashtag Esports, AP Bots, Team Siput, Base Sphinx, Lamau Nation. Yeah, and I noticed that the teams are mainly from Malaysia and Thailand to compete for this 20,000 prize pool. So, and again, congratulations for Team Naga for winning this tournament. And come second is Lamau Nation, and third is Hashtag Esports. So with all the cash, make sure you guys make a good use during this COVID-19. Okay, for MDEC and Malaysia, it's been a great achievement to see our local made games starting to move into this esports scenes. Eximius Siege the Frontline by MOBox Studio is one of the games. They worked very hard for many years to have this achievement. So do follow the games. And coming soon, you will see more Malaysian games developer coming out with their games that are very competitive. And hopefully, it can be the next esports game in the near future, like Eximius. So COVID-19 have shifted how we enjoy Game Expo, game tournament in the past. The social distancing and prohibited of big gathering are shifting all tournaments going to online. And it's good news for us because we can see that during this period, there's more and more people are viewing games online, and tournaments are also growing. So MDEC, spearhead the digital economy, setting a new example by doing this Level Up Play One event, the first online game festival. From the record, we have seen millions of people. We have reached millions of people just through TikTok. So we like to thank TikTok, for the media support to spread out this event to a lot of people. And we also have seen thousands of people join the well-coordinated and amazing webinar. We have to thank EGG Network for organizing such a great webinar, bringing all the top experienced speakers from the industry to share their experience. And also, we have more than 500 teams join the tournament in this Level Up Play One event. We'd like to thank ePulse, Mushroom, Kitaman, MEA, Flash Visions, and ESL Malaysia for organizing all this tournament. We also have hundreds of people, celebrating and winning gifts from the activities organized by Server DNA. Thanks to Server DNA, and also the gift from the sponsors. So this 2 days event is not big, and it's not immersive yet, but we have a lot to learn from ourselves, and it's a good start. The reason that we're doing this, we want to help bring more people shift to the new norm, which is moving them into the world of digital online event. We hope we are taking the risk now by doing this event now, and we believe the success of Level Up Play One today will bring more event companies, brands. You will come to this online expo space and bring more great contents for everyone, the gamers. MDEC will continue to support the game and esports industry. One of it is Level Up KL event, which we're gonna held in the early October this year. We're gonna upgrade your experience, what you experience today, to more immersive experience. More esports game gonna come in. You're gonna bring exhibitors coming, to give out great things that you can buy from the online exhibitors. Watch exclusive content like cosplay, guest performance, and stuff like that. So remember to join all the game tournament. I think Eximius will be there, so remember to join Eximius game tournament there as well. So stay tuned more at levelupkl.com. And lastly, if you're in the game industry, don't forget to join our Level Up Spacebar event on the 16th and 17th June, which is the upcoming Tuesday and Wednesday. So great job everyone on the Eximius Level Up PlayOne Invitation Tournament. And thank you again, and hope you guys all have a great rest of the days. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And we're back, ladies and gentlemen. It has been a wonderful, wonderful time. Just so you guys know, I would like to apologize if I said the wrong name or pronounced the wrong name, or for the lack of a better word, made any mistakes in terms of call-outs or any lack of gaps of knowledge. I would like to apologize deeply from the bottom of my heart. It's really, really important, not just to me, but also everyone that I work with, that I try my best and level best to do the best effort that I can provide to each and every one of you guys. So for those of you guys who joined us, thank you guys very much. And if you have made it this far, remember to go over to all of the relevant social media pages and give a quick like to everyone, because everyone worked really hard to push this event forward, even with COVID-19 and the new norm, right? So again, thank you guys very much. We can't spell fun without you. And thank you again for joining us at the Eximius Seize the Frontline Level Up PlayOne Invitational 2020, brought to you by Box Studios and, of course, the Malaysia Digital Economy Corporation, alongside with ESL handling the production. I am your host, Hound. And with that, I bid you adieu, and we end our transmission with a little bit of an awesome evening. I hope you guys stay safe, and I hope you guys stay at home. Until then, till we meet again.